Hey guys, day five. We have made it through a full week of the Keffe D trial. Oh, I just heard a weird noise from my computer. I don't know if you guys heard that, but hopefully you guys hear me okay. Also, good news. I said that I would put together a trial notes page where you guys could go and look at all the different notes that I have. And that is now live. It's tupactrial.catnotwilliams.com. It's also linked in the description and just dropped in the live chat if you want to click that there. But that's where I'm going to be uploading my daily notes, linking to clips of the testimony. I still need to incorporate some of the exhibits that have been shown in court, as well as some filings from this case. Of note, though, this resource page is meant to be about this case, this trial. So almost all of what will be contained there is stuff that has been discussed on the record and not anything that maybe there's more information out there. But if it hasn't been mentioned in court, you're probably not going to see it on this page. The reason for that being, we're kind of trying to watch this trial to see what the jury is going to become aware of. And the jury might not be aware of every podcast, every blog, every news article, everything that anybody's ever said in relation to what did or could have happened to Tupac Shakur. So go into that understanding that it is a trial resource. With that being said, court is supposed to be mostly a full day today. We just had 2 half days. And yesterday, the biggest part of the day was spent listening to the 2008 proffer that Duane Davis gave with the task force. We know that a U.S. attorney was present. Remember, at the time, Duane Davis was facing serious drug charges with potential sentencing exposure of 25 to life. So very serious charges over his head. He starts off the proffer by saying, that Tupac stuff was BS. And then Greg Kading reminds him, hey, we need you to be consistent or we might not be able to give you any benefits. And then we have 2.5 hours of Davis spilling tea, if you will. We did not get into the 2009 proffer, but we might hear that today. The state said they need to call 3 witnesses because of scheduling arrangements. So we'll be back to human testimony today and not listening to a recording for at least a little bit. But they did describe this 2009 proffer recording as being shorter than the 2008 one. So maybe they're going to fit that in today and we'll be back to that wonderful yellow and white transcript screen. And I don't know what witnesses are supposed to be called today, but we'll find out. We'll find out together. And yeah, that's another thing too. Ooh-wee, the proffer agreement, not supposed to be recorded. I don't know what's gonna come of that. If you ask me, I feel like it might work in Keefe D's favor in some way. If we didn't have that recording, then we would be relying on the summaries, the documentation about what was stated. And somebody writing down what somebody said during an interview, do you think they would write it down the exact same way the person's saying it? Even just like human nature, no ill intent, they're going to miss some details. Add the layer of the detectives that were part of this proffer, and I'm thinking specifically of Dupree, stating things like, well, when we already know the answer, we're just looking for things to make sure we can get it to a prosecutor and they can bring the case. But we already know the answer, we just have to find the witness to say it. And then we have heard already that these same law enforcement officers go back to the same informants over and over again. For years, for different cases, for any cases, for cases that don't necessarily connect with one another. Do you think we might have 2 different pictures if we're able to listen to the raw recording of the proffer, whether it should have been recorded or not, versus relying on a summary of a detective who's going to relay what statements Duane Davis said during that proffer? So while it obviously raises questions, I think there's 2 ways that any defendant could use that as an argument in front of the jury. This wasn't supposed to be recorded. That's somebody doing something out of policy, right? That's just a no-no. But second, since we have the recording anyway, well, can you explain how there's these like inconsistencies and contradictions within the interview itself? Because I do think that that's a problem for the state, that this interview where Keefe D explains it all, he explains how he was there, how he supplied the gun, he puts himself at the place of the crime, and makes it so that he was participating in it knowingly. Sure, that's great in a bubble for the state. But also in that same context, he's saying all of this after saying it's all BS and then being told, well, then we can't give you benefits for this 25 to life that you might be facing. We can't help you with that if you don't say certain things that we need you to say. And then there's another layer that we've only had hinted at in court. So I don't know what's going to come of the Greg Kading stuff. But Greg Kading used some of this information from this proffer that was supposed to be confidential. And he writes and releases a book. And so far, pretty much what we have about Greg Kading, except for defense opening and Dupree mentioning, I would never do a podcast. But what Greg Kading put in his podcast, that's his perspective. I would never do a podcast, though. I live by the streets. That whole soliloquy, we got to hear a little bit of Greg Kading's own voice in that 2008 proffer yesterday. But he hasn't been called yet as a witness. We kind of just know, at least if we stick within the four corners of this trial. We know that Greg Kading published a book that included information from these Davis statements. Right, so already we kind of have like a... we're moving out of the confidentiality, even though Keefe D is going to write his own book eventually. We still have some confidentiality problems because not only was this recorded when it's not typically recorded, but then a member of this task force ends up using it for like a for-profit book publication. And should law enforcement be doing such things? Does it show that they have bias, motive, personal interests during the course of their investigation if they ultimately end up writing something about the story, about the information that benefits themselves? So it's kind of just an interesting case because we are here. Keffe D, he's the defendant, but he's also kind of the state star witness. Even if he doesn't take the stand, you know, his statements through these old recordings are coming in. So he's still like a second layer star witness for the state in their case against him as a defendant because he wrote this book and they're using his statements against him. But then we have all these other key players in this case. You have Kading, you have Reggie Wright talking about going on and doing podcasts. You have Reggie Wright saying he tried to plug Keffe D in with different podcast hosts so he could get booked and make money talking about this stuff. It's not really a weird scenario because everything's online these days, but it's weird to see it play out this way when the subject matter is something that happened 3 decades ago. And the state is using the statements of one person through a book publication to prosecute one person. But they don't seem to be trying to prosecute anybody else who was involved in the recordings or mentioned in these recorded statements that they want the jury to believe these are truthful statements and you should convict Keffe D for them. So it's a lot. There's a lot of food for thought in this case, in my view. It's been extremely interesting to watch. And we're only on day 5. We're only on day 5. Still have... Oh, there we go.
Good morning, everyone.
That came in suddenly.
You're good. Thank you.
All right, we have Mr. Davis now. We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the state.
What's our witness or a
Witness
video?
right now, Your Honor. We have 2 witnesses, then we're going to play 2009, and then after lunch, we'll have another witness. And
Okay.
he's agreed to stay through Monday anyway, so that witness will probably not finish today.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for the lineup. I think it's
Third witness gets a
bringing the
weekend in
jury
Vegas.
Yes.
All right, let's do so.
So we will get, it sounds like we will get the 2009 proffer recording played after the lunch break. Well, not proffer, interview with Vegas Metro PD, but Dupree was present for that as well. He like just took the trip over there to be present, see what was going on, see what he was saying. Oh, they muted the whisper real quick. Michael Samt has a light-colored suit today.
You still my water. It's your soda.
The judge is like, are we seriously arguing about this right now? What are you guys doing for the weekend? Are you gonna rewatch some of this trial? Catch up on another trial? Stay away from all things trial until Monday? Because I want to catch up on the Mario Fernandez trial.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yeah, sure.
You may be seated. Good morning and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the state's case in chief, so I'm going to turn to the state and see who their next witness is.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Leonard Jefferson.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Leonard Jefferson, Leonardjefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jefferson, on the weekend of September 7th, 1996, did you come out to Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And where were you coming from?
Los Angeles.
And why'd you come out to Vegas?
I was coming to attend the Mike Tyson Bruce Seldon fight.
Where were you staying?
The Monte Carlo Hotel.
And were you here by yourself or with somebody else?
I was here with someone else.
Did you go to the MGM Grand for the fight?
Yes,
Did you actually attend the fight?
I did not.
Tell us about that. Why didn't you attend the fight?
I was just in the lobby, people watching, and normally when we come to the fights, we just hang out for a little while. And a couple people were asking were they selling tickets, were we selling tickets. Turned them down, and then a couple, I remember were from Detroit, had a green, they were matching green suit, and the guy offered us $2,500 each for our tickets, and we didn't pass it up, and we sold our tickets.
I guess you didn't miss much, right? Only a minute, 30-second fight. So.
Yes, sir. And that's what we talked about on the way coming down. It might be another quick fight.
Yeah. In the lobby area while you were watching people, did you see somebody relevant to this case?
Yeah, I saw Tupac and his entourage come in.
And then was that before the fight?
Yes,
How did you know that that was Tupac and his entourage?
I just recognized him, just knew who he was.
And had you had previous interactions with Mr. Shakur?
Briefly, yes, back in Los Angeles.
Can you tell us about what those interactions were about?
Back in those days I used to sell cars, and a couple people that worked for Death Row Records, I sold them a couple of cars, and I delivered them to Can-Am Studios in the Valley, and I just happened to meet them, or they introduced me to them, and we talked about cars, and that was it. Nothing major.
So let's go back to Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996. You sell your tickets for a pretty good amount. What do you do afterwards?
Continue people watching. Then I guess once the fight started, people were still, hanging out, and we decided to go back across the street to our hotel, and we took our money and went to the crap tables.
And by the hotel, you're talking about the Monte Carlo?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, do you decide to leave the Monte Carlo?
Yeah, after a couple hours of being there, I got hungry, and I wanted to, I called California Pizza Kitchen to place an order, and they told me it would be like 20, 30 minutes. And I told my buddy I was about to leave to go to pick up my order. And I walked outside to the valet, gave him my ticket, get my truck. I had a Suburban back then. And once they brought it up, I drove out and went to the Strip, went to the Las Vegas Boulevard.
And you had said you were driving a Suburban.
Yes, sir.
What color was that Suburban?
White.
So, and just for the folks that don't know, a white Suburban is like a big white SUV. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
Then when you were driving down Las Vegas Boulevard, were you headed toward, driving north towards the stratosphere, I guess as a marker?
Yeah, I was headed north, yes.
And while you were driving north on Las Vegas Boulevard, did you see anybody that you had met earlier?
Yeah, I was stopped at a light, and a car rolled up, or really the wheels really caught my attention, and then I looked up and I saw it was Tupac and Suge sitting in the car.
Did you try to interact with Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight?
With Tupac, I did.
And what happened? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I said, hey, what up, Pop? And then he kind of looked and kind of took like a double take. He said, oh, what up, man? And then I said, hey, where you guys headed? He said, we're headed to the club. You should follow us. I said, all right, cool. And then, I don't know, I said, man, let me get a picture real quick. And I had my camera in my center console, so I just grabbed my camera and snapped the picture.
He took that iconic picture.
iPhone, so you actually had a physical camera with you.
Yeah, I had a 35 millimeter camera.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit Number 3.
That's crazy.
Do you recognize what's being shown to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's the picture that I took.
Now, after taking this picture, so you took this picture at a red light,
Yes, sir.
and I'm assuming the light turns green at some point.
Yes, it does.
What do you do?
After I took the picture, the light changed green, and they took off, and I recognized like one or two of the cars that were behind them from seeing them from LA. So I let them go by, and then they got in front of me, and then I got 3 cars behind them, behind the BMW, and then we're just driving down Las Vegas Boulevard.
At some point, do you make a right turn?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So we I don't guess the street is, I remember this, Flamingo. We get to Flamingo, and as we're making the right turn, I get on the phone. I was calling California Pizza Kitchen to cancel my food order.
Because you're heading to the club, right? You don't need a CPK anymore.
So while I was on the phone with him, like 30 seconds or so, and then all of a sudden I just hear pop, 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 and I kind of like, like looking around, and then I see the cars were stopped, and I see the people in front that were in the cars. They got out of the car and ran to the front. They ran to the BMW.
So you hear gunshots,
Yes.
but you don't. Do you see where the gunshots are coming from?
I did not know.
And do you see who's doing the shooting?
I did not know.
You just hear the
I
gunshot.
just hear them. Yes.
And then when you are looking up, after it looks like you were kind of ducking down a little bit.
Yeah, because I didn't know where they were coming from.
After you look up, you see people from the other parts of the caravan get out of their vehicle.
Yeah.
And which vehicle are they going towards?
They went towards the BMW.
And then what happens after the people start going towards the BMW?
When they started running there, all of a sudden I see the BMW make a big wide U-turn going back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And the BMW, I don't know that we've established this yet. The BMW, is that the car that Suge was driving that Tupac was in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Suge or Mr. Knight makes a wide U-turn.
Yes.
And then what happens after that?
The people, they run back to their cars. And actually, one of the guys, I didn't know who he was. He tried to get in my car, and I didn't know dude. So I guess he realized he was getting in the wrong car or whatever. I guess, I don't know what it was. So I got caught up in the little situation. I made a big wide U-turn as well. Now, I made the U-turn. I catch up to, I'm behind the Lexus. It was a green Lexus. So I'm behind him, and then we see Suge make the wide left turn back onto the strip, and he went up on the curb and came back down, and then we all went through the intersection. There was traffic coming through, and we just all made it through. And then we got to, I guess, Harmon. We got back to Harmon, and Suge makes another left turn, and now it's like cross traffic. He couldn't get through. And by this time, now we see the bicycle cops. There's a bicycle cop rolls up, and Suge is kind of like, stop here. This is Las Vegas. This is the street he turns on. So he's just stopped. And then the cop drops his bike, and I started to get out, and then I got back in once I saw the cops or whatever. And then, what happened?
So, okay, so you're in the middle of Harmon in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Knight's car has just stopped at this point.
Yes.
And you stop as well.
Yes.
Are there any other cars that stop along with Mr. Knight's car?
Yeah, I'm stopped behind the green Lexus.
Okay, so
I'm really right behind him in the turning lane.
So there's the BMW that Mr. Knight's driving.
Yes.
You have a green Lexus, and you have white Suburban that you're aware of. And then you said you were going to get out of your car. You see bike cops, and then you decide to stay in your car.
Got back in, yes.
What do you see as you're inside your car? Do you look at the BMW at all?
I look at it, and then I see, like I said, the bicycle cop rolled up, and then he drops his bike, and then I see Suge getting out the car, and now the officer is yelling commands to him, get down, lay down, and you hear Suge saying, my man, pocket shot, we need help, pocket shot. And then the cops, I kind of blanked out. I didn't really hear what he said. And then the cop, for whatever, walked over there to Suge. Suge got up, and they walked over to the passenger side of the car.
Okay, and so initially, is it fair to say there's one bike cop, or are there multiple bike cops immediately?
Well, I saw one, but then others came.
Okay, so
one immediately. I saw one immediately.
Okay, so the one immediately shows up, and then other bike cops show up afterwards.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And then the one bike cop, he's the one that's talking to Mr. Knight, and then at some point do they go over to the passenger side and deal with Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, at that time, when that occurred, a police officer rolled up in a vehicle. He ran up and pulled a gun on me and ordered me out of the car. He opened my door and then threw me down, snatched me out of the car and threw me down on the ground. Now I'm like prone down on the ground. I'm in the direction I'm facing. I could see what's going on with the with the police and shit.
Did the officer give you an explanation as to why he was treating you in such a manner?
Yeah, I said, hey, what's going on? He said, we have witnesses saying that you were part of their entourage.
And at that point, when you're prone and looking at what's going on at the BMW, what do you do?
I see that they were kind of like struggling with the door. They get the door out, open, and then they pull. I see they pull Tupac out of the car.
And were you able to observe Mr. Shakur?
Not really. He was. I saw the movement, but I didn't see what happened after he got out the car.
All right, so what happens after that?
The cop is, he sits me up now. He's asked me for my ID, where I'm from, what am I doing here, where am I staying, and he's writing down the information. The other is, I don't know if it was his partner or just another cop was searching my Suburban, looking at whatever they do.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with state's proposed exhibits 149 and 150.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paul.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 150. Do you recognize the people in state's 150?
I don't know that at the time I didn't know their names. That's me sitting here. I had the black pants with like a tuxedo type vest and white t-shirt, and I learned this is Edie Mean, and I don't know at the time I didn't know their names.
Okay. All right. Have you subsequently met or learned their names since then?
I've learned their names, and I met Edie a couple times, just out and about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Since that night, have you learned who these people's names are?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect who their names are?
It says their names. I can't say if it's them or not, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to move State's 149 and 150 into evidence.
Any objection?
Well, I'm
At this time, I'm just going to move in 149.
no objection to 149.
149 will be admitted.
I'm sorry, 150.
He meant 150.
150.
149 will not be admitted. 150 will be admitted.
Can we publish 150? Yeah. All right. Mr. Jefferson, do you have the mouse in front of you right there? To your...
Oh, right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Can you use the mouse and show us if you see yourself in this?
Yeah, this is me right here.
And then you said there was somebody next to you that you came to know?
Yeah, I learned this was Edie Mean.
Okay. Approximately when in this night is this photo taken from?
I don't know the exact time, but
Like in the sequence of events. I don't need a time, but this is after you get pulled out of your vehicle?
no.
When is this?
The
When you come back?
when I come back, yes.
Okay. All right. So then we'll get to that.
Yes.
So, at some point, are you released from the scene, told you can go?
Yes.
And where do you go?
I go back to my hotel.
And what do you do at the hotel?
I go back to the craft table where my buddy was, and I'm talking to him, telling him what's going on, and
I'm sure it's a hell of a story you're
oh
telling,
yeah,
your friend.
yeah.
And then, what does anything happen that draws you back to the scene?
Yeah, well, while I was there, I guess I was there maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. And while I'm standing there talking to him, I get a tap on my shoulder. And it's a police officer. It's the same police officer that snatched me out of my car. And he said, "We fucked up. The detectives want you back at the scene. So we need to get you back at the scene."
And had you at the scene told police officers where you were staying?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you get back to the scene, how does that happen?
Excuse me. The officer said that we see your Suburban still outside. We need your Suburban back on the scene, and we need you as well. He said, "Okay, well, I'll drive it back." He said, "No, my partner will drive your Suburban back, and you'll ride in the car with me."
Now, where did you sit in the car riding back to
I sat in the front seat.
Okay, so you're sitting in the front seat of a police vehicle,
Yes, sir.
and it's another officer is driving your Suburban van.
Yes.
At some point, do they become aware that you actually took a photo of Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight just minutes before the shooting?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
Well, once I got back to the scene, the officer said a detective will come and talk to you. So I sat in the car 20, 30 minutes or so. And then a detective came over, talked to me, introduced himself to me, and he just asked me, what happened, describe what happened.
And did you tell him, to the best of your recollection, what happened?
Yes.
And then at some point, did they ask for your camera?
Yeah, well, I told him that I was in the intersection. I took a picture, and then he got like, oh, really? And I said, yeah. And he asked me, do I still have the camera? I said, yeah, the camera's in my truck.
And so, do you give it over to the police?
Yeah, I back then we had the 35 millimeter where they had the self rewind, because I think I had either 24 or 36 exposures, but I hadn't taken all the pictures. So the camera has like a self rewind where you can rewind the film. So I rewound it and I gave him the cartridge.
Okay. So, back then, there was a roll of film, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you would load the camera by stretching the film across the bottom of it.
Well, it wasn't that kind.
Oh, okay.
You just put it in,
Uh-huh.
and then it
Automatically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when it was done, it would automatically rewind the film into the canister.
Yeah, unless you did the self rewind
Uh-huh.
and you didn't want to do the whole 24, 36 or whatever it was.
And so you did the self rewind and then handed over the film to the police.
Yes.
At some point, do they give you back the film?
Yeah, a couple weeks later.
And then do you develop that film?
Yes.
And it's at that point that you realize, oh, I have this photo.
Yes.
Since that time, obviously, that photo had become pretty famous. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes, it has.
And as a result of it being associated with this case and the night of this particular murder, has there been have some accusations of a conspiracy theory of you somehow staging the scene?
Oh yeah. Sure. Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, the internet does what it does. People, it was set up. It was a movie scene. Yeah.
That you had staged
Yeah.
this scene?
Yeah, I staged it. I currently work in the movie industry as a picture card coordinator, so they put that all together.
Let me ask you this, or did you stage this scene?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Palal. Cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jefferson, are you aware that the picture that you took ended up on the cover of a book written by Keffe Scott?
Yes.
Did you allow for permission for that to happen?
Yeah, she licensed it through my agency.
I see. And with regard to that picture, I'm assuming at some point that you were able to sell the rights to that picture to people who needed to use that picture in furtherance of whatever project they had.
Yeah, the agency that represented it, they did. They licensed it to different.
And then with regards to the night, so your testimony is you're coming out of the Monte Carlo, you're on Las Vegas Boulevard, and you see Suge's BMW on Las Vegas Boulevard. Is that right?
I didn't see it when I first got there.
Yeah.
It pulled up next to me.
All right. So if I could just show you State's Exhibit number 1.
Back to the map.
I have it right here.
That's one. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked in minutes, State's Exhibit number 1 first. And I'm assuming you're not from Las Vegas.
No, sir.
All right. So this, you just tell me if you can recognize just from this aerial view what we're looking at here with State's Exhibit number 1.
I mean, based on what it says, MGM, Carriage House, Harmon, Cobalt, Flamingo.
Right. In terms of where the Monte Carlo is or was at the time when you were there, can you point out on this map where it would have been?
Is this Las Vegas Boulevard right here?
So
This-
if
where
you take
the
that
cursor?
Oh, you know what? That must doesn't work.
Oh yeah, it's not working right now.
If you could do me a favor.
Where it says MGM Grand, is that the Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yes, but if you could just get up, sir, just you could point to the screen up there if you want
You
to
want me
get
to
up.
get up?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, so is this Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
Well, how's Harmon over there?
Let me ask you this question real quick.
I can't tell where Las Vegas Boulevard is, sorry.
No, that's all right. And once again, I just want you to be familiar with this. If you're not familiar with it, I'll just take it down.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, you can back up on the stand. I understand. That's fine. And fair to say, of course, we're talking 30 years, and you're not from here, so it would be very difficult for you to remember that kind of stuff, right?
Remember what?
Details about, you know, on an aerial map where Las Vegas Boulevard is, maybe where
Well,
Tropicana.
I mean, I could, if I had a actual map that showed where the street is, because it said Harmon
Right.
on one area. If you could put it back up, that would.
Sure. You want to jump back down and?
No, I could do it from Harmon. Well, it says Harmon, so Harmon. Oh, okay, I see. So the red dot is Harmon in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, that's where I took the picture at.
Okay.
Yes, gotcha.
All right, and that's where the cars eventually ended up anyhow on the way back.
Yes,
Okay. Now, we see on State's Exhibit number 1, you have this flamingo and this right here.
yes.
Any reason to dispute that that's flamingo?
No,
Okay.
from what it says, flamingo.
Sure. Gotta follow what the map says, you know what I'm saying? So, let me ask you this. So, I'm gonna screw all in here real quick. You said you see them over off of Harmon, meaning Suge and Tupac over on Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
We were
and
on
that's
Las Vegas Boulevard.
in the beginning.
Yes, sir.
And that's where you took the picture of Tupac and Suge.
Yes, sir.
And you're doing it from your Suburban.
Yes,
And then at some point, they're saying, hey, come with us to the club. And I'm assuming at that point, you tell me if I'm wrong, you didn't know where 662 was.
I did not.
All right, so you're just following the procession.
Just following. Yes.
So at some point, Suge's in vehicle number one. There's 2 other vehicles behind it, and then you slip in as vehicle number, I guess, 4 in the line or 3 behind Suge.
I think it was 3 cars back.
Okay, behind Suge's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you are driving down at this particular point, and you're going down Las Vegas Boulevard, heading north, as you said before.
Yes.
And then you make a right-hand turn on Flamingo,
Yes.
and then you head down. Now, I just want to be very clear. When you get to that intersection, which would be the intersection where everyone stops, it was a red light.
Yeah, I didn't make it all the way to the intersection to Koval. I didn't make it all the way there
Why not?
because I was back and I don't know, like I said, like three cars back. So I didn't make it all the way to the intersection.
The intersection.
Yes.
Okay.
When I made the U-turn, I was in the middle of between Koval and Las Vegas.
So how did you make your U-turn? You just,
I made a big wide U-turn. I was in the second lane.
okay.
We were in the second lane, and I made the U-turn into the, I guess, third lane and went back over in the other direction.
I see. Now, when you make that turn, you come back over, you make a left back on, you're following Suge's vehicle all the way through.
Yes, sir.
Are you still number 3 or number 4 in the procession?
I think I was like number 2.
Oh,
I was
okay.
behind the green Lexus.
Okay. And then when you get to this intersection, that's
That's Harmon.
Harmon right there. So
Yes.
that's when you stop your vehicle, you get out of your vehicle at that point.
Where they pulled me out the vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they pull you out of the vehicle. And fair to say, there's a lot of confusion going on that night.
From who?
I would imagine with police officers, they arrive on scene, they don't know what's going on or who's who, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. But that night, can you describe for us the traffic when you were stopped? I mean, were there cars on the road? Were there people on the sidewalks, anything like that?
Yeah, there was traffic. It was like, I guess we would say a medium traffic.
And people on the streets?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first arrived and you had seen Suge and Tupac, can you describe for us a little bit about, I mean, they're in the vehicle and you recognize the vehicle, right? Because you,
I didn't know the vehicle. No.
oh, did you see Suge and Tupac in the vehicle?
That's what I saw. The wheels is what caught my attention.
The wheels.
And then I looked back and I saw Tupac and shit.
Okay. And were people running up to the car?
No,
And so when you ran up, Tupac, was he hanging out of the window? Was he sitting in his chair?
he was sitting in his seat.
Okay. And when you have that conversation with him, of course, you're having a conversation, and it's not like, I mean, you're not hearing people screaming out Tupac's name or anything like that.
No,
That particular point.
no.
Now, in addition to that, you said that that when you were summoned back to the area by the police, they told you to take your vehicle and actually put it back into the area
No.
that it was before? No.
No.
They just drive over to the area in your
They,
Suburban.
yeah, the officer drove it back.
I see.
He didn't put it back where it was.
You know any reason why they would have just driven your vehicle back?
They did drive it back.
I know, but why did they? You know?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And when you were there, you had made mention that your film was taken. You had given your film over to Metro,
To the detective.
and when you got it back, it still was not developed.
It was in strips.
Ah, I see. So they had developed it.
They
and was
developed it, yes.
Gotcha. So what you had was the negative,
Yes, sir.
and then you printed from the negative.
I took it to a photo, a 1 hour photo, and they developed it.
Okay. Sir, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Palau?
Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have one.
It always throws me off when they mute it. Big thank you to Kristen with the tip over on Tip Jar. Super appreciate it. And that was a super sweet comment saying it's always a pleasure being here with you. Right back at ya. And again, I think everyone, I see people saying hey to you when they see you in here. So you are so loved here. Thank you so much for the support.
Just a question from our jury. Can you recall the name of the detective who introduced himself to you the night when you arrived back on the scene?
Kevin Manning.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing from the state.
Defense?
Hang on.
All right. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Jefferson. You are free to go. Have a good day. Who's your next witness?
Mario Diaz.
Mario Diaz.
Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Jefferson.
Sorry, may I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Do you want me to
Usually
stand up?
he's standing when he does that part. Sorry.
Mario Diaz.
And may I have you spell it?
Oh, Mario. D-I-A-Z. D as in David, I-A-Z.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Now your turn, Mr. DeJoshua.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz, what do you do for a living?
I'm a filmmaker. I direct documentaries, and I'm also a showrunner for documentaries and documentary series.
What does a showrunner mean?
I'm basically the person in charge of all of the creative. I put together essentially the series from a creative standpoint, and I also, make sure that all of the logistics of filming and editing the piece, just everything runs by me, through me.
At some point, are you contacted by a company to create a documentary related to Death Row Records and the story of its rise and its ultimate fall?
Yes. As I remember, my agent at the time called me and told me that there was an opening for a job. directing a 6-part series about death row records for a company called E1. Actually, technically, it was for Creature Films, which is a subsidiary of E1. And so I went and interviewed for it, I think, a couple of times, and I got it.
Prior to you becoming involved in, well, you got the job, so prior to you getting the job, had E1 contracted with anyone to assist in that documentary?
Yes. Before I came on, there were 2 consultants that were hired. Greg Kading,
he was a
former
consultant?
LAPD detective, and Mike Dorsey, who is also a documentarian, who has been following this case for a while. The defendant was also on board, I was told, and so was Suge Knight. They had agreed to participate.
Had agreed to participate, and you kind of motioned in this direction. Do you know the defendant, Duane Davis?
Yes.
And you recognize him here in court?
Yes.
Can you, I don't make you go through all this, is it this gentleman right here?
Yes.
Does the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Judge?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Once you actually took over the job, did you learn whether or not the defendant was being compensated for his role in participating in this documentary?
I was made aware that he was being paid, yes.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, who's the person who finally provided him the money?
I was not in charge of the money per se. Somebody else was cutting checks. There was some, there's usually a protocol for that, and so I don't remember exactly who it was. I know that I at one point actually handed him a check.
That was my question.
Yes, yeah.
You're the one.
Somebody gave it to me, and I made that handoff.
I know it's been some years now. Can you give us an approximate amount of money Mr. Davis was compensated for his participation?
Don't remember the exact amount at all, but anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000, I would imagine.
And for that compensation, did you conduct interviews on camera with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And how many formal interviews did you conduct with Mr. Davis?
We did 2 interviews in the summer of 2017. I believe that they were maybe weeks apart from each other, and they were probably around 2 hours and change each.
And there would have been a camera rolling for the interview. Well, let's talk about the setup. Describe for me how you had this set up for the interviews.
We maybe did, 30, 35 interviews for the entire series. We're filling up 6 hours of material for broadcast. So we did upwards of 30 interviews, and we mostly did them in a studio that the production company E1 had in the building. And we asked Mr. Davis to come to our building. We set up 2 cameras, and he basically sat across from me, and I asked questions.
Did you have anybody to, did you have a subject matter expert as well that you were able to communicate with during the interview?
So yes, the aforementioned Mike Dorsey was there during the interview. He wasn't in the room; he was in a separate room, and I had him in my ear. So he would sometimes, we would communicate. I would sometimes text while the interview was happening, just to corroborate certain things that Mr. Davis was saying.
And Mr. Dorsey, did he have the ability to hear what was going on inside the room?
Yes, yeah. He had his own little speaker setup.
And did you subsequently learn that he had his own recordings of your interviews that were audio only?
Yes.
At some point, you wind up making this documentary. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, to promote Let me ask you this, do you know what a sizzle reel is?
Correct. Yes.
What is a sizzle reel?
Well, sizzle reel is traditionally used we put together like a little trailer of sorts with existing materials about whatever the subject matter is. And that sizzle reel is used to entice buyers to essentially pay for the production of the series or whatever it may be, documentary, one-off. So in this case, there was a sizzle reel made.
And that sizzle reel, did that sizzle reel get made prior to your involvement?
I believe so, yes.
And you, obviously, once you became involved, did you wind up using some of that sizzle reel to kind of promote each episode of the Death Row?
I don't remember that we did that. It was only used for it was used by the producers to drum up interest in the series.
Last night, did you meet with me?
I did.
And did you watch the sizzle reel with
Yes.
me? I'm gonna,
Play it.
Judge, I have the sizzle reel marked as state proposed exhibit 120. I would offer.
Yes, play it.
Any objection, Mr.
No,
Smith?
no objection, Your Honor.
It'll be a minute.
We can switch it on to me.
I'm Duane Keffe D. Davis. I was a confident, kingpin drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac killer. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth. This story starts in the streets of Compton, all the way to the streets of Las Vegas, where Tupac was killed that night. All the people that was in Vegas that weekend, it's like a curse. Mostly everybody is dead or got life in prison. It was a crazy night, and I was a witness to everything that happened. And it will surprise you the truth I got to tell you. It's a
Oh, they're gonna get me for this. Okay, so that was ultimately what BET picked up because it said Death Row Chronicles.
So it's of Death Row Chronicles. Did you? Well, I guess who named it Death Row Chronicles?
I think I did.
Okay. So the documentary you wound up creating was Death Row Chronicles.
Yes.
And did it air on a station?
Yeah, it was on BET.
And BET is a network.
Yes. Black Entertainment Television.
And how many episodes ran?
We did 6 episodes, roughly an hour each.
And prior to episode 5, is there any audio or video that was produced or shown to the public of Mr. Davis?
I think he's in it very briefly in a little promo that we show at the very beginning of the series, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. And he was also there to talk a little bit about Suge. They grew up together.
Do you, when you get to episode 5, is that the point where you're about to tell, I guess episode 6, is that when you tell the story of?
Right, so the series really looks at the entirety of Death Row Records' history, from the very beginning with Suge Knight. We introduced different characters, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, etc. And then when we get to episode 5, we really delve into, well, a little bit in episode 5, but mostly in episode 6, we really delve into the investigation. We wanted to update the public as to where the investigation had been up to that point.
And within those, episode 5 and episode 6, is Mr. Davis seen, or some of his interviews with you released to the public?
Yes.
In addition to the fact that Mr. Davis is on there, did you have access to the 2008 proffer recording?
I did.
And so when you produced episode, in particular 6, are there times when Mr. Davis is on the screen and other times when you're using the proffer to tell the story?
Yes, yeah, we alternated between the interview that I conducted with him and the audio from the proffer that he did in 2008.
Judge, I have marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 123, just the clips that involve Mr. Davis, either face or voice, from episodes 5 and episode 6.
Okay.
I'd offer those at this time.
Any objection?
Maybe approach.
You may.
I was scrolling backwards because there was a username handle watermarked on that sizzle reel. And I don't know if that was supposed to be part of the sizzle reel or if the state grabbed it from someone who uploaded it online. It said like euthanasia or something.
All right, so pursuant to the conversations at the bench, there's no objection to the admission. It will be admitted.
So I'm just going to go through these with you. I'm going to start in episode 105. And you can see that generally at the bottom there's a timestamp there of when in the recording. Maybe I should back up. This was released when?
2018.
And shortly thereafter, are you contacted by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department asking for the raw footage?
Yes.
At that point, were you able to provide the raw footage?
No.
Did you become aware that that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department only provided what was publicly released in 2018?
What's your response?
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
What was the only thing BET was willing to give us?
What was aired publicly.
And so now I want to go through episode 5 and episode 6 with you. So the first one.
Did you hear someone say words to the effect of, "Hey man, let's get out of here"?
Nope. I seen him pulling people off of me. That's all I seen.
Orlando testified on Shook's behalf. Why'd he do that?
He paid us off. He gave up $60,000 to say that he didn't do nothing. But it didn't work because the next day the judge said, "I can see him kick you in the head right fucking now."
So Mr. Davis told you a story about Mr. Anderson's probation, or sorry, Mr. Anderson at Suge Knight's probation violation hearing.
Yes.
And then the next clip.
Why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Like, I wanted to get the truth out.
Now in that clip, he's not in a studio. Where are you guys?
Here in Las Vegas.
And that is, well, why were you here in Las Vegas?
We thought it would be interesting to film him where the shooting occurred so that he could walk us through it at the actual site.
Now I'm going to go to episode 6. And I'm just going to go with these each in order.
Man, well, I feel I can still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal.
So in this video, you can see Mr. Davis walking, but is that him actually speaking to you, or is that cut in from the 2008 proffer?
I believe that's the 2000.
Want me to play it again?
Yes. I probably come to the interview with me.
When you say the interview with you, the sound is not the same as when he's walking down the street. I guess you should ask that question.
Yes, correct. So he's there, it's like a little preview, but you're gonna get later, essentially. So we keep it's just his feet to create a sense of mystery. The audio comes from the actual interview that I conducted.
In 2017.
Correct.
That's clearly in the studio, both with the two different backgrounds.
Yep.
Is it the same studio?
Yeah.
Is it the same interview?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
I can tell you why we did that technically, but it'll bore you.
The two different backgrounds?
Yeah.
The very next one. Obviously, that's
He
all
was still
studio.
alive.
Yes, correct.
So in this clip, it's sort of the last clip, but now you've led into and cut some of the proffering.
Correct. Yes. This is where we first introduce it.
And so I'm getting the sense here that before commercial, you kind of lead off, and with commercial, you remind people what they just saw.
Yes.
Next one.
Don't bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all. You know what I'm saying?
That one's completely the
Don't
problem.
bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. We tried to identify it up top so that people would know the difference.
That's a combination of both.
Correct.
I forgot to ask this question. You said you were there. You said Mike Dorsey was there. You said Duane Davis was there. Is there any other person in that room as well?
Mr. Davis brought his lawyer,
You remember his name?
Wayne Higgins.
So he had a lawyer with him while doing this with you.
Yes.
And now I can't remember. It's this one.
Went to the apartment.
For the most part, although I think you hear Greg Kading's voice. Is that right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
That's Mr. Davis himself in the interview.
Yeah.
That flashed up on Greg Kading's face, and do you recognize the person that's depicted in the photograph now here in front of you?
Eric Martin.
Eric Martin. It says AKA Equan Williams. People refer to him in this case as Zip or Von Zip.
Yeah.
I guess we caught a little bit of Mob James there.
Tupac and Shook, they didn't ever show up. So we left.
That's in studio.
Yes.
Obviously the proffer.
Yes.
I think we only got a few more left down here.
Went in the back, it's a hotel called the Carriage House. Got up out of the car.
I think that's the studio interview.
You have some graphics going on, but that's him in the studio speaking.
Correct. So that's a combination of the material we shot here in Vegas with the studio interview.
Sometime after the indictment in this particular case, is there a position change by the people who controlled the raw footage and intellectual property to what Mr. Davis said?
Yes, both the production company and the network, I think, agreed to provide it.
And Were you at all involved in the reasons why they decided to provide it?
I think I lobbied a little bit, but Mike Dorsey lobbied a lot stronger to get it released.
Was there any particular position that Mr. Davis was taken that caused you, Mike Dorsey, as well as the company to change their minds?
Yeah, I mean, in general, we heard that he said that this was just for show, that he was getting paid, this was Hollywood, this was all just, show business.
The term scripted came up as well. Was your show scripted at all?
No, and I pride myself in making sure that my work meets the strictest journalistic standards. I did not coach him in any way. We had meetings where I generally, very brief meetings when he was in the office, where I generally told him sort of where I was going with my questioning, but there was no coaching, no coercion, nothing of the sort. It was nothing was predetermined. I never provided questions ahead of time either.
And once you became involved, obviously there are other people you guys wind up interviewing that aren't Shug or Mr. Davis or Mr. Kading or Mr. Dorsey.
Sure.
And any of those people, were they compensated for their participation?
They were not.
So once you came on board, everybody else was uncompensated.
Correct.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to provide a transcript of the actual tapes that were the videotapes of your interviews of Mr. Davis?
Yes. I was contacted by Detective Mogg, and is that his last name?
Mogg, yes.
Suddenly had a, we talked for a bit, and he took a statement, and I then provided the transcripts to him of both of the sit-down interviews.
And I'm going to show you something just for identification purposes, but I'm going to show you State's Proposed Exhibit number 113 and 114. Do you recognize at least the first page of those particular transcripts?
Yes.
And those look like the way your transcripts were provided to us.
Yeah.
During the course of this, were you able ever to get, or was E1 Entertainment ever able to get us the tapes themselves, the raw footage?
They did not, and I wasn't really privy to that process, but I think that they could not find them. It was what I was told, or maybe they didn't try hard enough to find them. Not sure.
Were you aware that Mr. Dorsey was able to give us the audio
Yes.
copies that he had?
Yes.
And were you aware that there are small sections of the tape that are on the transcripts that aren't on his audio, but he also has things on his audio that weren't captured because the camera wasn't running?
Correct. Yeah. When we would break for a break or something, or for lunch, he would continue recording.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Okay, cross
Interesting.
Mr. Stamped.
Mr. Diaz, good morning.
Good morning.
Have you ever testified in a criminal case before?
First time.
Congratulations. I would imagine it's a little bit of an experience for you. Let me ask you these questions real quick. So in terms of what you do for work, you are a producer or a director?
I'm a showrunner is the technical term. I basically run the entire production.
Right. And obviously when we say production, it's something that would be considered maybe geared towards entertainment value, right?
Yes.
Now, in your career as and is it considered Hollywood what you do?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of what you do, for instance, have you ever had to take a deposition before?
No.
All right. And in terms of what we're looking at here on this particular night, you were the director and the producer of this particular project?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were working for, not Entertainment One, but for another company that was a subsidiary of Entertainment One?
Creature Films.
Okay, Creature Films. Now, your testimony to us is that, hey, I'm just there. Duane Davis shows up for the interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Who reached out to him from your company to do the interview?
I'm not quite sure who did the initial reach out.
Just want to make sure I'm clear here. In terms of your work was just only to ask the questions and sort of verify the information that you had prior to the interview with Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yes. I was there to ask the questions, make sure I got the material in order to build the series.
Right. And with what you were doing, though, obviously there would have been a team of people with you, right?
Yes.
Now, the series itself, there's an individual that's named in your series by the name of Greg Cady.
Yes.
Who was he?
Well, I mentioned him earlier. He's a Los Angeles police detective, and he was a consultant on the project.
Right, so his name is actually...
A paid consultant.
I'm sorry?
A paid consultant.
Right, so his name was one of the credits that was in when you do your credit.
Yeah,
part.
at the end, yes, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned a man by the name of Mike Dorsey.
Correct.
And Mike Dorsey was also somebody who was what exactly?
A consultant.
He was a consultant.
Yes.
And as far as you know, the two of them, Mike Dorsey and Greg Cady, helped to write a book.
Yes.
And what was the name of the book?
Murder Rap.
All right. Did you read that book?
I did.
Was that your verification?
You want to make an approach?
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibit D as in David. Do you recognize this photograph?
Mm-hmm.
And what is that?
Cover of the book.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to move for the admission of defense exhibit D as in David.
Any objection, State?
No objection.
So admit.
Keefe D nodding.
You may.
That's the book, correct? Or at least the cover of the book.
The cover, yeah.
Right. And I appreciate you being specific about this. Now, fair to say though that the book was really sort of the core of what you were doing in terms of the information you received, right?
So we had both Kading and Dorsey as consultants, but I also interviewed other authors who also wrote books, and I read those books as well. So
Great.
It wasn't, in other words, this was not my only source.
Okay. And so can you tell us who your other sources were that you read to help you with your
I
document?
think there's a book, it was the first one I read called Original Gangsters, which was written by Ben Westhoff, I believe. And then there was another book, and I'm not going to remember the title, by a woman called Cassie. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. A very seminal book about. West Coast rap and gangster moves.
Yeah. You can move freely.
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibit E as in Edward. Do you recognize that photograph?
Kathy, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that a picture of the cover of the book by Keffe Scott just referred?
It looks like it. I don't remember what the cover looks like, but
Sure.
yes. Seems accurate enough.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move for the admission of defense exhibit Ian and Edward.
Any objection, state? What was that?
No objection.
Okay, so a minute. Sorry, I just didn't hear.
Publishing for the jury? Is that the picture, or is that the book? What other books did you review prior to your documentary?
Those are the only three I remember.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, that you're in the business of drawing people to your work, right? You want people to purchase your work, view your work. Is that right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms
I'm not in
of...
the, I'm sorry, can I amend that?
Sure.
I'm not in the business of drawing people to my work. I'm in the business of creating compelling television or television programming or films.
Okay, so your...
It's a different standard.
Can you explain to me what the difference in standards are?
I don't do, okay, so the best distinction I can draw is like, I don't necessarily do reality television, where it's just, it's somewhat manufactured, it's bombastic, it's, anything goes. I make documentaries which are traditionally based in journalism. I'm out there trying to get to the truth of something.
So
And that truth, I believe, is compelling enough to draw an audience.
So in terms of the direction that you have in with the project, in this particular case, there was a direction, right? The direction was, we're here to document the rise and fall of the death row record label, right?
Absolutely.
And in terms of how Mr. Davis would fit into the idea behind it, is that it's with the death of Tupac Shakur and the shooting of Marion Chignon.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of what you were doing, though, fair to say that you had a direction. This is where you wanted to go with the project, right?
It's an important element of the story, but
Right.
it's not my final destination. My final destination is revealing the entire story of Death Row Records, which includes this unfortunate chapter.
Sure. And you want to be accurate about what you're presenting in your presentation.
Yeah, to the best of my ability.
Right. And so in this case, you turn to Greg Kading and this other person, I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Mike Dorsey.
Mike Dorsey, for their verification of what was accurate and what was not, right?
Yes.
Now, do you recall a person by the name of Tara Long?
Yes.
Who's Tara?
Tara was the head of E1 at the time.
Okay. And she was involved with the project on some level, right?
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I think that she was maybe pivotal in bringing Keefe in. And I'm not sure how Greg and Dorsey came, but maybe through her, maybe through Creature. But again, they were there before it came on.
Sure. And in terms of Tara's participation, can you tell the jury what contract was set up between Duane Davis and the company?
I cannot. I don't know what the details of the contract are.
So you never saw the contract?
No.
And you don't know, you can't tell this jury, for instance, how much money was promised to Mr. Davis as a result?
No, I can only guess because I handed him a check at one point, or various checks at some point, and I don't, I think I remember the installments were like in the 5,000s or something. But
Right.
I'm just not sure.
And so, and you had represented to the
shakes
jury
his head
before
no.
on the state's direct that you believed there was one check, but now you're thinking, okay, it may have been installments of checks, multiple checks, right?
It could be, yes.
And the person that would have the most information about something like this would be Tara Long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, the terms of the agreement was that he was going to come in, give his interview, and then leave, right?
I'm not sure what was agreed upon.
Now, you did how many interviews with him?
2.
Why?
2 and the one in Vegas.
Right, but the 2 that were in studio, why did you do 2?
As I recall, he came in to do 1, and he was not dressed for the interview appropriately. I think he came in shorts and a t-shirt or something like that.
It's a production.
And
they curate.
I thought that he was going to back out, so I asked him to sit down so that we can go through some of the questions. And so we did. And then he ultimately decided to leave, and then chose to come back in a suit and tie. And that's actually the interview that you see the most.
I see. So what he came back in is what was basically requested of him to do, is to dress a little bit better than what he dressed that day.
Yeah, although I think that was his idea to dress better.
Now, in terms of the first interview, do you have a recording of that?
I don't have a recording, I have a transcript.
Okay. Is that the transcript that was referred to earlier? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Now, that's all right. And now, in terms of your recollection, is the next day you come back and you have the interview with Mr. Davis, the one that we're seeing snippets of right now?
I'm not sure if it was the next day, but it was sometime after.
Now, in your presentation, obviously, there is a lot of, I don't know what you would call it in Hollywood, like tones, ominous tones, as, you know, Mr. Davis is walking down the street. That's obviously for some type of cinematic effect, right?
Yeah, we're underscoring whatever the drama of it.
Right, and it's just to sort of build up an interest in whatever that scene is.
Right.
Okay, so the view of Mr. Davis walking, can you tell us where he was walking and why he was walking in the direction that he was being filmed?
The one in Vegas, you mean?
Yeah.
He says it on the clip. He was at Koval and Flamingo, and he was there to kind of walk us through what happened that night.
Okay, in terms of walking us through, for instance, do you film him being exactly in the lane, pointing to the other lane and saying, this is the lane where this happened, this is the lane where these women were, or anything like that? Do you have that?
Don't remember exactly.
So he's standing on the corner of Koval and Flamingo on some corner and saying, this is where my life changed.
Yes.
Something like that,
Yes,
right?
correct.
But in terms of specifics of where it was that everyone was located on the street, did you film him pointing to exactly where this was, exactly where that was, here I was there?
I think we did.
Okay, and that would be in...
I don't have that. I don't think we have that transcript.
Okay, and once again, you don't have the transcript, you think you did, but as you're sitting here right now for this jury, you can't show that, right?
I can't show it, and I'm not entirely certain. But I would think that if I brought him there, it would be more than just to appear on camera for 30 seconds and say my life was changed.
Sure.
And I do recall being there for much longer than that.
Okay. And once again, it should be captured on film somewhere, if it's from you guys. Okay, but it's not here today.
No.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony is that you had, there were parts of the video that shows like, I guess there was like a proffer version, you said there was a proffer and there was a guy with a beard. Is that in the proffer?
There was a guy with a beard?
Yeah, there was, I saw a snippet and there was a glance, but it was a guy with a beard and you said it was the proffer. Is it just the audio recording with the backdrop of some guy with a beard?
So what we did was we had the proffer audio. We had the interview that I conducted in the studio, and then we had some recreations where we brought an actor and some actors to kind of recreate the setting of the proffer. And in that, Greg Kading appears, he's visibly in the room, listening to the actor who's playing Mr. Davis.
Oh, I see. So it was just a
reenactment,
dramatization.
Correct.
Okay.
the
Now,
defense attorney.
When you're setting that up and that's happening, that's Greg Kading's direction, right?
Direction?
Meaning that he's telling you here's how everything was, or this is how the room looked, or something along those lines.
To some degree, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
there were some camera considerations there too.
And Greg Kading was being paid for his work?
Was.
Now, he also at some point shares with you, I would assume, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that there was a proffer, and the proffer was done in 2008.
Yes.
Now, your project was when again? I'm sorry.
Say that again?
When was your project? When was
2017 is when we filmed. 2018 is when it aired.
Okay. And you're hearing this from Greg Kading, and you understood, I was imagining, based upon the proffer, that there was an agreement that, hey, he's going to give information, and on that information, he was not going to be prosecuted, right?
Yes.
Was there some condition that would, if there was a violation of that condition, would then cause the proffer to be made public?
Objection 1 calls for speculation. 2, legal conclusion. The court's already ruled on the admissibility of the proffer.
What's your response?
It's, well, let me rephrase the question, Judge.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection and you'll rephrase.
Let me ask you this. So, in terms of your interview, is that a yes?
No, I'm listening.
I know, but once again, when you say I just have to make sure it's clear for the record.
I'm just listening to the question, so it's not a yes.
Okay. In terms of your recollection, was there a reason why, in your recollection, Mr. Davis could give his information to you?
Why he could?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
There's no legal.
Why
You
he
just-
could?
Are you just asking if he told him or?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to rephrase a little bit.
Did
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, did you ever find out as to why Mr. Davis gave this interview to you in 2017?
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
Did you at any point during the time period ever know if Mr. Davis had violated the terms of his proffer?
Objection.
New approach. Someone's about to get talked to. And I would say, did you come to know? I would say it's not really speculation, but perhaps a hearsay issue. Because maybe he was told the reason. But that's a bit different than just guessing. And it's interesting, he's been guessing this whole time. Like, most of his testimony is like him explaining why he thought Duane Davis's payment would be a certain amount. Or guessing that, I don't think we have that transcript now that you're suddenly asking me if he ever talked about specifics while we were in Vegas. Oh, that transcript, I think that's one of the missing ones. Well, and I think, I'm not sure exactly why it matters, but kind of interesting that Duane Davis's then attorney, who was present for the 2008 proffer, was present at the studio for these interviews. It's unclear if he was present for the Vegas snippets. But if he's being asked about the violation of the terms of his proffer, I'm assuming the answer would be no. And the conclusion you can draw from that is because he's speaking on information that Greg Kading is not only already speaking on and writing his own book about, but he's a paid consultant giving that information to a production company. With the information from a supposedly confidential proffer.
So when you set up, or at least was the director or the producer of the project, at that particular point, all you know is that Mr. Davis is in front of you to give an interview.
Yes.
And when you had an opportunity to sit down with Mr. Davis, you went through an interview, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was the interview done in a way where he promised to tell you the truth?
No. I mean, I would assume that he would tell me the truth.
Sure. But once again, though, it's not like you're sitting here right now where you swore to tell the truth that you're under oath.
Correct.
And with regard to the information you did receive from Mr. Davis, did you at any point verify any of it?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's partly why I had Mike Dorsey in another room.
Sure. So it would be Mike Dorsey and or Greg Kading confirming the information that you are getting from Mr. Davis.
Correct.
Now, in the event, though, that you believe that Mr. Davis was not giving you the information that was consistent with Mr. Kading or Mr. Dorsey's interpretation, what would have to happen at that particular point?
Well, I mean, I also conducted 30-plus interviews, so some of those other interviews in the show would corroborate what he said or not.
But once again, I'm asking you specifically about Mr. Davis.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about Mr. Davis's interview.
Sure.
He provided some details in that interview that not only did I corroborate those with Mr. Dorsey or Kading, But, I interviewed people like Mob James, I interviewed other people who, could corroborate certain aspects of his story as well.
Okay, so Mob James, you relied on his credibility, what you learned from him in order to determine that guy's credibility?
No, I'm just saying there's just a big picture. I can't specifically say, oh, this little aspect of it was corroborated by Mob James. I'm just bringing him up as an example.
Sure.
There are many other people that I interviewed as well.
And once again, I want to make sure.
Including the two authors of the books that I cited earlier.
Right, and that would have been Keffe Scott?
Yeah.
And then also.
Ben Westhoff, I think his name is.
Okay. And what you're telling us is that their books corroborated what parts, what details of his representations?
It's too general a question to answer right now from memory.
Well, is there any other way for you to remember it? I mean, did you write anything down in preparation for your testimony here today?
No, but I did prepare for the interview based on what I had read.
Now, in once again, so your recollection is you used Keffe Scott's book and you used the other book as a way for you to determine whether or not Mr. Davis was accurate in what he said?
No, just the circumstances of the murder, like who the players were, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And fair to say.
Again, I'm speaking very generally.
Fine, but in terms of the books themselves, were they books in which only you can get a hold of, or were these books accessible by the public?
Accessible.
You purchased these books?
Of course.
And in terms of the information that you had before you, was readily available information either through Greg Kading's book, or in terms of Keffe Scott's book, or this other person's book?
Could you repeat the question?
The information that you were comparing was information that was readily available in Greg Kading's book, Keffe Scott's book, or this other book you had mentioned before, Ben something, Original Gangsters, the name of the book. Is that yes?
Yes.
Now, after the series had been put together, did you at any point ever ask Mr. Davis to come back and just double check the series before you published it?
No. It's not common practice.
Sure. It's not common practice, meaning you are the one at the end to determine in which direction you want the presentation to go,
Yes.
right? And that's, I would imagine, some type of artistic license giving to you and your people.
Sure. Yeah. The subject of the interview agrees to the interview with those conditions generally.
Right.
And there's a release form that that person signs.
And do you know the whereabouts of Tara Long now?
I do not.
Do you know if she's still working in the industry?
Not sure.
One moment, please, John.
Of course.
Is the state not going to call Tara?
Just one final clarification. In the beginning, we talked a little bit about this. I was trying to write it down. Blaze, that very first snippet that we had, it was like.
Sizzle reel.
Sizzle reel, okay. Did you was that your sizzle reel?
No. I mean, it was for the same project, but it preceded me.
Right. In terms of that sizzle reel, do you know how it was created?
I don't know the circumstances. I know he was brought, that's the studio we shot in, so I'm familiar with where it took place, but I don't know who did it, when it was done, or anything like that.
And so in terms.
I'm just going to add really quickly that the clip that was shown is sort of a composite between the sizzle reel and then like a promo that BET actually did for the show. So somebody put that together, unbeknownst to me, or away from my control.
Okay. And so, but you don't know who that was? And is that a no?
No. Yeah,
And with the way it was filmed and the reels and so forth, you don't have access to those reels either.
Of that sizzle reel?
Yes.
In particular, no, I do not.
and I'm sorry, I don't know if I had asked you this question. I just want to make sure I did or not. The actual contract itself, did you ever see it for yourself?
I did not.
And is it something that you would have signed as the producer or what do they call that? Producer or?
Showrunner?
Yes.
Is that something that I would have done?
Yes.
In some cases I have.
But in this case, you did not?
No. It just, these were the terms that, sort of came with the job.
Right. Was there any residuals here given to Mr. Davis as a result of his interview?
Residuals?
Meaning that, did he get any type of percentages if the
Now that I know
documentary
of, and
involved?
that's unlikely for this type of show or project.
Can you tell us how much money was made from the creation of this particular project?
No idea. I'm just a conduit. I make the show, I get paid for my part, and then it gets delivered, and then whatever happens with it, just let it go.
Do you get a percentage of whatever is made in the future on the project?
Not. Very rarely I get residuals through my union. I belong to the Directors Guild of America. So sometimes I haven't gotten a check for more than $200 for residuals.
So in this project, you were just paid for your work and no further compensation at all?
Not in the documentary world. It's not something that happens very frequently.
I see. And can you tell us the difference between, say, for instance, the documentary on Shark Week versus one that you do?
Shark Week?
Those are very different things.
I mean, the whole documentary.
I don't work with animals, no. These are the requirements for that sort of thing, underwater filming. There's just it's like apples and oranges. If you want to draw a distinction between reality TV and what I do, I think that can be more helpful with that.
Yeah, meaning, so there's reality TV, meaning you're filming a shark doing shark things, versus what you do, which is more interpretive.
It's not. I want to be careful about how I answer this.
Sure.
When you're just in nature looking at an animal, there's interpretation too. By the way, there's music added to it. There's other components that would fall into the category of artistic, artistic input. I would say the same is true of documentaries like this, but they're rooted in wanting to present something that's real and accurate, and that's the school I came from.
But once again, that's an intention. Is that always the case?
Sometimes it isn't. It's certainly my intention.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any redraft, Mr. Paul or Mr. Well, it was you, Mr. Draft.
Thank you, Jay. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, hang on 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a couple.
Couple questions from the jury, but no redirect. I wanted the prosecutor to get up there and ask his own questions about Shark Week.
Parties approach.
Yeah, kind of interesting. He on direct, this is a documentary. We're journalism. We verify everything, and then cross. It's hey, I verified everything with Dorsey and Kading sitting in the next room, and Kading wrote his own book with Dorsey's help. And I can't remember the names of the other books or authors. I'm struggling. I remember Kathy, but I have to be shown the cover to remember the other thing I used in my verification. I don't know, guys. Do you think this was straight to the facts journalism with vetting? Do you think it was dramatization? And do you think anything that was said in this production, I mean, they're only really focusing on some clips from episodes 5 and 6, but was it anything that wasn't already part of the 2008 proffer? I mean, sure, he mentions Zip in his interview, but he also already talked about Zip in 2008. And it's just so interesting, like I said at the beginning of the stream, everybody is making money off of this. Like, and I have a personal gripe with like law enforcement using a proffer, which typically isn't even recorded, and somehow that audio recording, it makes it into documentaries. It's included in a book that same detective is publishing. I don't know. I don't know. And like, I still like really enjoy the bit from Reggie Wright where he was describing how he was speaking with Duane Davis about like, go on these YouTube shows, get booked. I'll give your name to a few people. And he said something like, I didn't want him on my own show, but he testified that he was making the connection, bridging the gaps. And then here in this Death Row Chronicles production, he's the title screen, one of the thirds, that he was Duane's friend.
Did you hand him the 10 to 20K check before the interviews for the series?
No.
How did the film studio obtain the audio recording of the 2008 proffer?
It was given to me by either Mike Dorsey or Greg Katie, I can't remember.
Did Duane Davis have any right to approve or edit what recordings or edits were included in the docuseries?
No.
Was the proffer used to compare or confirm the story Mr. Davis was telling for TV?
Yes.
How was the decision made to use the proffer for TV?
In my case, I just wanted to present as complete a picture as possible, so I used elements that perhaps were missing from the interview that I conducted from the proffer. So I just, it's just little bits that perhaps were not quite clear in what I did, or vice versa.
And so the decision was yours, I think is what you're saying.
The decision was mine, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
State follow-up questions?
Mr.
Defense?
So I just want to make sure, sir, with your last answer, when you felt like something was completely covered, you used the proffer to help you with that presentation?
When I felt that something was not completely covered, yes. Okay. I used the proffer.
So not necessarily his own words in the interview, but rather something that was in the proffer recording?
It's the same thing, it's his own words.
I understand, but I'm just saying that the timeline here, you're talking about the interview that occurs in 2017 versus the proffer that was given in 2008.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay.
Great
Thank you so
questions.
much, Mr. Diaz, for being with us. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Whew. Those are great
I think the
questions.
next thing we're going to do is listen to the 2000, which year?
2009.
The 2009
The Metro.
interview. Does anyone need to take a restroom break before we do that from the jury? We do. Okay. So at this time, we will take a restroom break. We'll do 15 minutes. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. Thanks for waiting for that. The Nevada Supreme Court says I have to do it. So we'll see you guys back here now at 11:05. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury is exiting the room. Anything we need addressed outside the presence.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be in recess.
Whew. All right, so we have a 15-minute break. What do you think of those jury questions? First of all, I think this is the first time we've had, maybe we've had 3 questions before. This is certainly the most questions they've asked of a witness, with a total of 4. Maybe we've had 3. I remember 2, at least, for a few other witnesses. And they've asked, this would be, I think, the 11th or 12th witness that they've asked questions of out of 17 witnesses. So real quick, the questions were, did you hand him the $10,000 to $20,000 check before the filming of the series? Now, why might somebody ask that? Why might somebody ask that? My brain, if you want the cat answer, goes to his payment whether true or not, he may have felt like his pay was contingent on performance, completion of giving these interviews, doing these interviews. Could be other explanations. That's just how it's done, waiting for funding to disperse. Who knows? But the interesting part is not really what happened. It's the fact that a juror was curious enough to submit that as a question. Next question. How did you get the 2008 proffer? Now, I was kind of just opining a few minutes ago, assuming that this proffer came from the detectives because Greg Kading had no problem using bits and pieces of the 2008 proffer in his own book. We've only had that kind of touched on through some of the questions through Dupree when he was on the stand, Darren Dupree, and hinted to in opening statements because Greg Kading has not yet taken the stand. But now the jury asked the question of this, you know, his showrunner, producer, director. He has multiple hats, even within this singular production. And he's asked, how did you get this proffer? And he says it either came from Kading or Dorsey. So it comes from the paid law enforcement consultants. We're not getting, hey, Duane Davis said, look, I want you to believe this is the real truth because I want you to figure this out. And all this mention about Tara Long and how Tara Long, Kading, and maybe even Davis were all brought on before this witness, Diaz, is even brought into the picture. That's critically important. Look at the big picture of the defense attorney's cross-examination here. Critically important. Because that means there's still a chance that Davis was consulted after the production crew was already provided this proffer. So put yourself in someone's shoes where you're finding out that this thing that you thought was confidential is going to be incorporated in a documentary anyway. It's kind of a different context than Keefe D's just going and telling his own story completely willy-nilly for no reason whatsoever, except he just, you know, is dumb and self-snitching. If it was already going to be incorporated into a documentary anyway. And again, the jurors are curious about why this 2008 proffer was made public. Next, the third question was, did Davis have any ability to give like creative direction, make edits, ask for things to be cut out? And no was the answer. No control. And then how is the proffer used for TV? And Diaz describes that he wanted to create a picture as clear as possible. And the judge, I thought this was the judge's own follow-up for clarity when she said, so the decision was yours? And Diaz said the decision was mine. And then no state follow-up, and then the defense asks, when you felt like something wasn't completely covered, you used the proffer to help you. Oh, when I felt like something wasn't completely covered, yes. What the defense is trying to underscore is the proffer statements were the foundation. You recorded footage of someone saying it with video because you only had this audio recording. And the video was more cinematic. And you even did recreations of it because it was just audio. But ultimately, that proffer was the foundation for how you put this production together. I'm glancing over here. Yeah, I mean, please let Keefe D take the stand. Look, there's one half of me that's like, hey, unless there's really a reason, defendants, it can get messy if you get on the stand. But the other half of me is like, I want to see it. Let him take the stand. Let him take the stand. So it's torn, right? Between my general viewpoints about defendants taking the stand versus, oh, but I just want to see it. I just want to see it. And guys, what I've been doing with these notes, and I've got to add more time-stamped links, but in the resource page I was mentioning earlier, it should be pinned in the chat and in the description. I have been logging the jury questions. And when I have time to, like when I'm not live trying to do two things at once, when I have time to go back, I do try to tighten up and put the verbatim questions and answers. And I think I'll even timestamp directly to the jury questions. That way, if a few days from now you want to revisit all of the jury questions or just watch what they asked of one particular witness, that resource doc that's linked in the description, live chat, should take you there. But yeah, I had paused this here, right? And they should still be on break, but let me make sure we are not going to get behind. Next up, we're going to be listening to the 2009 interview with law enforcement that took place in Vegas Metro PD's office. But Darren Dupree testified, even though he's LAPD, he was present for this recorded interview. So, supposed to be shorter than what we heard yesterday. We're going to be listening to that, presumably with no witness on the stand. So no jury questions can be asked when there's no witness on the stand. And then we're going to have a third witness for the day. And that seems to be the state's schedule for day 5 this Friday. They also mentioned that they're going to be ending early. So let me translate to Pacific time. So I think they're going to 3:30 local time Pacific, which would be, 6:30 Eastern. Right? So almost like an East Coast ending time today. And nice way to spend a Friday with you guys. Well, let's see what you guys are saying. I am seeing so many gifts rain in the chat. I am already grateful without even knowing who they are coming from. Thank you guys for the support. And always love to see the chat react with just like excitement that the gifts are going out there. We need to get a special emoji for this trial. I don't know, like, I feel like one relating to snitching, shutting up might be relevant for this one. Like, everybody's writing a book, doing a podcast, talking about something. People that I expect might not even be on good terms with each other and are doing these podcasts talking junk about one another are apparently telling each other, bro, go do this interview too. Like, it's a time. It is a time. We have KP here. Big thank you here for the 10. Says, hey, everyone, sorry I'm late. I was cutting my grass. You know, the lawnmowers woke me up this morning. I wanted to sleep in. Was it you? No. But you hit a bump. Your work phone bounces out of your pocket and gets run over. But luckily, my OtterBox saved it. I think I need to be a brand ambassador now. Hey, well, listen. This is not legal advice. I'm not even a lawyer. But if somebody comes along, law enforcement, they're like, hey, we want to see your phone. You're like, my bad, bro. I don't know what happened to it. But good on you for getting your lawn mowing done early in the morning while it's still not a million degrees outside. And thank you for the support. Shout out to get a case for your phone, people. And then Kristen coming in here dropping 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much to Kristen. She has been super generous throughout this trial. And her support is a big facilitator in making sure I can dedicate the time to putting those resource documents together. So big thank you just for being generous, but also if you appreciate having this resource put together, it isn't just me. I'm the one typing it out, but it's enabled by the support that people like Kristen are showing to the channel. So put a big W in the chat for Kristen as well. Leonard Amber with the 5. First of all, good to see you. Leonard Amber, always love watching messy trials with you, and I know there are so many trials going on this week, so I'm so glad you're popping in to spend some time. I'm sure you're watching like 3 trials today. So glad you're here with us to see some of the Keefe D, whatever is going on mess in this trial. And thank you so much for gifting 5. Thank you for holding it down. And KP also gifting the 5 here. So big thank you guys. That is a ton of generous gifting. So if you just turned green, say thank you to those who are generously gifting. And again, it is going to support the time to put together these sort of extracurricular resources, the clips and all of that. I see Michelle mentioning Keefe D's face with the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil hand gestures. We want 3. He does kind of do like the stern look. And then like his laugh, like, and it's something that I feel like I do too. And I've actually imagined, like, if I had to sit in court, I might be making this same facial expression. If I felt like someone on the witness stand was being evasive, didn't want to answer a question, where you kind of like start smirking, watching them wiggle on the stand. And it hasn't been with every witness in this. But I would say a bit with Dupree, kind of a bit with this witness. On cross-examination, sometimes the way people start answering questions, even though they were very specific on direct, turns into this, well, you know, not all the time. Or we tried to verify everything. Can you give us specifics? The stuff and the things. Like, I'd be sitting there with a smirk on my face too. So we could do that. That might be a good one. I don't know if I could squeeze 3 in. They limit us to how many emojis we have. But maybe we could do a stern look and the smile look, the smirk look. Oh my goodness. Maybe get the judge in there for one of the emojis. Adventure Aaron suggests a toothless bulldog. Oh my goodness. And also, seeing Adventure Aaron's comment here reminded me, I forgot, I don't think we've really had a break yet in court. Adventure Aaron mentioned earlier, Mel from I'm Not a Lawyer But, so INALB, does a ton of YouTube content, TikTok content, and sometimes she posts over on X, although it's not quite as frequently as her great, amazing videos. She's live and in person covering Lil Durk, which is still in jury selection. So I shared her video as a community post. It's also in my creator friends playlist where anytime I see other creators in the space that, I think they do basic vetting when they do their videos. They're not just making stuff up entirely for clicks or whatever. I really love Mel's work. I have her in the playlist as well for her Lil Durk coverage. But Adventure Aaron said that someone in her community went in person to the Keefe D trial and was able to observe some of the jurors and how they're sitting there and they're receiving this case. Adventure Aaron gave the detail that it seems like one of the jurors might have been falling asleep at some point. But it seems like Mel interviewed this community member for their observations and will be putting that episode out on Saturdays, which is usually when she publishes her weekly episodes. So that's Mel with I'm Not a Lawyer But. As soon as I see it published, I'll share it as well. But I think you guys might be interested in seeing that if you guys are here watching this trial. Having someone... We're hearing jury questions, but someone's giving their observations about the demeanor and reactions of the jury. So thank you for giving that shout earlier. And thank you for this comment because it reminded me of it. And they're filing back in. Yeah, get this banner updated. 2009 interview with Vegas Metro. And they have not put the court sound back on, so. Pink Staffy says, I don't understand why his previous lawyer thought it was such a good idea to be interviewed so much. I don't know. It was a bit surprising for me to learn that he was part of these, production. He was present for the production of the Death Row Chronicles stuff. But he was starting, when he participated in the 2008 proffer, I got the impression that he almost came off as one of the investigators. When he would chime in, it was almost like he was asking questions rather than trimming the answers down or guarding his client. And I'm not going to lie, all I could think of is maybe he thought the easier route was they're going to give you the sweetheart deal because you could be facing 25 to life. So give them what they want. They're telling you they won't prosecute you for anything they say that you say in this statement.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407.
And that's what I got.
Address outside the presence meeting. Okay, let's bring the jury in. As long as they're done with their restroom break.
If your client can get a sweet deal, that's a good thing on one hand, and if it makes your job easier, maybe that's an incentive for a lawyer to sit back a bit and just roll with it. Oh, okay, Mel usually does her podcast on Fridays. Oops, had my days messed up. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, Wise and Net Poet thinks time passing, another factor. They think enough time has passed. And This one I'll pause though. The 2008 proffer absolutely had to do with the Sweetheart deal. That's why the U.S. Attorney was present for the 2008 proffer that was used for the Death Row Chronicles production. It's critical context to that piece as it relates to Duane Davis giving those statements to law enforcement with those federal charges hanging over his head.
The parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. At this time, the state is going to play Exhibit 118, which was previously admitted, correct?
Correct.
You may begin.
This is Detective D. Long.
Oh boy. Let's lower that. Maybe lower a little more just to be sure, and then we'll tune it up if we need to.
This is Detective D. Long, 3969. I'll be recording a voluntary statement under event number 960907-2063. Investigation of the murder of Tupac. Date and time of occurrence is 9/9/09 at 12:20 hours. We're in an LAPD office called LA HIDTA, HIDTA. With me is Detective Dupree with LAPD. Going into the interview. Oh, person giving statements is last name of Davis, first name of Duane, and name of Keefe, also known as Keefe D.
Oh, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is Detective Long, Las Vegas Metro PD. This is Duane Davis. And this is Attorney Duane Higgins.
Nice to meet you.
Just one? Yeah, just me.
Oh, shoot. They just got one. We all right.
Okay.
So you one of the investigating officers?
Yeah. The original investigating officers were Detective Becker and Detective Franks.
Okay.
I was at the original crime scene, and they're no longer in homicide, so I've taken the case over.
Oh, okay.
I've had it since 2000.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Davis, you go by...
You can call him Mr. Davis, or you can call him Keefe.
Keefe D? Is that correct?
Or Keefe, either one.
Okay.
Yeah, don't feel, what you feel comfortable with.
Okay. This is actually I took quite a few notes here, but I don't even know where I'm going to be going in this thing.
Okay, let me say something to my client in front of you so he understands.
Okay.
You know, this is like an informal meeting. He's just trying to get some information. You know, there's no trick questions. If there's something you don't understand, just say you don't understand it for a second. You know, but his intent is not trying to be crafty. He just wants to ask you questions and try to answer them truthful, and we'll be out of here, and that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no intent of arresting you today.
Yeah.
You understand that? I have all I want to gather is some information.
Yeah, that's not what he's not here. He's not saying he's going to arrest you, but he's saying
No. I'm
yeah,
not. No.
Yeah, but he's saying he's not here for that. He's here to make sure everything's clear.
Right.
You know, and he wants you to be honest with him. It's not clear if you're not honest. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You understand everything?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
Duane Davis.
His real name is Duane Davis, yeah.
Okay. And what's your birthday?
6/14/63.
How old are you?
I'm 46.
Is it D-W-A-Y?
D-U-A-N-E.
D-U-A-N-E. Middle name is Keith?
Yeah.
And where do you currently live?
9193 Lantana.
Lantana?
Yeah.
And
Drive.
drive?
Cologne.
Corona? Do you have a telephone number?
That works. Give him one that works. Or just
Do you have a landline?
Yeah, 951. 603-3474.
Okay. And who do you live there with?
My wife.
What's her name?
Paula.
Paula Davis?
Yeah.
Does she go by any other name?
Clemens.
Clemens. Okay. Now, we're going to be talking about Tupac. Is that right?
Well, whatever you want to talk about. He didn't actually, I didn't brief him, so.
Oh, okay.
You're telling him.
Well, Detective Dupree gave me a call, and he says you may be help to me in the Tupac murder back in '96.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And back in 1996, you were living where?
Compton.
On Burris Street?
On California.
On California Street. Okay. Did you have a place on Burris?
No, I didn't have no place on Burris.
Okay. 1405 Burris, who was living there?
That's my dad's house.
At your dad's house?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had other family that was also living on Burris?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Lando and my sister, Gail, and Roslyn.
Okay. Lando being?
Orlando.
Orlando what?
Davis.
Okay. I know you know that I know what you're talking about, but I need to hear it from you. I'm going to ask you really stupid questions. I just need to hear the whole answer.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, so Orlando Anderson is what to you?
It's my nephew.
And he went by what name?
Baby Lynn.
Did he go by any other name?
No.
Lando?
Lando, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm referring to, because we've heard both. So I just want to know if that's the person we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any other family over there?
No.
Do you have a brother?
Brother.
I don't know if that's the court feed because it's still playing. Let's see. Looks like Law and Crime, because this isn't playing at the top. I think Law and Crime's feed wonked out. Let's see if it comes back. I'll look at another feed. Court TV, which is going to be using Law and Crime's pool. Did someone object? This is weird. Okay, they're at a sidebar now. I wonder. Oops. Hey, Mama, good to see you. I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna start replaying, or we're gonna continue playing, sorry.
I'm looking at the face of the back here.
Okay. Specifically.
So they seem to be continuing from exactly where they left off. So whatever happened, it didn't change the course of how this is being played, I don't think.
Living on births. Kevin?
No, he wasn't on birds, maybe.
No, he wasn't? Okay, where did Kevin live?
In 96, you're saying?
Yeah, in 1996.
He lived in Norwalk.
Norwalk? Okay. Back in 1996, you were affiliated with a...
Gang.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You were affiliated with a street gang?
Yeah.
Which street gang would that be?
Southside.
Southside
Crips.
Crips. And what name? You went by the name Keefe D?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm being told that you were running things for Southside. Is that correct?
What you think about that, Keith? What you think running things?
Okay, let's say were you a shot caller?
You using street terms. Just tell them
I was the boss.
You were the boss. Okay, that makes it easy.
All right.
Yeah, I just need to understand how things work. That's it. Okay. Now, Southside, were they affiliated or were they assisting anybody
What do you
at
mean?
that time?
Assisting like what?
Assisting. Now, I understand Death Row was hooked up. Death Row Records was actually hooked up with Pyrus.
Yeah.
Was Southside assisting anybody on the other side? You understand what I'm
We
asking?
was just friends.
Friends with who?
With Bad Boy.
Bad Boy Records.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
And Bad Boy Records included who?
Tell them who you knew a Bad Boy in relationship, that stuff. All that stuff.
Puff Daddy, Biggie, all of them.
Okay. Biggie Smalls,
Yeah.
but Combs is who you're talking about, Puffy Combs.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Well, I didn't get your name.
Oh, Wayne. Just call me Wayne. Wayne Higgins.
Wayne Higgins?
Yes.
And you're his attorney?
Of course.
Okay. Very good. Okay.
But you said something that stuck in my mind. You said, I'm not here to arrest you today.
Yeah.
I'm not here to arrest you. I am not here to arrest you. I am not going to arrest you.
Keith,
You understand me?
Yeah. He just wants some facts that maybe we have previously discussed. You know, just straight facts. Because once you kill straight facts, it really, I don't think it's going to be much of a basis for that discussion.
The reason I said that, I just want you to know that you're free to leave. I'm not arresting you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all I was trying to tell you. My wording was poor. Okay? I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's
I'm going to leave. I'm going to go back to Las Vegas. You're going to leave and go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
Okay? We're good on that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm still building up to the night in September, and I'm trying to get some of the background information put together. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I understand that Kevin was there, Orlando was there. Who else went to California? Or
Vegas.
Las Vegas with you, or met with you in Las Vegas? How should I put it that way?
Tell him the people you was around when he was in Vegas.
Corey Overs.
What did Corey go by?
C-Ray.
C-Ray?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's Southside?
Yeah.
And, okay. Is he still alive now?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Andre Smith, DeAndre Smith.
I remember DeAndre. That's Big Dre?
Excuse me.
Okay. Who else?
Wendell Prince.
What did Wendell Prince?
Yeah.
What did Wendell go by?
Wayne.
Win or Wen?
Wayne.
When?
W-E-N or W-I-N?
W-Y-N-N.
W-Y-N-N. Okay. Who else?
T. Brown.
That's Terrence?
No, Terry Brown.
Terry Brown. Okay.
Tracy Session.
Spelled like that?
Yeah.
Session.
Yeah.
And what did he go by?
Trey Dog.
Trey Dog. That's Southside also?
No.
Who is he?
He's from Long Beach. He's deceased too.
Okay. He's Long Beach, what?
That's right.
Inside. Okay. Anybody else go down there with you?
Keefe.
Me?
No, your nephew.
Yeah, he already said us three.
Yeah, I got Orlando, I got Kevin, Corey, DeAndre, Wendell, Terry, Tracy. Your wife was down there too, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
And Kevin's wife.
Kevin. What was her name?
Gina
You know what?
Davis.
All right. How did everybody get down? I'm sorry.
Was Orlando's girl down there too?
Okay. Do you remember who Orlando's girl was?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Rasheen. Yeah.
Rashina?
Yeah, Rasheen Smith.
You have any idea how to spell that?
Rashina.
Yeah.
Rashina Smith. Okay, very good.
I don't know if she was down there.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
think so. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. How did you get to Las Vegas?
I drove a rent car.
Was this like a week beforehand, the day of, the day before? Do you remember?
We came down there like a couple of days before.
A couple of days before? And you were gonna rent a car?
Yeah.
You remember where you rented it?
Davis and Long Beach.
Did you know anybody at the Avis? Or you just walk in and rent it? Okay, what kind of car did you rent?
I think it was Tullis or Buick Regal. Regal or Tullis. One of the two. It was green.
And who all rode down with you?
Me and my wife.
Just you and your wife?
Yeah.
Where did you stay?
I stayed at Monte Carlo.
Okay. Do you remember how Orlando got down?
No, they came down a couple of days after the day of the fight.
The day of the fight or the day before the fight?
The day of the fight or the day before. I know we were down there a couple of days before now.
Okay. And how did Orlando get down?
Him and Big Dre came.
What kind of car?
Kevin and T1.
Okay. Where did the Cadillac come from?
It came from LA. I mean, come.
Was it somebody's car? Was it a rental car? Do you remember from where?
No, I remember from where.
Okay. What color was the Cadillac?
White.
Four-door? Big one? You remember what kind of cab?
Oh, no. It was a big one.
4 doors, right?
Do you know where that car went?
What do you mean when? Like where?
Afterwards, did he get returned to the rent-a-car place?
Yeah.
You did? Okay. You don't remember what company it was?
No.
Okay. Do you remember who rented it?
No.
Okay. This is what helps me. If I have facts, I can corroborate everything that's said to me. It makes everything look better. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm trying to build up things.
It's a lady, she died though. She passed away. What's her name?
Who's he related
Harris.
The rent-a-car lady at the rent-a-car place.
No, the one that I rented for her.
Who she was related to somebody, she was friends with somebody, something in the family, somebody from the hood.
T. Brown.
T. Brown's girl's mother, something like that, yeah.
T. Brown's girl's
mother?
You said she passed away?
Yeah.
The Harris lady did?
Yeah.
Okay, deceased. Do you remember the girl's name? T. Brown's girl?
I don't remember all. It's been a while. I don't remember her name. What was her name?
Was her last name Harris?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the first name at all?
No. Jeez. I'm trying to remember.
You said Tisa or Teresa? I don't know, sorry.
He was just guessing. I don't think he.
Yeah, I'll get back with you on that one.
All right. Okay. And then who else from Compton went down?
Just the people I gave.
Okay. Any other vehicles? Oh, wait a minute. How did Kevin get down?
They went down in the van.
Where did the van come from?
I think Corey people had run in it.
Corey Edwards people?
Yeah.
Did Corey drive with Kevin?
Yeah.
What color was the van?
I think it was bluish or green. Bluish green.
Do you remember what kind of van? Okay. And you think Corey Edwards' people rented it?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you any idea who?
I don't know.
Okay. And so Kevin Davis, Corey Edwards, who else were in that car, in the van?
When Trace.
Wendell Prince and Tracy Sessions. Okay. Did they go down the day before also, or do you remember?
The same day I went.
Okay. Or do you remember where Orlando, Big Dre, and T Brown, where they stayed?
No, we was all, mostly all of us in that room.
At the Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Okay. What about your brother Corey, Wendell, and Tracy? Where did they stay?
Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo. Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit about what the problem was between Bad Boy and Death Row. Can you give me any history on the problems they had?
They had one Big Jake in Atlanta.
Big Jake in Atlanta?
Yeah.
What happened to Big Jake?
Got killed by Wolfie.
Okay, who is Big Jake affiliated with?
Campanelli Park. Pyros.
He was with Pyros.
Yeah.
Which park?
Campanelli.
Okay. And Wolfie was with who?
He from New York.
Bad Boys. Okay. And that murder occurred when? It was a murder, right?
Yeah. Was it 95 or 94? 95.
1995?
95.
So this had been approximately a year before anything happened.
Yeah.
Is this what started all the problems?
No, at the Source Award.
The Source Awards?
Yeah. Suge got up on stage and said, disrespected the dude, Puppy.
Suge Knight got up and disrespected Puffy.
Real bad, yeah.
Yeah, he made
If you want somebody, you don't want everybody dancing all on your videos, come to Death Row. Woo, woo, woo.
That's,
oh, yeah.
yeah, basically he said that, if you don't want your executive producer to be involved in the videos, you want your owner to, to carry it with a class act. Come to us, don't come to Bad Boys. Cause they
refer to Puffy, because Puffy was always in all the videos.
Oh,
yeah, he was making a mark about Puffy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a real embarrassing way he did it.
Yeah.
How did Puffy feel about Suge?
He was scared of him.
He was scared of him? How afraid of him was he?
He was real scared of him. He didn't even want to come out here.
To the California area?
Yeah, period, yeah.
Because he was afraid Suge would do something?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Suge would have done something? If he could have caught Puffy?
Yeah, well, sure.
Okay. Okay. I'm just looking for your opinion.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Do you know anything about an incident that occurred at the Lakewood Mall?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
Our little homeboy, he was going to college to play football. He's in the mall.
Okay. Who is your little homeboy?
His name is Marcus. He got killed though.
Marcus what?
Marcus last name.
I'm sorry?
Hunter.
Marcus Hunter?
Yeah.
And he was playing football where?
He had a scholarship. I think one of them Arizona schools.
Okay. And he was at the Lakewood Mall?
Yeah, he was getting some apparel to go to college.
Okay.
He was up there by himself, but he had called everybody else to come because they was coming to buy the stuff for him.
Everybody being...
Everybody from your clique?
From our clique, yeah.
Don't help him out with the school.
Win, Big Dre. I don't remember who all, but it was like 5 of them, 6 of them.
Okay.
But the guys was already there.
What guys?
The Death Row guys.
Do you remember who they were? Or do you know who they were?
I don't remember. It was young. I'm older than them dudes, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they said one was Trayvon Lane. Who else was that? Kevin Wood.
Yeah. Okay. K-Dub?
Yeah. But some other little guy, I know his older brother. His brother name's Corey. I don't know the youngster, man.
Corey. You know who Corey's?
No.
Okay. And another youngster?
No, I know the brother. Corey is his brother.
Okay.
He's a little bit older than dude, so I kind of know him. It's Corey's brother. Their mama name was what's her name? Last name is Stamp. They used to be from our neighborhood.
Stamp?
Stamps.
Stamps.
Yeah, Vanessa Stamps.
Okay.
Her son, yeah.
Her younger brother of Corey.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know the mama real good because she's more my age.
Okay.
Yeah, and they was at the mall. He was at the mall, Marcus.
Okay.
By himself. They was talking crazy to him, going crazy.
What kind of crazy?
Like, you know.
Anything you can remember? Statements?
Like, fuck Southside and woo 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 woo.
Fuck the Southside?
All that, yeah. So Marcus was kind of scared, but once he seen everybody coming, he, punched the guy out.
Which one you punch out?
Well, I think it was Trayvon Lane.
Okay. And what happened?
He just punched his ass, beat him up, and everybody just jumped in and whooped their ass.
Okay. And was anything taken?
They said a chain hit the ground or something. We didn't have it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know who said, you said a chain?
They said a death row change. We took the death row change or something. But we didn't have it. They must have lost it in the mall.
Okay.
Right, y'all didn't take the chain. Y'all kept.
Okay. So you heard, as well as I heard, that a Death Row Records chain was missing.
Yeah.
But you said that they didn't take it.
We didn't get it, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this fight, Trayvon Lane gets beat up, and I imagine everybody got beat up.
Yeah.
All right, and that also caused tension.
Yeah.
Okay. Is any other events happen here in California or in Compton prior to going to Las Vegas?
Any other things happen that caused any kind of tension?
Yeah.
Between
sorry.
Death Row, Bad Boys, y'all, any other incidents?
I know the car wash man was like, they brought a fucking 150. They said y'all better not go. Some old shit.
The car wash guy said what?
He watched our cars and the Death Row dude's cars. He like, man, they brought 100 tickets and they said y'all better not go down there.
Okay, Death Row's got 100 tickets.
Yeah, to the fight.
Okay. What
We had been going to the fight since like 86, 87, before the rappers even started going to that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So were you worried about Death Row having 100 tickets?
Nah. I played football with the guy, and I know he saw. What shit? Sure, I played football with him. His daddy was our coach, all that shit.
Oh yeah, where'd you play football?
At Grady Compton, Hot One.
Oh, I'll be damned.
So he was like 8, 9 years old. We know they saw. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You know they're soft.
I know Suge is.
You should have soft. Okay. All right. So Suge's a big guy though.
He's soft though. You know, I played football with him. He was our center. Oh. You know.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So there's no worries about them having 100 tickets. So everybody goes to Vegas, and you spend a couple days there before the fight.
Yeah.
Are there any incidents in Las Vegas prior to the fight, the Tyson fight?
No. We seen them. They had pulled up in their Rolls Royces. The girls was out there. We seen them and all that.
Who'd you see?
Was it? It was Snoop, Tupac, and Suge. They had Rolls. They had a black, white, and a red Rolls. They pulled up in Rolls Royces.
Where was this?
Just at the MGM.
For the fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Mike Tyson then pulled up in them Bentleys. And Worry, Mike Tyson, and what's his name? Don King. They pulled up in their Bentleys, and all the girls ran from their Rolls Royces to these Bentleys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Them things looked like Hot Wheels. They were so cool.
You remember anything about what Suge or Tupac were wearing when you saw them pull up? You remember it all? Okay, that's fine.
This was like the day before.
The day before the fight itself?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was a big entourage, girls running everywhere.
Yeah. It was
pretty good circus going on.
Yeah.
Las Vegas circus. All right. So the night of the fight, where did you all meet up? Everybody in your family?
We had brought tickets from Stanford.
Okay.
Went in the fight.
You actually bought them at the door? Or outside the door?
Yeah.
It cost you an arm and a leg.
No. I was in prison with this guy that was one of the head scalpers around.
Oh, that'll help.
And I kind of had his back. He was young. You know. And so he just gave me love when I bought the tickets.
Oh, good. There you go.
What's Sammy?
My Sammy is his little nephew. Williams. They be at everything, in front of everything.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I don't want to go into there. So, did you get all seats together?
No, he separated. We was all around the thing.
Okay.
Then after the fight, we went into one of the restaurants in the MGM.
Okay, short fight?
It was real short. So,
you remember you have any idea what restaurant you went into?
No, it's only video though.
Yeah, okay. And who was with you when you went to the restaurant?
Everybody except Lane. Everybody except Lane.
Where was Lane?
I guess he was still coming from the fight.
Okay. Do you remember what Lane was wearing?
What's his name, jersey? Dan Marino.
Okay. All right, and what were you wearing?
Oh, shit.
You don't remember? That's fine. That's fine. So were you present when Baby Lane had the problems?
No.
Okay. Baby Lane told you what happened?
No, so one other guys came to the restaurant and told us.
Who were the other guys?
Some East Coast guys.
Okay.
What's his name? What's his name?
East Coast.
The one with, no, the Crip dude.
That's on the East Coast?
East Coast Crip.
Oh, Trev.
Not Trev, what's the other boy?
Oh,
Light skinned kid. He had in Paramount.
Oh.
Anthony.
Anthony Trev, yeah. Yeah, man named Trey. That's what I say, Trey.
Okay,
Yeah. He's from East Coast. He out here.
Anthony
Trey. T-R-E-G-G.
T-R-E-G-G-S. Is he the one that was present when Baby Lane, he came up and helped Baby Lane after the beating?
I think so. He told us, oh man, they just jumped on Lane.
Okay. Is Anthony a little older? Was he a little older in 1996 is what I'm saying?
No.
Older guy.
No.
There's a male, a little older, wearing a white shirt that comes and helps Baby Lane after the beating, right after the beating. He stands there with him, helps him get
through. I don't know. Because the Zip come over to you guys after that. Was he with Lane when they walked up? Or was he?
When we walked up, we seen him.
Okay, well maybe it was Zip.
Okay, who's Zip? Zip as in Z-I-P?
Yeah. He's from New York. One of the Puppy Boys.
Okay, do you know his real name?
Von Zip.
Oh, that's his moniker too, Von Zip. I think it's Eric Martin or Equan Williams he goes by.
You're killing me. Martin?
Eric Martin.
Or Equan?
Williams.
Okay. And he's from New York.
Yeah.
And he was he hanging out with you that weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reggie Ridge.
Reggie Reg?
Richie Ridge.
Richie Rich, oh, okay.
He's from New York. Wedo was there.
Wedo?
Yeah.
Like Hispanic Wedo?
Yeah.
Meaning white boy?
Yeah, white boy, but he is black. But he's real light skinned. They just call him Wedo.
Okay. Do you know Wedo's real name?
No, I don't know his real name.
Okay. Richie Rich, do we have any idea what his real name is?
He's from East Coast, somewhere. That Richie Rich?
Yeah. I think he got 30 years. That's what they said on the bed.
Richie Rich did?
Yeah.
30 years for
drugs.
Okay. All right.
Yonkers.
Okay. I'll be able to look that up. Anything on Wedo? Anything
I think he's from the Bronx.
I'm not sure how to spell Wedo.
W-E-T-O? Wedo?
No, that's the.
I'm not.
He just gave you that.
That's what I'm writing down. I know what it sounds like.
Okay. All right. So Zip, you see Baby Lane right after something happened, and he's with Zip and who else?
He was with them cats.
Zip, Richie Rich, and what? And what is?
What's that?
What did Baby Lane tell you?
But they jumped on him.
Who?
The devil shooting him. But his arm was like out of socket. They beat his arm. His arm in the socket.
Okay. So you said Suge. Who else?
Suge, Puntry, Trayvon, Tupac.
Okay. And they beat him pretty good. Actually knocked his arm out of the socket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else? Anybody else? They did.
I know the whole crew, their whole little crew, they said it was about 18 of them, 30 of them.
Okay. And he told you Suge actually took part in beating him?
Yeah.
Okay. This was all on videotape.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the videotape?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody has. All right, so they beat him down. He comes, he meets with you. What is said at that point? Is there anything said at that point?
Well, nothing really said. We just went to the valet parking and got our cars and stuff.
MGM Valet? Okay. Were all the cars there at the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay. So the van, the white Cadillac, and the Buick.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I need some water. I'm sick of this.
I can't figure it. Thank you for water.
Nothing is said at that point. Do you want to wait for him to get back?
Come on.
Okay.
go to get your cars. How is Baby Lane feeling? Is he?
He's ready. He actually go to the doctor. So.
Oh, he wants to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he angry? Was he mad?
Yeah.
I would be pissed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Did he say anything?
He didn't say nothing. He was just mad. He's like, I need to go to the doctor, man.
Okay. So you go out to the cars. What is Zip and Richie Rich and Weddle? What are they driving? Or did they go to the
He had black Vans.
black Mercedes?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where the Mercedes came from? Did they drive across country? Did they rent it in Vegas? Do you have any idea?
From LA.
It's from LA.
Yeah.
Was it a rent a car?
No, it was his.
It was actually belonged to Zip?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's in valet also?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all go, you get your Mercedes, the van, the Cadillac, and the Buick, and you pull out of valet, you drive away?
I went to Paula to the hotel and gave her some money to gamble with.
Okay.
Then I jumped in the van with them.
With your brother?
Yeah.
And whoever else is in there?
Yeah.
And what about the Cadillac? Is that with you?
Yeah, that's with us.
And is the Mercedes with you?
No.
That's not with you. Okay, what about the Buick? You leave that
I leave it up there. Yeah.
at the Excalibur? Or no, I'm sorry, Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Gotta get my hotels right.
Right.
So where do you go from there?
We went to the...
Is there any discussion at that point at the Monte Carlo? And you talk about where you're gonna go, what you're gonna do, anything?
we went to the liquor store to get some drink.
Okay.
It's okay. Hello?
And I jumped in the car with Lionel in him.
With Rhonda, oh, you jumped in the Cadillac.
At the
So who-
store.
At the store?
Yeah.
Is there any conversation at that point?
No.
Okay.
And we headed up Flamingo.
Okay. You headed up Flamingo or down, or okay. Never mind. Where's the liquor store? Is it
On Maryland? What?
Maryland Parkway?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a liquor store right there on the corner of Flamingo and Maryland.
Okay.
We was there,
Okay.
and we left from there, and they got caught by the light.
The van did.
The van did.
Okay.
And once we got to Los Angeles Boulevard,
Where were you guys going? Were you looking for something?
we was going to the MG, we was going to the hotel, back to the hotel. We had our drinks and stuff.
Okay. This is where we're at. They leave. He drops his wife off at the Monte Carlo,
Yeah.
and he leaves the Buick at the Monte Carlo. He then jumps into the van with his brother and those guys, and they're followed by the Cadillac.
Yeah.
They drive to Maryland Parkway and Flamingo, which is going to be to the east. And they go to the liquor store and they buy some liquor.
Okay.
They then decide to drive up Flamingo to the boulevard.
Yeah.
And you're now in the Cadillac
Yeah.
with Baby Lane, and the van is following him at this point.
No, the van was
Got stuck
stuck
in
at the light.
at Maryland Parkway or one of the ones
One of the
between?
lights, yeah.
Okay. So you're headed west on Flamingo.
Yeah, that way.
Okay. Okay.
And we had the light on Las Vegas and Flamingo. And Tupac hanging out the window. Hey! And all the girls was going crazy on that corner. Shit, that was motherfuckers right there.
Mm-hmm.
And hooked a U-turn, went on the side, passed by all the cars.
Okay. This right here is Coal and this is Flamingo, okay?
Yeah.
This Maryland Parkway is down here. The boulevard is right here,
Yeah.
okay? So you drive all the way up, you see Suge hanging out the window.
See Tupac hanging out the window.
I mean, sorry, Tupac, yeah, Suge wouldn't be able to do it. Tupac's hanging out which side?
passenger side.
Okay. Did you see who's driving at that point?
Yeah.
Who's
For
driving?
sure.
Okay. Anybody else in that car?
No, it was just them two.
What kind of car was it?
750 BMW.
Okay. Are there other vehicles in line with them?
Yeah, a whole lot.
A whole bunch? You remember the vehicle right behind it, or no, do you?
A black jet or an SS Impala.
Okay.
Then there was another BMW wagon. He was on the other side. So it was about 18 cars.
Okay. All right, so you come down, there's a turn lane to go this way, and there's actually 3 travel lanes, and then there's a lane to go this way.
What street is this?
This is Kowal, this is Flamingo.
Okay,
The boulevard is right here.
Las Vegas, yeah, we came this way.
Right.
Made the U-turn.
Okay. And you're now behind the entourage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we pulled up on the gutter line.
Okay.
Pulled up on the side of it.
Okay. Were you in the gutter lane, or were you?
We was on this lane, the right-hand turn lane, right here.
Okay. And you're in the white Cadillac.
Yeah.
Who's in the white Cadillac?
E.T., Lando, and Dre.
Okay. Let's start with you. What seat are you in?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Well, which passenger seat?
Front or back?
Front.
Front passenger seat. Who's driving?
T-Brown.
Who's behind T. Brown?
Big Dre.
And I guess Orlando would be behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. And you drive up on the gutter side, and the BMW, the black BMW with Shogun Tupac, are in a travel lane?
Yeah, they're in the second lane.
In the second lane?
Yeah, in the middle lane right here.
Okay. And you said there was another BMW?
Yeah, like a BMW wagon on this side of them.
Okay.
Then I think a Fed, SS Impala, all kind of them. It was like, it was all black cars.
Okay. And so you pull up alongside. Is there any discussion at this point?
No.
Okay. What happened when you pulled up alongside?
Shooting.
No, you're not being clear. He asked you, you said got to shooting. What do you mean got to shooting?
Who got to shoot?
Lando. Dre wouldn't shoot, so Lando said, give me your shoot.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
shoot.
Orlando leaned all the way over from the rear passenger side, and did he get out of the car?
No.
And shot across Dre.
Yeah.
Did he lean all the way across and get his arm out?
Yeah. You know, he Lando tall and very tall.
Right.
With a long ass arm. The bus made the right.
Okay. This is where I want to get.
Just slow down, please.
So he leans across. You're right next to the BMW. Do you remember if the BMW had its window up or down?
It was up.
It was up. He's shooting into what part of the car?
Driver's side. I mean, the passenger side.
Okay. Is it a 2-door or 4-door vehicle? Do you remember?
It was a 4-door.
The 4-door? How many times did Orlando fire? Approximately.
Maybe about 5 or 6.
5 or 6 times?
Yeah.
Did he empty the gun? Do you know what kind of gun was it? Was it a revolver or was it a semi-automatic?
Semi-automatic.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
Yeah, from the newspaper reports.
No, you're just telling me.
40 Glock.
Okay, he's telling you what you.
A 40 Glock.
40 Glock, okay. What color was it? Silver, black?
Black.
Black. When he finished firing that 40 Glock, did the slide stay back? Was it empty?
It
wasn't empty. Okay. And you think 5 or 6 rounds?
Yeah.
How fast did it take him to fire 5 or 6 rounds?
That was pretty fast. Maybe about 3-4 seconds.
Okay. Were you watching the BMW when this occurred?
Yeah.
What did you see?
I seen the bullet like going Suge head. I seen the boy jump up and down, trying to get in the back seat.
The boy being
Tupac.
okay, and you actually saw something hit Suge in the head.
You think you saw something hit his head?
Yeah, I thought he was dead.
Okay. What part of the, you indicated the top of the head?
Yeah, because he had been over like this.
Trying to get into the back also, or leaning towards the back?
Like, no.
Oh, into the passenger side.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And then you saw Tupac bouncing around. Did Tupac try to do anything?
No, he was trying to get in the back seat, trying to duck, trying to hide.
Okay. And you're pretty sure he was hit?
No, I thought just the boy was hit.
Just Suge?
Yeah.
Okay. And, all right, so you're in this gutter side lane on Flamingo.
Yeah.
They're on this side. Did you see what they did?
They was there.
Who?
Suge and Tupac. Did you see what their vehicle did?
No, he kept driving erratic and made a U-turn. We made it right.
So you made it right, and you went down Cobalt to the south, and you said Suge made a U-turn?
Yeah, he made a U-turn. He was driving erratic.
Okay.
He made a U-turn, and we went this way.
Okay. Did you see, were there any, I don't know how to ask this. Did anything happen from Suge's vehicle or any of the entourage towards you? Did anything occur?
You understand this question?
Did they shoot back? Is that what you're trying to say? Or did they talk crazy to us?
Did they throw anything at you? Did they shoot at you? Did anything? Anything you remember?
I can't do it.
Okay, so you don't think anybody fired any weapons at you?
The point is this. Do you know or recall anything like that?
Because,
Okay.
but I knew they had some police with them because we had seen them.
Where were the police?
I think it was right a couple of cars behind or right behind them. Reggie, the two Alexander, pretty boys, dude.
Yeah, Frank Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay. They were in the entourage somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But as far as you know, nobody shot at you, nobody threw anything at you, nobody did anything towards you?
No, not that we go.
Okay. You make your right-hand turn.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get to this in a minute. What happened then? You make your right-hand turn. Does anybody say anything? Do you do anything at that time?
Yeah, some girls got to chasing us.
I'm sorry?
Some girls got to chasing us.
You remember what they were driving? Or were they on foot?
They was in a little white car.
Little white car? Do you remember what kind of car?
Seemed like a sea breeze.
Okay. How far did they chase you?
They ain't go far, too far.
Okay. Do you know who the girls were?
I don't know who it was.
You don't know. The question was, do you know who the girls was? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Never.
Were they black females?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know how many were in the car?
Think so, or they could have been?
It could have been.
Could have been.
I don't know what color they was. I know they was in a white car chasing us. I said, these stupid bitches.
Don't pay no attention. Just pay attention to what the question is there. All that other.
Yeah, you right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm fine. So they don't chase you very far.
Yeah.
Is anything said between the girls in your car? Anybody in your car?
No.
Okay. But they quit chasing you pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know why?
What?
Why they stop chasing them? You think?
Got shot at.
Somebody fired around?
Yeah.
Okay. Who fired around?
Nephew. Orlando.
Orlando. Okay. And he fired from what window at that time?
On his side.
From his side.
Yeah.
So it would have been the passenger side.
Yeah.
Did he shoot at him? Or do you know?
In their direction. That's what he's saying.
I just scared them off. Because they got scared and we got on.
Okay. All right. You have no idea where he was aiming?
No idea.
Okay. That's fine. Where do you go from there?
It's a little side street. What's that street carriage house is on? You know, the carriage house?
Yeah, you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You went into the carriage house.
Yeah, we went back in that back parking lot.
Okay. Tell me what happens then.
Then we was walked back to the Monte Carlo.
You park the car and just leave it there?
Yeah.
So you park in the rear parking lot for the carriage house.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you leave the white Cadillac in that parking lot.
Yeah.
And you walk to the Monte Carlo.
Walk by the MGM where that Coca-Cola sign is.
Yes.
Yeah, we walked by like that little street. And Lane went somewhere else.
I'm sorry?
Lando went somewhere else. And
do you know where Lando went?
I don't know.
Did he still have the gun?
No.
Where was the gun?
On the tire of the Cadillac.
You left it on the tire? You remember?
The question is, Orlando left it on the tire, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what he meant.
Yeah. Do you know which tire?
So I think it was the front passenger side.
Front passenger. Okay. And everybody walked. You went with T. Brown and Dre back to the Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
And Orlando went somewhere else?
Yeah. He came back about 20 minutes later.
Did he tell you where he went?
No, he didn't tell me.
Okay. Where did the gun come from?
He said he went to pee on his hands.
Okay. Why would he do that?
To get the gun. Oh. Get the gunpowder.
That's what you assume to get the gunpowder, right?
Yeah. That's on the street stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I get it. To get the gunpowder residue off his hands.
Yeah.
Okay. And the urine helps in that.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it. Where did the gun come from?
From Zip.
Okay. At what point did Orlando get a gun from Zip?
In the parking garage.
Which one?
The MGM.
Oh, at the valet.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that. You come out of the fight. Orlando's been beat up.
Yeah.
Oh, why does Zip give Orlando a gun?
I mean, you want him to assume what happened, or
anything you heard at this point? I want to know what you heard.
Specifically, what you heard.
What I heard?
Yes.
What did Zip say?
Or Orlando. What anybody said at that point.
I guess we're detecting.
What do you mean, guess? If you know or not, do you remember any words that was passed between the two of them? That's what they're asking. Did Zip say, here, take this gun, man, do this, or anything like that? He's asking. What do you think Zip said?
Yeah.
What is going? What did he say?
I think they take care of the guy.
You think that's what Zip was telling Orlando to do?
Yeah, to take care of really show.
Okay. Just specifically, what did you hear Zip say specifically?
Here's your opportunity to get back.
Yes, he's handing him the gun. He's saying, here's your opportunity to get back.
Yeah.
That meant to you to get back at Show.
Yeah.
Or Tupac.
Yeah.
Or anybody that was in the entourage that stomped on him. Is that the way you took it, or was it specific?
No, you gave him a gun. Gave him the gun.
Okay, and said, here's your opportunity to get back at him.
Yeah, you probably didn't say it like that nicely, but probably something like.
Give me a quote.
Something like for instance, like probably in regular street language, where like, hey homeboy, handle your business or something like that, something like that.
Handle your business. Yeah.
Was that, you remember that quote, or was it something else?
Just like that. Just like that.
Somewhere closer to that.
Yeah. Can I talk to D for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm talking about without you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll step out.
Yeah, just so you clarify it. What's up, man? Okay. Hold on one thing. Let me just real quick. Look, you're doing a pretty good job. I know it's kind of hard, but you know, you ain't supposed to be getting in anything like you was involved in murdering the gotta keep it really clean.
But you told what you told us. Stay consistent. What you told us.
He gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. That's what.
No.
You don't say that.
Listen.
Okay.
Okay, see.
When he said he's gonna say, I'll
See.
say.
Okay. Keith. Did you hear what I just told you? I already told you before we started.
Yeah.
There's no reason for you to ask him or me anything like that. And if you want to try to do not what I say, do it. And you know better than to ask him that question. Okay? Don't ask him that
But
question.
because he know I'm kicking real, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But if it's been told that way before,
I need to stick with it.
because it's the same story. Because you had a bunch of
You
people
might
there.
want to say it.
So that's what you got to do.
Let me say it this way.
Stay consistent with it, what you know, whatever happens.
Let me put it this way, it makes it
And-
easier.
Okay.
Listen, let me make it easier for you. Okay. You can say it that I think I recall it could have been like this. Presently, I'm not quite sure if it was exactly this way or that way. But I think he could have handed it to me and I handed it to him. You know, you can put it in that kind of...
Stay consistent.
Yeah.
It's wild.
The thing is, you gotta stay consistent because the story's already been told, and leave it at that, and sleep at night.
But no, you gotta trust me what I'm saying.
But he's trying to, he's an attorney, so.
What I'm trying to say is, you can stay consistent, but your recollection doesn't have to be exactly. You can also put it in a, just you gotta hear what I'm saying. You can put it in a way where you're saying, I'm trying to recall now, I think about it, he could have handed it to me, okay?
He did give it to me.
That's what you say.
Okay.
Well, you want me to leave for 5 and come back?
No. You're not listening to me. Look at you in the face and listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm saying it one more time. Okay? It's two different situations. How you said it before, I don't give a fuck. How many people's in the room? Okay? There's certain things that you say that will get your murder case. Okay? So play around with that as you want. He got a different job than I got. My job is to get you to say, not to get you to lie, but to get you to understand that your recollection may be that he may have handed it to you.
Okay.
That's when you think about it. I'm not asking you to lie, but I'm asking you to give yourself some room, okay, because you may need it, okay? But I know on that set of facts, it could be a problem.
But I thought they said whatever I tell them.
The bottom line is just
You're not
listen to
understanding.
your attorney because he's your attorney,
Yeah.
but tell the story.
Okay.
And
But I'm
let's
just-
just get through this.
I'm just saying that when you tell the story,
It's all good.
let me hear what I'm saying. When you tell the story twice, okay, you can either lock it in clearly as it is, or you can still leave some room and not lie. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay? Okay? Because what he's saying to you at the end of the day is two different programs going on that I don't control and he doesn't control. Okay? We can do the best we can do. Okay?
Hold on.
Okay, I want to go over some things because he may recall some things in detail that maybe we know from previous conversations. And we want to make sure that it's consistent, you know, of the things that he may recall or not recall. So
Okay, that's
we might
fine.
want to backtrack a little bit, but at the same time, if he remembers it exactly or not, just do the best you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen, the way I want to do this.
That was a long ass time ago.
I understand that. I completely understand that.
Yeah.
I have problems remembering what I ate yesterday.
Yeah.
This is a big event. So my plan was to walk you through it real easy, like we just did.
Yeah.
And then we'd go back and you could add details. And if we want to go back again, we can add details again.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at this point, what I'm trying to do is spark your memory.
Yeah.
So remember, he's asking you specific questions. He may ask you what happened with Orlando or this or that, and he may ask you what happened with you. So when he asks you something specifically that you know that you recall, then you answer that question according to you. If he asks you what you think happened between Orlando and someone, then you answer it according to that. That's what you need to clarify.
All right.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Because I don't want him to assume that something that was Orlando or Mac or this guy is you. When he wants to come back to you, he'll say, well, now, Keefe, you tell me about this. Okay? Will that make it better, easier?
Yeah. You comfortable with everything?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went through the part where you guys went to the carriage house. Now we're back to the valley at the MGM. You come out of the MGM, you're with a very large group of people. You get 4 vehicles, right?
We got in.
There's
3 left. 3 left.
Okay, you get the Buick, which you drive over to Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
You get the Cadillac.
Yeah.
You get the van.
Yeah.
And you get the black Mercedes.
Mercedes stayed.
It stays at the MGM.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gets into the black Mercedes?
I had a guy in there, had Chick Foxy Brown, and said,
Foxy Brown from TV? Or the movies?
Foxy Brown, the rapper.
There's a rapper called Foxy Brown.
Yeah, okay.
There's Foxy Brown, the movie that had Pam Grier.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a young rapper.
Okay, the young rapper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young rapper.
All right, so there's the rapper, Zip, and you. Get into the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay. When you got in, what happens? Is anything said when you get in? By anybody?
I can't recall what the exact words were said.
Okay.
Yeah. But he got it. Huh? He gave me the gun.
Okay. Who gave you the gun?
That's it.
Okay, where did he get the gun from? The glove compartment?
It's a little secret compartment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What part of the vehicle was the secret compartment in?
It was like up under this thing here.
The armrest?
The center rest?
Center rest and this thing come up.
Okay. It's automated?
Yeah.
Mechanic? Okay. So the 3 of you are still in the vehicle at that time?
No, it was just me and him, yeah.
Okay, where did the...
After and stuff out.
Okay, this is before anything with the gun?
Yeah.
And she stepped out?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just you and Zip. And he automates this thing, and there's a gun there?
Yeah.
Okay, and he gives that gun to you?
Yeah.
And what kind of gun is it?
The 40 Glock.
The 40 Glock.
40 Glock, okay. I told you I'm going to ask stupid questions. I promise you I'm going to ask stupid questions. So he hands you the 40 caliber Glock. What does Zip say to you when he hands you this gun?
It's like handle your business, I guess. You know?
Something of that
like
nature.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you take that to mean?
They asked us, did we need some help? We like, no, we don't need no help. We want to get some liquor, chill, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
What did you take, do you need some help to mean?
Like, let's go get them.
Okay, go get who?
The entourage.
The entourage. You talking about Suge Knight?
We're like, no, we don't need no help. We told the East Coast guys that neither. We want to get some liquor, and we just happened to run into their house.
Okay, but you took the gun?
Yeah, we took the gun.
Okay, you say we. What do you mean by that?
Our little group took the gun from them. I mean, I've got the gun from them.
Okay, what vehicle do you get into?
I got into that Buick.
Okay, do you still have the gun when you get into the Buick?
No.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
You get the gun from Zip, then I gather you get out of the black Mercedes?
Yeah.
And what did you do then? Did you give the gun to somebody?
Yeah, I gave it to the Cadillac. I don't know who I specifically handed it to, but I gave it the gun to the Cadillac.
To who?
Huh?
To the cat? Somebody in the Cadillac, you saying?
Yeah.
The white Cadillac.
Yeah.
And the people in the white Cadillac are Orlando Anderson,
Yeah.
T. Brown,
And Big Drake.
and Big Dre. But you handed it to one of those 3 guys.
Yeah. And then the Big Drake to be exact.
Okay, so you handed it to DeAndre Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say anything to DeAndre when you handed him the gun?
I didn't say nothing to him. I just went, then we went and dropped the car off. And we,
If he hands me a gun, I'm gonna say, what the fuck? Why are you handing me a gun?
Keefe, you don't, let's stop.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, stop. Keefe, hold on. When he asks you a question, answer the question. Now, whatever he says don't mean nothing right now.
Yeah.
So just ask him a question, he's gonna answer the question. What's the specific question y'all can answer?
Did you say anything to DeAndre, or anybody else in the car when you handed DeAndre the gun?
no, I didn't say nothing to him.
You just handed him the gun.
You handed it to him, or if you recall saying something, did you recall saying anything? Do you know?
I don't know. But I gave him the gun and he took it. And we went to drop Paul off at the thing. And we took up, went up to there and looked for liquor. Got the liquor.
Okay. I'm gonna slow you down again, okay?
Okay.
So you drop off Paula, you leave the Buick
Yeah.
at the Monte Carlo.
Hold on.
Then you get in what vehicle?
That van.
You get in the van. Is there any discussion prior to going looking for liquor about the entourage?
He's asking specifically, did you tell anybody anything to do or anything related to that gun? So what did you recall?
The gun or the entourage?
Yeah. Like get them motherfuckers or we get ready to do whatever. Any of that kind of shit. Do you remember that?
No.
Are there any other weapons?
Yeah, I think it was a 9.
Who had the 9?
I was in the van.
Okay.
I don't know who had that 9.
That's okay. Anything else?
I said, when we went to the MGM, after we walked by the Coca-Cola place, I was in the middle of me, Trey, and what's his name was at that stoplight. At the crosswalk. And the dude pulled up in that, they pulled up in the ambulance right next to us. I'm like, damn.
That was after he was shot. Okay. I'm still. Yeah, I got you. Okay. I know this is difficult. I completely understand it.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for specifically is Orlando or anybody else say anything about looking for the entourage.
No, we just got lucky.
You talking about
before anything happens?
Yeah. Meaning, was y'all looking for them, or did you happen to bump into them? That's what he's really asking.
We happened to bump into them.
Okay, but you weren't looking for them.
Did you guys go to the club or anything looking for them?
Yeah, we went to the club.
Which club?
626.
That was after the incident?
626.
Before the incident.
Okay. So, the time.
Okay. So you leave, let's start. Oh yeah, you leave the MGM, you drop Paula off at the Monte Carlo, and you leave the Buick there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is before you go get liquor.
Yeah.
Did you go to the 662 club from Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
What does 662 mean?
I think blood on area, mob, whatever.
Mob?
Yeah.
If you dial a phone,
Yeah.
comes out as mob? Okay.
With your bloods?
With your blood, yeah. After that, we went to the store and got the liquor, and we happened to run into the
Okay, he'll get back to that.
Yeah. When you went to the 662 club, did you see anything? Did you go inside?
No.
Okay, did you see anything? What were you looking for at the 662 club?
We were saying, was he there?
Who?
The mob. The mob dudes, Death Row.
Death Row, meaning who?
The dudes that beat up Rondo.
Okay, specifically who?
Sure.
Suge Knight and...
Sure.
Suge. You wanted Suge. Okay, understood. All right, so you go to the 662 club, Suge's not there.
No.
Or that you can see, he's not there. Did you send anybody inside to look for Suge?
No.
No. You just went up and saw that his vehicles weren't there, or did you ask if he was there?
How did you determine he was not there?
There you go.
Their vehicles weren't there.
Their vehicles were not there. Okay. So, were you going to wait at the 662 club for Suge to show up?
No. That would be too dangerous.
Okay. So, you leave the 662 club and you decide you're going to go get some liquor.
Yeah.
And you go find the liquor store at Maryland Parkway in Flamingo.
Yeah. And the liquor store here. It's a liquor store on the corner right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, you pick up some booze.
Yeah.
and you talk while you're getting the liquor. Is there any discussion at that place?
I just got into the camp like Orlando now. Going out.
Okay, I'm looking for discussion. Any discussion about, are you going to go back to the 662 club?
No, we're just going back to the room to go smoke and drink, you know.
Okay.
The lady was like, man, my arm feel broke.
Okay.
Yeah. He was like, I need to go to the doctor.
Okay. So you jumped into the Cadillac with Lane.
Yeah.
What was your plan?
Or go back to the MGM.
To go back to the
not the MGM, but the Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo. Okay. You went to the 662 club to find Suge. Was there any discussion by anybody about what you would do with Suge if you found Suge?
No, the car I was in was scared.
The van you were in was scared?
Yeah.
You didn't want to really get down like that.
Yeah.
What about Baby Lane and the Cadillac? They had a gun, right?
Yeah.
They had just gotten a gun from Zip.
Yeah.
What was your understanding would happen if they saw Suge?
Well, I mean, he's asking you really a specific...
Was they saying sure?
Okay, listen to me.
Okay.
He's asking you a specific question. Was there first any conversation with regards to what was going to happen to anybody? Did you say, or anybody say, well, we going to kill him when you see him? Any of that kind of stuff. Was there a conversation? This is what we going to do? Any of that? That's what he's really asking you.
Yeah.
No, I just had said, when I got out the car with them, I was like, oh, they had like some busters over there scared to death.
The ones in who?
Yeah.
In the van?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the ones in the Cadillac, were they scared?
No.
Okay. That's where. Was there, without conversation, was there any understanding? Did you understand that if the guys in the Cadillac saw Suge, something was going to happen?
Well, it can't be understanding without conversation. But he's saying in your mind, he's trying to get inside of your head and ask you, in your mind, did you think that somebody was going to kill Suge?
No.
No, not kill him or light him up.
Anything.
Shoot at him.
Any kind of physical thing. Was that what you was thinking?
No, I wasn't thinking that. We was going to go to get high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. That's good.
So what you're really saying is that you guys ran into them inadvertently.
Yeah.
And
accident.
Although you went over to 662, if something might have happened with goddamn, but when you left there,
It was like, yeah, we done with that. But Lane was like, man, my arm feel broke.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Different focus.
Yeah. It was,
Okay.
our mindset was different.
Okay.
Once we left that liquor store.
Your intent at that point was drink some, get a little high, and forget about it.
Eat some pussy, basically.
I can deal with that.
Okay,
All right,
Attorney
so you're
Higgins.
We got lucky and ran into him.
You're going west on Flamingo.
We ran into him.
Yeah.
You're going west on Flamingo towards the boulevard, and you see the entourage going eastbound on Flamingo from the boulevard.
Yeah.
And the first car in the row is that BMW.
Yeah.
And you're in the Cadillac at this point.
Yeah.
Dre has the gun at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, picture yourself, you're going westbound, you see them going eastbound. Does somebody in the car say something?
To themselves?
Anybody. I don't care.
We just there they go.
There they go. Okay.
Yeah.
And does anybody say, turn around?
No, he just busted you.
Who's driving again?
Terry Brown.
T. Brown. He turns, you turn. What happens then? Does anybody say anything?
No, Lando just got Dre was like scared and he just got the gun and got it popping.
How do you know that Dre was scared?
He didn't do nothing.
Did he say anything?
No.
Did he point the gun?
No.
He say, I don't want to do it, or he just...
Lando just said, give it to me.
He snatched the gun from his hand, right?
Yeah.
Dre never said a word.
Never said a word.
Just kind of locked up.
Yeah.
Okay. And Orlando.
So I think, Dre ain't as bad as Lando was because he got beat up on him.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's no conversation. Dre or Orlando said, just give me the gun.
Yeah.
Takes the gun from him.
He's the popping.
Gets to shoot.
Yeah.
Right.
So were you guys already on the side of him when he took the gun and he started popping?
Yeah. We were already on the side.
Like immediately at that point. It's like
At the point.
Yeah.
I didn't hesitate. He grabbed him.
How much longer is there left in the recording?
There's about 30 minutes, so you want to take a lunch break, we'll finish the 30, call a witness that we won't get through today.
That works. We'll take our lunch break now. The food has been delivered. I don't want it to get too cold. So at this time, we will recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk, converse amongst yourselves, or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
Remember, they're only going until 3:30 local time. This is Pacific time. So when they do come back from their lunch, because there's only like 3 hours left in the day, they've got 30 minutes of this exhibit plus a witness. And I think they need to call that witness. Well, never mind. I think at the beginning of the day, they said this witness agreed to stay for the weekend. So this third witness is going to have a nice weekend in Vegas. But it initially was almost some scheduling conflict.
Maybe it's accident? Okay, yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues, okay? So your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. DeJock.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you're endangering my family's life.
State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in recess. Thanks, everybody.
Look at Giacomo. I wish we had hot mics right then and there to see if anyone like said anything loud enough for us to hear about that moment. Well, what's really interesting about that, so we've had 2 half days with court for the last 2 days, but before that, on day 2, when we had the full day and the full lunch, we watched the initial bail hearing where Keefe D was granted bail. He didn't end up posting it, but it was granted because the judge found that the state didn't meet their burden, proof evident presumption, great, for the court to deny the bail. Well, now we just heard Keefe D reference, they had some guy attack me in here, keep me in here. That fight, he was charged for that fight. So while he's in custody, he gets in a fight and then he's charged for it. He has a trial for it and he's convicted for this jailhouse fight. And so then there's another bond hearing in relation to this case, and ultimately the bail gets revoked. But at that hearing, Keefe D takes issue with the prosecutor, saying that they're tainting evidence and trying to harm him. And that was actually what we were going to watch on lunch. And coincidentally, I think that interaction was a nice lead-in for that. And this is taking us back. We're going to be in 2024. Let me get the exact date. July 24th of 2024. So going back to this old, the second bail hearing, it's going to be a different attorney than the first bail hearing, who's a different attorney from Michael Samft, who we're seeing in court now. Let me see. I have so many screens up. Let me see. Stop that. There we go. So we have this. I thought that would be interesting to watch because we could see what Keefe D was saying in 2024 about this prosecution. But wow. And maybe that has something to do with when they had that sidebar right at the beginning of the 2009 interview starting to play. So Yeah, Brooklyn says, Keefe, let your attorney handle it. At least the jury wasn't present, right? If the jury was going to make a judgment of that, I mean, you know, people could look at that type of interaction and they could be sympathetic to it. They could, like, think he's blowing smoke and it could have the opposite effect, but the jury wasn't present for it at all, so. And they're not supposed to be watching the clips on the internet if they see it. But going back to this 2009, this Vegas Metro interview, you know, the defense moved to exclude several things from coming into evidence at trial, and a lot of their motions to suppress were denied. They raised the argument for some pieces on multiple grounds, and then the denial would be on multiple bases. So unfortunately, this stuff is coming in, but I do think that the defense's approach of, well, he lied in the 2008 proffer because he was told they need him to stay consistent with certain statements, or they're not going to be able to give him benefits while he's facing sentencing exposure of 25 years to life in prison for federal drug charges. And then all of the things that seem to follow, whether it's this 2009 police interview or the documentary that he participated in or his book, all seem to flow and be founded on the statements that were given through this proffer. And with a proffer, you're not supposed to lie. Because if you say something different later, they could come in and take that sweetheart deal away from you. So the defense's approach to navigating all of this, now that the jury is going to be able to hear it, the state's going to be able to show it to the jury, is to say, look, he told this lie for a very serious benefit. 25 to life, or tell us what you want and we promise we won't use it against you. But then they interviewed him again, and then a documentary company contacts him and says, hey, we're making a documentary. We already have this 2008 proffer interview provided by Greg Kading, and we're producing something. Do you want a part? We'll even pay you for it. We're going to do it anyway, but we'll pay you for it. You can come participate. Could that be a reason why he's repeated some of the details? And the state's going to latch on and say, look, why would somebody confess to a murder and say they did it? Why would you say that if you never killed somebody? Why would you ever claim to do something as horrible as that? That's kind of their approach. And so far, they haven't put on forensics that match Keefe D's statements. The way he describes the shooting and the impact to the vehicle that Ingrid Stokes was in doesn't match the forensics at all. Several other key details don't match his story. And then even within the 2008 proffer itself, in a bubble, there are major inconsistencies. Now we get to the 2009, we've only heard part of it, but you can still see some leading and feeding. And then we have this weird scenario where Detective Long, who's with Vegas Metro, remember Detective Long, he initially appeared on scene the night of the shooting. He was part of the gang unit, but he didn't take over as lead detective until 2002 from Becker, and I think it was Becker. That was like the only lead detective until 2002, until Long takes over. We heard an opening, and we're still waiting to see more of this, but the defense stated in opening that the jury is going to see or come to know, some evidence is going to show that Detective Long, without access, without authorization, goes into the system and he changes the case number. Now, when you put something under a different case number, files get hidden. It's not easy to access. You can't find the records. There's also a weird bit mentioned where there's issues between LAPD and Vegas Metro where LAPD sends a false gun lead over to Detective Long for him to test and ends up not having anything. There's no hits whatsoever, has nothing to do with the case. So, but we haven't gotten to the part where we see that play out in evidence. It's just coming from opening statements. And now Detective Long with Vegas Metro is leading this interview with Duane Davis where he's told that he needs to be consistent. And even when Detective Long steps out of the room for the person who's being interviewed, Keefe D, Duane Davis, to confer with his counsel, attorney-client privilege is why someone would step out of the room. Not only does the recording continue, but Detective Dupree from the LAPD remains in the room and is also coaching alongside attorney Wayne Higgins. Coaching or offering advice, however you want to characterize it, because that's my subjective characterization. But stating things to Davis to the effect of keep it consistent. Maybe sometimes say I don't recall, but like keep it within the confines, you know, the four corners of the statement that you've previously given just a few months ago in your 2008 proffer. Keep it in the confines and maybe use some I don't recalls to help you out if you don't have a specific answer. And maybe if you're relaying something somebody else said, specify that. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is a lot going on. So, I don't know. State's going to say he's said certain things and he said it multiple times. He's placed himself on the scene. And the defense is going to argue they have nothing to corroborate it. And I would imagine we're going to hear an argument that they, quite frankly, didn't try to corroborate it. And that maybe in the 2008 proffer, when they asked certain follow-up questions that kind of signaled they didn't believe his answer, maybe that's indicative of why they didn't charge him in 2008. Because they knew it was BS when they were hearing it. And it seems to be like that's the defense's argument. I mean, they did have a slide in opening that said BS, nothing on it. Like, it's just a lot. And everybody's making this proffer into a documentary, a book. Like this proffer, which is typically not even recorded, but it's recorded, is then being like disseminated through books and a documentary. And its original source, like the tie back from where that seems to be coming from, is Greg Kading, law enforcement himself. Like, in what world is this the way criminal investigations should proceed, should be treated? And I'm all for public transparency, but it's so weird that the order of operations here is that the prosecution is happening in 2026 based on a 2008 proffer and a 2019 book that says some details that are consistent with that 2008 proffer. It's a lot. It's a lot. So fun little exchange. If you just popped in and missed it, guys, rewind about 10-15 minutes. Look for when the recording of the interview is taken off the screen and the court view is back on the parties, because an exchange kind of breaks out there. So that's kind of what inspired this little side segue story that I went on here. And what we have on screen here is from July 24th of 2024. It's the second bail hearing in this case that occurred after Duane Davis was previously granted bail but didn't post it. He gets in a jail fight and then there's a bail hearing because now you've got a new charge, new issue. So we're going to rewind. I'm going to put a banner up so we know what's going on. But I thought this would be very relevant context as a throwback.
7407. We have Mr. Arnold appearing for Mr. Davis, who's present in custody. Additionally, we have Mr. Giacomo and Mr. Kowal for the state. This is on for defendant's motion for reconsideration and reinstatement of previous bond. It's also on for a status check discovery. And then I think the state could also file a counter motion for me to reconsider my ruling that there was not.
Well, we're going to up the volume a little bit because it's kind of low.
Presumption, great. Accurate?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Arnold, your motion to reconsider and reinstate bond, I voided the bond on 6/24/24, so there's no bond posted. What is there to reinstate? How would that even work?
I believe you vacated the bond. The bond bailsman, who I believe is on the line, said that the bond was still posted. If it's not, we can repost it immediately. But I don't believe it, because the language that you use, it never came off, so they still have the actual
So it went
bond.
back to them, but ultimately they haven't returned it to the person who posted it.
Correct.
Okay. So did you want to be heard any further then on the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
First, I'm going to do an argument and then also take testimony from Cash. Did you want me to use this, Your Honor?
That is
That's,
No.
that's
It's
legal.
Actually, Mr. Arnold, if you, because the last one that I typed, if you could stay at your table because.
Oh, okay,
they have
this
the
is
same
not-
mic As cash,
Okay,
so if, I can separate them, it's easier if you stay back.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Your Honor, looking at the first comments that you made at the initial source hearing, on page 3, you said the purpose of the source hearing was to ensure the bond was not posted with proceeds from talking about the murder or killing of Tupac. There was no evidence at that source hearing that Mr. Davis was paid any proceeds for the murder of Tupac. He has been paid in the past through a book, through social media accounts, etc. The only evidence that we had at the source hearing was a prospective payment. And Mr. Jones was very adamant that there was no contract between those two yet. And so it was prospective in regards to his life story. The state made comments in regards to, well, the only thing that people would be interested in regards to his life story is basically in regards to Tupac, and that's simply not true. I mean, Mr. Palal has read the books as well as I have. His life story, he was one of the most notorious gang leaders of all of Southern California. He ruled Compton. He was the godfather of Compton. Basically, he had a drug trade that extended from here to New York to Little Rock, Arkansas. He was doing 350 kilos at a time with the Mexican cartel. There's many aspects of his life that are relevant and interesting to the community other than the death of Tupac Shakur.
A lot of my initial ruling really focused on the sufficiency of the documents and proof. Ultimately, this was not obtained through illegal sources. It was because the documents gave me so many questions about where those wire transfers came from, where those counter deposits came from, $50,000 deposited at counters, and typical, what we're seeing. Additionally, when you go into his drug history and things like that. So we're really looking at, is this a bond that was posted through legitimate sources? And
Right.
so that's why I was looking more into the bank records. And that's really the first part, the largest part of my ruling. I mean, I have concerns ultimately about the profiting off of Tupac's death, but I think my authority is somewhat limited in the source hearing to determining whether it's legal or illegal.
Right.
And so,
in Your Honor, in regards to...
You gave me the June records.
Right.
The bond premium was wire transferred out on June 11th. I see a transfer in right before that of $112,000 and $500 wire transferred in on June 11th and then immediately taken out in 2 separate payments. You provided me a check to show a portion of the payment, and the rest was, I do see wired out in the records. I don't see that check that you provided me even coming out of the bank account.
It has not yet, Your Honor. And again, we have the Mr. Jones and the bail bond on there. What they had agreed to was, pending Your Honor's ruling, he was simply going to hold on to the check, which there's funds in the bank to cover that check.
Okay.
But he was going to hold on to the check until the court approved the ruling and then go ahead and cash it.
So my question ultimately is, where does that $112,500 transfer come from? Because given your client's own words, Mr. Jones was a front or middleman for this money, and so ultimately if I know who that came from, that would give me more peace of mind.
Right, and we did provide the court with the actual company that the check came from. And that was the Agent Entertainment Touring Group. And you can see that notation in the June 11th transfer out of the bank. It says AG Entertainment Touring.
Okay.
Now, this is a client of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones would testify that he received this money. This was money owed to him. He asked for that specific amount of $112,500 on the basis that he knew that he was going to use that money to pay the bill. They owe him more than that, but that was a payment that they made to his account.
Okay. Anything else?
And so in regards to whether those monies came from a legitimate source, I think you have all the information there. We have a legitimate bank account. We have a legitimate business. He received the funds from another legitimate business. Your Honor can even review their website at www.agententertainment.com. It's a legitimate transaction between 100 Entertainment and AG Entertainment Touring. And he decided to use that money. In regards to any restrictions that money is for his life story, again, as Your Honor just noted, it's very limited that at this point, since he's not convicted, you cannot tell Mr. Davis he cannot receive those monies. He can receive any monies in regards to this crime until he's convicted. That's well supported by the Nevada case law. It's supported by the statute that the state had previously alleged that they were relying upon, which was 41B200.
Which case law specifically?
No, they didn't mention any case law, but I'll get to the case law. But I was just saying that the state referred to 41B200.
Sure, Slayer statute.
The Slayer statute, which says it has to be a convicted killer. But the case law that we are referring to is the Sears v. Lerner case. Let me get you this site.
Okay.
That's 120 Nevada 930 2004. In that case, it was a discussion in regards to the statute NRS 217.007. That statute was found to be over-inclusive.
Can I get that site again? Did you say
Yes.
120 Nevada 930?
930 2004.
Nothing comes up. Nevadans for Nevada versus Beers? The only thing that's listed.
Sears v. Lerner. Sears is SERES versus Lerner. I could double check the site for you. But again, in that case, it was discussing NRS 217.007. The court found that statute to be over-inclusive. And that statute was the right of a victim to receive proceeds from material based upon or related to a crime. The reason why the court found it over-inclusive was because it did not restrict the realm of possible defendants to just convicted felons. Additionally, in that case, in the Sears case, I believe on page 939, excuse me. On page 939, the Nevada Supreme Court cited to the United States Supreme Court of Simon v. Schuster. Simon and Schuster, discussing the Son of Sam statute in New York, voided a provision which denied the recovery of proceeds from telling a story by any person who has voluntarily and intelligently admitted to the commission of a crime for which such a person is not convicted. So basically, the United States Supreme Court threw out a statute on the basis that a person can admit to a crime, but if he's not convicted of the crime, he can still reap financial benefits from that crime. Sears also upheld that in their decision to find NRS 217.007 as over-inclusive. The constitutional analysis that has to be made in this case is a strict scrutiny analysis, because basically with that court's ruling that he cannot benefit from the proceeds of talking about the murder, there has to be a strict scrutiny analysis because it violates his freedom of speech rights. And for there to be a violation of freedom of speech rights, the courts have said in a strict scrutiny analysis, number one, the state has to state a compelling interest, number one. I couldn't figure out what the state's compelling interest is in this one, but mostly I was thinking it was probably because of the victim, but I'll leave the state to go ahead and address that, the victim's being compensated. I'll let the state assert what its compelling interest is. But then after it asserts it, we have to see if the court's ruling order is narrowly tailored to go ahead and affect that outcome. And we don't believe it is, because basically at this point, what we have derived from the court's ruling is he cannot talk about his life story, which he can't. The only victim, because Mr. Shakur has no living heirs at this point.
So to analogize this to another constitutional right, for example, freedom to associate. I can, as a condition of bond, I can restrict someone's ability to contact, for example, the victim or children under 18 or things like that. And so as a condition of bond, in order to meet those two goals of bond, ultimately the court has greater discretion in fashioning release conditions. And so I think ultimately, to cut to the chase, that's the state's argument, is that this is a condition of bond. And the argument that they have is that this is a condition of bond similar to that. And so it's not a situation where, you know, a family member or somebody is posting the bond to ensure the safety of the community, or to ensure that he comes back. And so really the conditions of bond are not met, or the ultimate goals of bond are not met by Mr. Jones posting this one.
Right. And the argument that they presented now was that the condition of bond is that the court has stated is being used to protect the community. Because obviously it's not to ensure his presence. They have other things to ensure his presence, house arrest and the electronic monitoring. But to protect the community has already been exposed to his life story. They've been exposed to his different recollections of what occurred that night. The community is not being harmed in any way, fashion whatsoever by him telling his life story.
I think the harm is probably more future criminality or injury to potential witnesses, as was argued at first, than the community being exposed to the story.
But again, all of that has been discussed in regards to his different videos that he's done, to his book, that has been discussed. So there's no additional harm that can be done. What I think would be a better order by the court, if I may recommend such, is that there be a gag order on Mr. Davis from having any conversations in regards to Mr. Tupac. It should not be publicized, printed, disseminated in any fashion until after the conclusion of the trial. this whole order that prevents him from being able to collect money, like I said, it's an infringement on his right of freedom of speech. It drags us down a quagmire that we don't need to be
But if I'm
dragged
entering a
down.
gag order, isn't that implicating those exact same rights that you just asked me not to?
Right, but I think it's narrowly tailored because, again, remember how I started off, that Mr. Jones wanted a 10-part series. That 10-part series, I would imagine one of the episodes in that 10-part series would include the Shakur slaying, but there's many other things and interesting life events, crime stories, etc., that Mr. Davis can discuss. And so, do you see the distinction, Your Honor? The life story and just discussion in regards to Tupac Shakur.
I mean, I've read so many things, I don't know if they're true necessarily, but it seems like your end goal here is to make some sort of show on the prep for this trial, according to news articles that have been sent to me.
Like again, you read so many things about it. That's not my
quote to the Sun is not accurate?
That's not my end goal here, Your
Okay.
Honor. My end goal is to win the trial. Okay? Whether they want to follow me with cameras, they can do that. Are we going to benefit by that? I promise you, as an officer of the court, we have not signed a contract, nor have we been given any financial incentive to do something like that, Your Honor.
Okay, this case isn't going to be your legacy. Okay, you may continue, Mr. Blum.
Yes, Your Honor. So, just to focus on what this court actually ordered. So the court may reach two orders. This is a motion to reconsider, right? So to bring it back to what this court ordered. The first finding of this court was that the defendant failed to make a prima facie case that the funds were from a legitimate source. Your Honor, first I would suggest that a preponderance is probably, state would suggest a preponderance, but even if we were using prima facie.
And I'll let you know why I went with that, because ultimately there was some disagreement. We don't have a statute for source hearings. There was some disagreement among the states of what the standard was. And as you know, prima facie is much lower than preponderance. And so ultimately I used the lower standard, so ultimately it would be encompassing both standards. I honestly, would welcome some guidance on what the standard should be for this hearing, because I'm sort of flying blind on this thing, but at the same time, that's ultimately why I fashioned that. And so I understand your argument, but ultimately that was something I did consider.
But yes, and what I think is very telling though, is that after taking evidence for sworn testimony from Mr. Jones and Mr. Davis, the defendant couldn't even make the lowest threshold of prima facie case that this came from a legitimate source. So, I mean, and the reason still remains true. Defendant's statement to his wife that Mr. Jones was a middleman, I think this court really has to consider. Also, as we provided exhibits, it wasn't just some spontaneous lie that he told his wife, as was proffered to this court at the last source hearing. Instead, these schemes, these plans, these attempts to deceive the court have been going on for months and months, laid out on jail calls over and over. Hey, we're going to use this person as a front. We'll use that person as a front. This person doesn't want to testify, so we've got to get somebody that will testify. And the sample I gave to the court is just that, a mere sample, a mere sprinkling of the scheming that has been going on by Mr. Davis in order to deceive this court as to where the source of the funds come from. And so, the other point I make is Mr. Jones lacks any credibility whatsoever based on the evidence that we've heard. Your Honor, I would go so far as to say that he perjured himself. And the reason why is, let's look at the evolution of Mr. Jones's positions. The letter he offered this court is, this is a gift. And I've known Mr. Davis for a long time. We're good friends for a long time. Then his testimony evolved. It started with when Mr. Arnold asked him, are you receiving any benefit? No, I'm not receiving any benefit. Then it goes, when I ask him, well, is there a contract? It evolves to, well, there's no contract yet. Then when Mr. Arnold asks him about, well, on the jail call, we did hear about a contract. Can you tell us about that? And then Mr. Jones tells an incredible story about what they're actually discussing. It has nothing to do with the murder of Mr. Shakur, but it's about a car that Mr. Davis once held, and he needs to get the title cleared. So that's what he's talking about signing. So, and then this court tried to clarify what Mr. Jones was saying, and Your Honor, you have the transcript. You tell me if you got anything from Mr. Jones's response, because I sure as heck couldn't figure it out. In fact, it's the reason why we asked for the transcript is because, well, maybe I'm not understanding and something meaningful was said. No, it was just nonsensical rambling. And so that's just what happened in court under oath. Now we take the extra court, outside of court statements. We have a jail call that refers to a contract. We have a YouTube interview where he talks about stipulations. We have a Clubhouse interview, or a Clubhouse social media post, where he talks about, hey, I just received this contract, and as a result of this contract, I'm going to be bailing Mr. Jones out, or Mr. Davis out. And then after the hearing, he does another YouTube interview where he tacitly admits, yeah, so what if I got this from somebody else? What if I told somebody, hey man, I need $112,500 in order to make something happen, and you'll get it back if I can get that money back. That is a remarkable admission that he makes after this court hearing. And Your Honor, whether or not, and I'll address whether or not the legality of the court's requirement, but whether or not Mr. Davis or Mr. Jones agrees with the court's position, they are not allowed to, one, lie, attempt to deceive the court, or two, scheme on jail calls to circumvent this court's rulings. So I don't know what Mr. Jones could tell you that would give this court anything, prima facie, preponderance, anything, to believe that this is from a legitimate source, given Mr. Jones's observable willingness to deceive the court in order to get his deal done. So Mr. Jones has no credibility. Mr. Davis has no credibility when it comes to this, except though I do appreciate Mr. Arnold conceding that Mr. Davis is a notorious gang leader, that he was the godfather of Compton. I appreciate those admissions, but if anything, I think that should go to the later argument that Mr. Giacomo is going to present, that maybe this court ought to reconsider its positions, given these concessions today. And Mr. Arnold's position has always been, you can't trust Mr. Davis because he's not telling the truth. Well, apparently he is telling the truth about being a godfather of Compton, and he is telling the truth about being a notorious gang leader. So, Your Honor, the source of the funds, at least for Mr. Jones, is just not credible. He is not a credible source. Anything that comes through him is not credible, is not reliable. Now, with regards to whether or not the court's has the ability to set conditions on a detention order, I think first and foremost, this court made a finding that a detention order was necessary, right? It wasn't that we're just setting bail. This court found, after a lengthy briefing, lengthy argument, given all the factors required to be considered in NRS 178-4853, that a detention order was necessary to protect the public from Mr. Davis. And so, one of the conditions for release was that he may not benefit from Tupac Shakur's killing, right? He may not use proceeds from that to make his bail. And I would submit that this court was correct in doing that, because pursuant to NRS 178-4851, subsection 3, this court can set any condition without limitation as long as it relates to keeping the community safe. And Your Honor, I would argue that a person publicly availing himself of funds from the proceeds of a murder that is still awaiting trial is in fact putting the public in danger. After all, when we were here in January making this argument, one thing the state told the court and reminded the court was that the FBI literally had to move a witness based on credible threats from the defendant. Now we're going to infuse him with more funds from proceeds from killing Mr. Shakur. How does that keep the community safe? It certainly does not conform with this court's finding that a detention order was necessary to protect the community. I would also add, Your Honor, that a gift, even if we were to believe Mr. Jones's original story out of the 4 or 5 he told, even if we go with the original letter, this is a gift, Your Honor, that simply does not meet this court's findings that Mr. Davis presents a danger to the community and requires to be detained. Because the only reason why you set a detention order assured by a monetary amount is because the philosophy that, well, he has at least got some incentive to follow the court's orders based on the monetary penalty he will suffer if he violates this court's rulings, right? Otherwise, there's no point to the cash bail, or to the bail. And so if he's just being given found money, $112,500, you know, just because, if we were to believe, again, Mr. Jones's first story, just because he's a gift, he's a great guy, I've known him forever, even that, I think, would undermine this court's findings of a detention order being necessary. But that's not what we have here. Lastly, Mr. Arnold, with regards to the First Amendment, what's curious is that Mr. Arnold suggests a gag order, which actually does trigger the First Amendment violations that he worries about with the bail, the release restriction. Because a gag order actually does require the strict scrutiny analysis. But a condition of release does not require a strict scrutiny analysis. And as this court aptly pointed out, every court in this courthouse restricts whom a released defendant can associate with, right? And we have that freedom of association, but you can make it as a condition of release as long as you tie it to the safety of the community or the ability to return, or the likelihood to return. And here, Your Honor, there is a close tie to be funding somebody because of their retelling of the crime that they are on trial for and the safety of the community, especially given what we know about Mr. Davis being the, as Mr. Arnold pointed out, a notorious gang leader and the godfather of Compton gangs. Your Honor, is given those concessions, this court ought to be concerned.
A lot of what Mr. Arnold is arguing centers on, ultimately in his pleading papers and a little bit of what he's talked about today. I mean, we are pre-trial. There's the presumption of innocence at this point. And so, how does the state address that, given that these aren't convictions?
Right.
These are, well, his story is what got us here.
Right.
And his story, now he's saying, is a total lie.
Right.
And everything that he said is a lie.
Right.
And so, how does the state sort of reconcile those two issues, those two?
Right, and so I guess I made an overly nuanced argument with regard to 42B last time we were here. My point with regards to 42B...
I understand, you can't get the money back.
Yeah,
Once it's gone, once it's posted,
yes,
it's gone.
okay. So then if we just go back to the presumption of innocence, sure, Mr. Davis is presumed innocent. But this court was aware of that when it set its orders in January, and that's why we had a whole hearing, and this court created a detention order and a requirement based on the well-considered factors listed out in NRS 4853 about the danger to the community Mr. Davis posed. That's the reason why, that is the reason why he should not be able to profit from talking about his crimes, not because of 42B, but because this court made a finding that he's a danger to the community, and one of the stipulations of his release tied into his danger to the community is that he should not be using funds from the murder of Mr. Shakur to fund his release. One other thing I just want to clarify for the record is that Mr. Arnold stated that Mr. Shakur has no heirs. He does. I believe Miss Shakur, his sister, is on the line. His brother also. They run his estates, and so I just clarification, not for the point of our argument, but just for the clarification purposes. I want to acknowledge them because they've been involved very much through this whole process. But yes, Your Honor, presumably when this court made that order, it made the finding, because this court laid out specifically all the factors. The couple for Mr. Davis, a number against Mr. Davis, and then made its ruling that he should not use those proceeds. And I would assume that's because this court believes, as the state believes, that using funds from the proceeds of the murder does not protect the community.
Mr. Arnold, did you want to respond to any of those points before I move to the state's counter motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Specifically, it seems that this is not a matter of protection to the community or ensuring his presence, What the state is asking for Your Honor to do is simply that my client not make any money off of this case. There's no legal authority that they have cited to that disallows my client from making money on this case. Right now, his son, myself, even he can enter into a contract with any media entity and make money on this case. The court cannot prevent him from doing that, and no one has access to those proceeds until he is convicted on this case. That is just the law. And so why is a bail condition going to his ability to make money? Next, the state says, well, this is a gift, and so there's no repercussions. There's probably been 80 people bailed out this morning. Most of it is a gift, Your Honor. It's going to come from the mother, the father, the spouse at times. A lot of people are getting gifts to pay for the bail.
If my mom bails me out, I don't want her to lose her house.
Right.
If some guy that I think is a front and a bad dude, his words, not mine, bails me out, I don't really care if he loses his money. And so that's, I think, my big concern with that point. I mean, there's other concerns.
Right, but that individual, Mr. Jones, he has recourse against Mr. Davis should Mr. Davis flee or not show up to his court appearances. But he has no reason not to show up for his court appearances, for the simple fact is that's part of the story, Your Honor. That does not make sense.
Talking in circles here. So it's about, it's both about, his life story is not about the Tupac murder, but also it's only about Tupac trial. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because that's his reason for coming back.
What I'm saying is, Your Honor, the life story of my client is separate from the murder of Tupac.
But the only thing that drives him to come back to court would be that he can only profit from a deal if he's either convicted or not convicted or goes to trial in some way. That's just what you said.
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
Well, because the reason why he's coming back is to find himself not guilty on this case. He has plenty of incentive to come back. He's not going anywhere, and you have set the parameters to make sure we know of his whereabouts at all times. That ensures his presence.
Okay.
Additionally, you said in regards to a Nebia hearing that you needed guidance. Many of Nebia hearings that we've done on the federal level as Assistant U.S. Attorney, what we were trying to determine is whether those funds came from an illegal source. Did they come up from some made-up corporation? Did they come from a legitimate bank account? Or there are records to indicate that this was a legitimate business? Those were the factors that we were trying to get from the source here.
Right, in the federal court, but we don't have any sort of statute or case that says anything about what our source hearings look like.
Right, but we do have those concerns met in this instance. That is, we have a legitimate business, number one. We have entity, 100 Entertainment, that has been in business prior to the beginning of this case. We have another entity, AG Entertainment Touring, that was in existence prior to the beginning of this case. They made payment to 100 Entertainment in the amount of the bail. Again, for reasons known to Mr. Jones, he asked for that specific amount. And there's nothing illegitimate that the state has pointed out in regards to that transaction. And so since there's nothing illegitimate about that transaction, that satisfies the requirements for the Nebia hearing. Him being a notorious gang leader, that shouldn't deter the court from allowing him to be free. He was a notorious gang leader in 2008. Those days are long gone. He was a law-abiding citizen for many years here in Las Vegas. And so he should be able to go back and again tell those stories. We are not protecting the public from anything. What we have to do again is to make sure that he's going to be present, number one, and that number two, that the community is going to be safe. He has not violated the law in any way. He hasn't put out a hit. We don't know the validity of this FBI moving a witness and how that witness was going to be in danger. There's no indication that Mr. Davis has any power with any gang or any people out there to go ahead and order a hit or anything like that. And so those are all speculation by the state and should not be considered in a Nevia hearing, which should just be the focus: do we have legitimate sources?
Okay. State, did you want to be heard regarding your counter argument?
Yes, Judge.
On motion, I apologize.
And I'll be brief as it relates to that. Yeah, there has been a significant change in circumstances. You know, obviously the state disagreed with the court's prior ruling, but I think there was probably two reasons behind it. One was, look, there's a number of statements by the defendant, but what exactly is the corroboration? And then the other one is one I don't quite grasp from a legal standpoint, but the temporal relationship between the arrest and the crime, right? That 27 years, kind of something about it. But when you look at our motion to reconsider, there's only one temporal relationship that really matters, which is in 2006, there's a live witness who puts the four people the suspect says in Las Vegas leaving to go harm Suge and Tupac Shakur. That witness is corroborated by records from a hotel that establishes he was here, and we know that he's a member of this gang. But the most important temporal relationship here is he makes that statement 2 years before any confession the defendant ever made. And that's the reason why I put the 2008 in there, and I know there may be some litigation about what exactly that 2008 statement may or may not be used for. But certainly in 2009, when he makes a fully admissible confession to those facts, he puts the same four people in the car that an eyewitness has him leaving a bar to go harm Tupac and Suge on the night in question. So now it's not just a guy who's confessed 37,000 times to killing Tupac Shakur. You now have corroboration long before he ever said that from a witness that he wouldn't have known would said that gives the exact same factual pattern. And I suggest to you, there are a few cases where you can get a full confession and not have the proof as evidence presumption is great. I understand why in this case the court probably had some reticence. But now that we know that there is a live witness that places Mr. Davis with the three other suspects leaving to harm Mr. Shakur long before he ever confessed, the proof has to be evident and the presumption must be great at this point, and I would submit it to the court.
Can you just answer for me why this wasn't presented at the bail hearing?
I can't. We didn't have these records. There was, I don't want to say a lack of cooperation necessarily from law enforcement in other jurisdictions during the course of this, but this has been a highly complex situation involving Christopher Wallace, the lawsuits, and getting those records. Ultimately, we just received, as I put in the motion, we just received, between the time of the last bail hearing and the time of this court, this particular hearing, we just received an enormous amount of records that we supplied over to Mr. Arnold from the Christopher Wallace investigation. And this report was within those thousands and thousands of pages that we had. And then we went out. There are other confirming people, but the only one we can establish that this witness is currently still alive at this point is this particular witness. There are other things that fully corroborate the story that Mr. Davis said long before Mr. Davis ever said them.
It's just, at this point, we have not yet confirmed that we have a live witness that can actually testify to it. And I put that in the motion as well.
Okay. Mr. Arnold?
I didn't understand that last part. We're talking about Corey Edwards, right?
That's the witness that we.
Right. And he's not alive?
He's alive.
Oh, okay. And so, in regards to Mr. Edwards, again, gave a statement in 2006 that he identified the 4 people that were in the car and he identified them in Vegas. That is not a change of circumstances in regards to this case that was under the meaning of the Nevada Rule 7B that the court can reconsider its bail. Basically, all he did was corroborate what has been said by Mr. Davis in his multiple interviews and by the state in their presentation of the case. And so a corroborating witness, that happens all the time. It shouldn't cause the court to go back and review its bail. Mr. Edwards, he's not reliable. He made this almost 10 years, this statement 10 years after the incident. And so, bottom line, he could have heard that through hearsay, rumors. I don't know how he came up with this information, but that's subject to cross-examination at the time of trial, and it shouldn't be considered here to look at the bail again. Again, as you stated, Your Honor, he has a presumption of innocence. We should be allowed to discuss that presumption of innocence at the time of trial, but still, we can't just shirk it aside for the sake of this statute of Nevada that allows us to look at this presumption. You already made your decision on that, and we ask that you abide by that decision and remember that my client is presumed innocent.
All right. Excellent arguments on both sides. Ultimately, this is a little bit more wide-ranging, especially from the defense perspective, of what was covered in the briefing. So there's a couple things I need to look at before I issue an order, okay?
One last thing, Your Honor, I apologize. Someone provided me with the site. It was 102 Nevada 928. I apologize.
I did find that one.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, though. Thanks for looking that up. All right, I'll let you guys know the next day or two, my opinion, or my decision regarding both. Thank you. We talked a little bit about discovery. Anything else you think that Christopher Wallace discovery seems pretty wide-ranging?
I think we have turned over everything. We do have one last thing that was turned over to us that we need to review. I don't think it has anything relevant to Mr. Shakur's murder. It involves a totally different case, but I just want to, and I've gone through about 2/3 of it, haven't seen anything that we need to disclose, but I'm working diligently to make sure that even through this unrelated case file, it was turned over to us, so I want to go through it and personally make sure that Mr. Arnold does anything that would be exculpatory or inculpatory.
Okay. Mr. Arnold, how are you progressing toward that November 3rd trial date?
I'm concerned about this box. I just want to see it. I mean, we just got the box, the Greg Keating box that he was talking about. We're going through it. We should have our review done before the end of the summer. I'm just concerned another box comes and we have to do further investigation on that.
So as we sit right now, ready for that date because I have a death penalty case trailing.
Can I say 30 more days and then make that determination?
We'll do a 30-day status check then on trial readiness. And that'll be August 20th.
I'll address the court.
I think we're done.
I've got something to say.
You want to say to Mr. Arnold, and he can say, he represents you, so ultimately you represent yourself, you can talk at will, but if
Mr. Greg Keating had them boxes at his house for 15 years in his attic, doing all kind of TV interviews. That them boxes should not be allowed in a case.
He's just going to talk about it.
Yeah, them boxes should not be allowed. The tainted evidence, everything. The man, he broke a proffer agreement, and he broke the law, all kind of stuff. The boxes should not be allowed. They've been at his house for 15 years. And they do interviews, going in the boxes, let me see here, ooh, you can see it on any internet site that this man been going in the boxes for years. And he's a interview and a judge, federal judge in LA did a 142 page thing about him. Look it up on the internet.
So I think what the state said ultimately is that they don't think there's going to be anything in those boxes that they're going to use.
They just used something in the boxes. They just used something in the boxes from 1996, and they know they did it.
Yeah, no, certainly we are.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside. They crashed my family in this. They did my daughter first. They did my son. Then they just did my wife the last year. What's the name told me about these, David Westbrook told me about these dudes. He said they're not only ugly on the outside, but they ugly on the inside too. These two dudes right here.
All right. At this point, there's nothing before me to exclude any sort of evidence. There's been no motion filed about the proffer. I don't know if Mr. Arnold plans on challenging that or not. Ultimately, that decision is up to him. So we'll see you guys back on that 30-day date.
That was August 20th that I knew.
At that time, we need to know if we're going to go on the 3rd.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Page 7.
So let me switch back over to real court, to real time court, because that was also real court. All right, so they are still on their lunch. They should be coming back in like 2 minutes here. And again, what we were just watching was a hearing from July 24th of 2024. And I do not remember Corey Edwards, the live witness that the state was talking about. They didn't really want to name him, and the defense came in and named him. I don't remember him being mentioned in opening statements. So it seems like the prosecution decides or comes across some knowledge about Corey Edwards in 2024, right before this hearing. They mention him in a footnote in one of their filings, their briefs that's related to the arguments that we just watched. And they argue it in court that, look, we have extra concerns, extra weight here. The judge is like, well, why didn't you bring this up at the bond hearing? Well, we only just became aware of it. The prosecution starts to say, like, hey, we don't really think the investigation was, hinting at it's law enforcement's fault that the DA's office didn't have wind that this person existed or gave a statement in 2006. And this individual says he was in Vegas that night. We also heard his name in these recorded interviews from 2008 and 2009. What was he mentioned in opening statements? To me, that suggests they either don't think he's going to testify if they bring him, or they see some other credibility issues. Because why would you not bring a witness who at some point you believed corroborates that Davis was in Vegas that night? So I do believe, I haven't heard anything that Corey Edwards is not alive currently. So, I mean, maybe that's changed and maybe that's just not reported. But I'm not aware of anything that would like physically make him unavailable to testify at trial. So, yes, Corey Edwards, he was the quote-unquote live witness that the prosecution was just mentioning during that proceeding. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe he'll pop up. I don't know. I don't know. Also, while we were doing that rewind here, thank you so much for the generous super here from Davis TV. Good to see you. You've been all the way in the bushes. Glad to see you come out. I hope you are doing well. Always good to see you. Please let us know what you are up to. And I don't know if you've been following the rest of this case, because we're on day 5 now, but if you've been keeping up or you just jumped in, let us know what you think. I think it's wild. I think you have everybody talking about everything. Even what we just heard, this exchange about the box of information from Greg Kading. So at the time that this proceeding's happening, the judge is like, defense, are you going to be ready for this trial that's coming up? And they point out, and the state confirms, yeah, we did just turn over in discovery this information from Greg Kading. Did they just come across that? Did they not know it existed? Did they not know that a documentary had already been made based on Gray Kading's consulting work and the 2008 proffer recording that was provided? It's kind of weird to me that that's like not immediate discovery. All right, we've got everybody filing back in. And we're supposed to have one more witness who's going to continue their testimony on Monday. They're going to stay for the weekend. And I'm still not sure if they're going to finish up the last bit of this 2009 recording or not.
C377407. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury in?
Not from the state.
Or wait till
Timing-wise,
Monday.
we're going to finish off with the statement, and then you have a witness that you're going to get started but not finished, correct? Okay,
There we
sounds
go.
good. Let's bring in the jury, Randy.
All right, so back to the recording.
Not ready. Okay.
Did the courthouse turn off the AC today, or? It's a little warm in here. Agree.
It's always warm in the road, so I don't know.
It's called county bill to probably pay the power bill.
Amanda, is that about Corey Edwards? Amanda says his testimony was presented to the jury only through written statements and police reports rather than live witness testimony. Corey Edwards died of natural causes on May 11th, 2024. And then Ben says 2 months before that hearing. What the heck? So convenient. So they never wanted to like introduce that witness or bring him up until they knew he wouldn't be available. And then all of a sudden we're safe to use his statements. That's how that comes off to me. That's wild.
To the presence of the jury. All right, you may be seated.
All right, let's hear the rest of this 2009. Let me
Welcome
switch
back,
my
ladies and
banner.
gentlemen. We are in the middle of exhibit, well, 2/3 of the way through exhibit number 118. State, you may resume playing whenever you're ready.
Okay. So you said you didn't know that Orlando was he was going to shoot him, but he wasn't a planned shooter.
No. There was no plan at that time.
At all, period.
It was a lucky coincidence.
Yeah, we ran into him.
Okay.
It just happened, what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know how to word this.
You're doing a good job.
Okay, so he does the shooting, you turn, the girls start to follow you, Orlando puts another round off, the girls decide not to follow you, and then you drive away and go to the carriage house. Is there any conversation before he splits from you, Orlando? Before he leaves you? He doesn't tell you at that time, I'm going to go...
he told us after we got there.
Okay.
And I was like, man, we ran right into him at the park. I mean, that was a trip because they was right here and we was at the crosswalk in the middle of Las Vegas Boulevard. Like, damn.
When you were walking back?
Yeah, when we was walking back, the ambulance and Suge and Tupac to the back of the ambulance. Right by us. Like, we could have said hi.
Did Suge see you?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did he see you? Did he know it was you that was in the car when they did the shooting?
I mean, he could have seen you. You could have seen me, yeah. You think he might have, it could be possible. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, did you guys make eye contact? Did you and Suge make eye contact?
You make eye contact with him? It looks like...
Okay, and this is when you're walking?
No, this was
During the shooting?
yeah.
You could have made eye contact with him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So during the shooting, you made eye contact with Suge?
It looked like I see. It looked like you seen it.
You believe that?
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay. All right.
That's why he said, y'all had the right motherfucker.
Say it again.
Remember he said on that interview, y'all had the right motherfucker, y'all had the man. You remember him saying that?
Yeah, I do. And what do you think he was referring to?
To Orlando?
Yeah, Orlando.
Okay.
You don't remember he said that when he was at his office? Y'all had y'all man. Then he did it all in that book interview, all that shit. Like this motherfucker. Snitcher. You know?
That's strange that he did that.
Yeah.
You don't remember him saying that?
No, I remember something to the effect. Did you think he was going to
I thought he was, yeah.
press charges on you?
On who?
Orlando really kind of saved him.
Well, I mean, anybody. I mean, did you think Suge was going to tell the police?
No, you know better than answer that question. Suge wasn't going to tell him that. But answer the question.
I thought he was.
You really did?
Yeah, because he just had the music industry view.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And like y'all, with the street people wasn't scared of him. You see now he getting beat up every week.
Yeah. So the police actually came and did some search warrants.
Yeah.
You remember that you were there for that?
I got away about 5 minutes before y'all came.
Okay. And they got into the houses on Burris, as well as quite a few other places.
Yeah.
They actually took quite a few guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't get the right gun.
No.
Do you have any idea now where that gun might have gone?
No idea.
Never heard anything about it. Or did I never say anything about it? Who went back and got the Cadillac?
T. Brown drove it on.
So T. Brown would have had the gun at some point?
Not that I can recall.
You didn't hear anything about that?
Nobody never discussed what a gun is. Never.
Okay.
Tell them why that happened, because what was your mindset?
What's that?
Why wouldn't you not discuss the gun?
I was trying to get as far away from Vegas as I possibly could.
Okay, it wasn't on your priority list.
I was trying to get the fuck up out of there.
When did you leave Las Vegas?
We left the next morning.
I'm sorry?
We left the next morning because we figured y'all would be looking for that Cadillac on the road.
Okay. So you left in the Buick?
Yeah.
With Pamela. Or Paula, I'm sorry.
Me, Paula, and Lane.
Oh, Lane drove back with you?
Yeah.
What did Lane say about the shooting to you?
He was just nervous all the way back. And he was like, man, because he went on to the doctor and got a sling at the same hospital.
In what hospital?
Where Tupac was?
Yeah, on Marlin Parkway.
Really?
Yeah.
The next day or the same night?
That same night, got a sling. Was on and everything.
While they were in the hospital?
Yeah.
Tupac was taken to a trauma center, not on Maryland Parkway. There is a hospital on Maryland Parkway.
Yeah.
And you think
that's where he got it? Yeah, got a sling and everything. He was fucked up. They fucked him up bad.
Okay. I'm looking for anything Orlando might have said about the shooting. When did you find out that
that they was hit?
Yeah, Tupac was hit. Suge was grazed.
Corey had came from the MGM and said, everybody talking about Tupac is shot.
What did Orlando feel about that?
What, did he say anything?
No.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing.
You didn't say anything?
Yeah, no. We was already scared of Corey because they were saying
they wasn't standing in front of Corey anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack. Smith Jack.
Yeah, we was kind of scared of him, so we didn't really mention nothing around him.
Okay.
But
Now, go ahead.
He got wind.
Who got?
When Corey found out. Shit.
You lost me. Go ahead.
I said, Corey, when he found out what happened and shit, he got to tell everybody, told
Well, he found out what he thought happened because he wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the van, we'll get back to that real quick, but the van, it didn't catch up to you guys at all? It wasn't even nowhere near the shooting at that time? They didn't ever know we had did it. None of those guys? None of those guys.
So you didn't even tell them you did it? How about when you get back to Compton? Did you tell everybody that?
I didn't tell nobody. Okay, he asked you two questions. It's not on purpose. Okay, but just listen carefully to his question. His first question was...
Did I tell anybody?
Yes.
Never.
Okay.
First time I even mentioned it to anybody was when I told them. I was my deeper secret.
Your lawyer didn't even know, right?
I understand.
Keefe, your lawyer didn't even know, right?
Okay.
And all the little dudes be on the internet, we killed Tupac, and you cannot be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Stupid motherfuckers. Murder is never over.
Keefe, is he asking you a question?
No. Right now.
Quit rambling. Just let me ask you a question so we can go.
The Burris crew.
Yeah.
Southside Crips.
Yeah.
When you got back into Compton, did you have a meeting with your crew?
Not with our crew. We gave after all that shooting, we gave a meeting then.
All the killings?
All the shooting, yeah.
What did the meeting consist of then?
What'd you say?
What did the meeting? What happened at that meeting?
What happened at that meeting? I said we'll take care of all the heavyweight dudes and y'all just take care of all the neighborhood dudes.
Okay.
But it has time that you kind of told them, look, man, this is all because of Tupac. Because something happened down there, something like that. I said,
He's trying to refresh your memory, so just listen to what he says, because he's not trying to testify.
Y'all shouldn't have ever gave that meeting.
Okay.
Shouldn't have ever gave it. Yeah, the meeting and
At the point that you have that meeting, it's a full-on war.
yeah.
A lot of people dying.
People were scared, yeah. We only lost one person.
That would be
Bobby Spence.
okay.
But you the boss, so you trying to just have a meeting to tell everybody what's going on, watch your back. This is why A, B, C, and D is happening. You the boss. Yeah.
Okay. What was said at the meeting?
What was said at the meeting? Shit. I just told them be careful. Y'all take care of all the gang members, of the street level guys, and we'll handle the heavyweight guys. But isn't that the time that you told them kind of like allude to the fact that somebody from Southside had done that, killed Tupac? I never told nobody that. Never said that. Because I know better than that. The first time I ever told somebody was y'all. I didn't tell my sisters. I didn't tell my brothers. I didn't tell nobody nothing. I don't know if Lando told anybody or nothing. But I never told nobody shit. Not like that.
Did the Cadillac go anyplace?
Did he go anyplace?
Well, you said that Dre drove it back.
No, T. Brown drove it back.
Okay, T. Brown, I'm sorry. T. Brown drove it back to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
What?
Did he go to a car wash?
Yes.
Nah, hell no.
Nothing like that.
No.
You just he turned it back into the rental.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he shot that thing. You know, they gonna watch it. We go. They no bullet holes, no body shot, no nothing. No nothing. None of that never happened. None of that happened.
Were there any casings left inside that car?
You know, he got that shit up out of there.
T. Brown did.
Yeah.
When did he do that?
Shit, before he left Las Vegas.
You know where he did that? Was it there in the parking lot at the carriage house, or do you have any idea where he cleaned it up?
I didn't even go over there. I didn't go nowhere near that Cadillac.
I understand that. But he didn't say anything about, I took care of it, I cleaned it out, anything like that.
No.
It don't work here?
I don't know. I didn't tell nobody nothing that we took care of anybody. None of that shit. Never. Okay. That was my deepest secret in my life.
That would cause problems.
Yeah. I told them the first day.
T. Brown's still alive?
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Tell him.
He over here in LA somewhere. He hanging out by the Millennium, what's the name? You for the arrest him?
No. I'm
You
just,
understand?
I'm just looking for information. That's all.
Okay. Y'all had him laying the y'all didn't get me.
Keith, did he ask you a question? Let me ask you a question.
All right.
Have you discussed this with T. Brown since Tupac died?
Man, I'm the only one alive.
I know. Have you two discussed it?
Yeah, all the time.
Would T. Brown talk to me?
What? He might, I don't know.
Okay.
He might. But, yeah. And I was...
Do you think he stashed that gun? I'm just asking for your opinion at this point.
Even that gun is an interesting thing.
You know how many years I've been hunting that fucking thing?
Yeah, it seems to be, it hasn't popped up. Tell him what you know about the gun, like where could it be, or if you have any idea who might have took it. Just think it off the top of your head. Someone come back and got it? Anything you can think of?
I didn't go nowhere near that gun. Right?
I understand that.
What I'm saying is, do you have an impression that anyone mentioned something about maybe they went back and got it, or someone took a special interest with it, so you might think, is there a particular person you think that went and took the gun?
I don't know. That's T. Brown probably didn't know. You didn't know.
Is T. Brown the kind of person that would keep a gun like that because
hell no.
He got rid of it. You think he got rid of it? He would not keep it as a trophy.
Hell no.
Like that.
Shit no. Not at all.
I mean, that's...
Me and him the only one we be talking about. We the only two dudes alive. And, woo.
He never said nothing about the gun, though. Never.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Never.
But we know who all told on us because we got...
He didn't ask you that question.
Okay.
He asked a question about the gun, okay? Damn, Keith.
Oh.
Be here all day. Just, it's cool. You got as much time as you want, but... Okay, come on. Okay, go on. Answer the question.
What's all on?
Corey hours.
How many times do we... Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, just a minute. How many times do we got to talk about Corey?
Okay.
Okay, this is not, but just give to him whatever you want, but, he got a fixation on Corey. Every time we got to talk about any subject, you're bringing up Corey. Okay, so now get what you want. Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm tired of this Corey personal stuff.
Okay.
Go on, say what you're going to say.
Man, that man say nothing, man.
When are you going to stop on the dude? You got a person he just thinks hates him and snitching, and I wouldn't care what you talk about, he going to bring up Corey's name. Leave the dude alone.
He was jealous of Keefe from what I heard.
Yeah.
He didn't tell nobody, man.
Yeah, just leave the dude alone, but go and answer.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm at this point, what I'd like to do is ask you about the rumors I've heard over the years.
About him?
About him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's where I'm going to go.
Okay. Now, we need to take a break for a second so I can explain something to him. Because, not to tell you, I don't have a problem with that. But Keith has a way of boasting. Keith, I can do this in front of him. Just answer the questions.
Okay.
Don't get into all that.
All right.
Okay. Now go and ask whatever you want.
Puffy Combs. Does he play a role in this thing?
Answer the question directly. Tell him what you think.
Did he play a role in this?
You don't hesitate to tell him.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay. I heard he was. The rumor I heard was he was directly involved. Going back to money. Was he involved money-wise in this?
We didn't get paid.
Okay, you didn't get paid. Do you believe you paid somebody? Did somebody get paid for this?
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge.
What do you believe?
Didn't happen. We didn't get no money in California.
Okay.
You think you get some money at some other point? Someone else or what?
Yeah.
Then answer the question. I'm saying, tell them what you think.
You think somebody got paid?
Yeah. Zip
got paid.
That's what we think, yeah. That's what the word on the street is.
You think Zip set it up and Zip got paid?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's telling you.
No shit. You think Zip got paid?
Yeah.
That was the word on the street.
How much money do you think Zip got paid?
I don't know.
Nothing, you have no idea.
But Zip's living pretty good right now.
Yeah.
So is Puffy.
What's the name told me, what's the name?
D-Mac?
D-Mac.
Who's D-Mac?
Larry's right.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. What did D-Mac tell you?
He said, they fell out behind that Puff and Zip did, because he got paid. And he fell, we pulled that, Biggie's back out here when he got killed. So they fell out, they ain't been speaking or nothing. So yeah, your boy got the money, I heard. So, is that right?
Okay. Have you ever had personal contact with Puffy?
Since that happened?
No, anytime.
Oh, God damn, like a whole long time.
Oh, you know Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows him.
And he knows you.
Yeah.
So you had contact with him prior to the events in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Puff ever indicate to you?
Keith, let me just, I mean, you don't mind me butting in.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead. Keith, explain to him your relationship with Puff and Zip, and, you know, did Puffy take an interest in having Suge or anybody killed over here? Okay.
Okay, let's go right to the point.
Yeah, okay. Explain that to him.
Yeah, he was kind of scared of the guy, and we was at a hotel, and he was like, man, I'll give anything for that dude here.
Who are we talking about saying that?
He said that in front of our whole...
Which one, Puffy or Zip said it? Yeah,
Puff
Puffy
said
was talking about... Okay, go on.
I would do anything
for that boy's head.
For that boy's head. Referring to who?
Suge.
Okay. Why? Because he was afraid of him?
Yeah. He was real scared of that guy.
Okay.
It was like 45 of us in the room, and he said that shit.
For everybody.
In front of everybody.
Did he ever offer anything?
Or was he implying that he'd pay to have it done?
Yeah.
He implied it or he said it?
He said it.
What did he say?
Oh shit, I'll give anything for that dude head.
I mean, specific dollar.
That's how they talk, but what he's saying is, and then he's saying, did he kind of throw out a number, I'll give $1 million, I'll give what? Did he say something like that?
He was just like, he'd give anything, so motherfucker, million, too, that means big to some little gang moves on the street, like,
okay,
yeah, we'd turn that, ooh.
But he never had, Puff, as far as you know, never said, I'll give you a specific dollar amount.
He didn't say no specific dollar amount, but he wanted the man's head gone.
Okay. What about, did Puffy have any problems with Tupac?
How about that, that record came out, told he was a faggot and all that shit.
Right. Did he ever say anything specific? Did Puff ever say anything specific about Tupac that you know of?
Put it this way, what he's saying is, you know, you have the issue with Suge, and that he wanted Suge dead, but did Puffy seem to express an interest in Tupac? Was like maybe something happened in the Tupac? Did he say punk ass Tupac?
Yeah, fuck that dude, yeah. And did he think we got to have something done? He got all this shit started.
I'm saying Tupac was the one that started.
Yeah, all this shit started.
That's what he was asking me for. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm understanding. The night of the events in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Did Puffy ever come up? Did anything in the conversation with Puffy come up? I'm sorry, did I?
No, he wasn't hungry.
No.
Oh,
If we were at my office, we would be having snacks and anything you want, because, you know, I got it like that. But over here, you know, it's like low budget. You don't even get windows in the room.
Why do you think he's so thin for?
Oh, I'm telling you, you start messing with him, you know, you starve to death. Yeah. Some water. Okay, go on.
Did anything come up about Puffy that night?
That night?
Yes.
About Puffy that night?
Yes. Did any conversation about Puffy
the night of
the incident in Las Vegas?
Okay.
Oh, after
the shooting.
During the shooting? After anything?
After we was like, damn, we get paid now.
Okay.
And that was meant.
Well, we didn't even know the boy was shot.
But you been paid.
Came back.
Right.
But when you say paid, been paid by Puffy, right?
Yeah.
Paid by Puffy. To Orlando and your crew.
Yeah.
Were there ever any?
Did he ever give us some money?
Okay. Did he ever give you any money?
No, he didn't ever give us no money.
Was there any efforts made to get paid by Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about that.
We went and met Zip, you guys afterwards.
Zip being, and where was
Same one who get Zip
Right.
and gun.
Yeah. Like we,
Where y'all meet at?
at the hot wing place on Dupree and 3rd Street.
Okay. Describe the conversation.
We like,
Is it just you and Zip, or is there more?
It's just me and Zip.
Okay.
They had raided our house, took all our guns.
Right.
Like, man, we really need that money now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
These dudes got millions of dollars to go against us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. He never did get back with us.
No, what did he say when that conversation took place? Did he say, I'm going to check with you, I'm going to check with Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get back on I'll make sure he send you off some money.
Zip said he was going to make sure who sent you some money.
Puff.
Okay. And is there any talk about how much?
No, we didn't say how much. I had a lot of money back then also.
He didn't ask you that question. What you had?
That's okay. Did Zip ever indicate how much he was going to try to get from Puff?
No, he never indicated. We need some money.
Okay.
But the point is, wait, since you mentioned you had your money, you meant money, it's really Orlando's and money for what they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now you think Zip got paid by Puff at some point?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
After I got out the feds, I went and met him maybe like 2 years.
What do you mean you got the feds?
He was in the feds visiting for a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
when did you go in?
Yeah.
98.
When did you come out?
2002.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you think during that time period, Zip got paid?
Yeah.
By Puffy?
Yeah.
Because when you got out, what did you notice?
Was that?
When you got out, what happened that made you feel that Zip got paid?
Got a big nightclub, a 3-story shit. All kinds of cars, everything.
Okay.
And all that shit, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you
I ever try to get in contact with him?
Yes.
No, I never. He never called back.
You left a message, he never called you back?
Yeah. Called Puff too when I got out.
Puffy didn't call you back?
No. But I seen him after everything went down. I seen him.
You saw who?
I seen Puff at the House of Blues.
Okay.
He came to the car. Then he acted scared of us.
I would be too. If I owed you money, I'd be afraid of you.
Well, yeah, you didn't want to pay too, so what did he say when he came to the car?
Yeah.
He was just like he was telling us come meet him at the hotel room, the Beverly Hilton. So he asked us if we had some weed and stuff. But that motherfucker, he never took his eyes off of us though at all.
And y'all didn't go to the hotel?
No, we didn't go there.
You're a real gangster, and
Well,
he's a rapper.
Well, let me stop.
What I'm trying to
You really don't consider yourself to be no gangster, do you?
I'm a grandfather. I got 4 grandkids.
No,
My son trying to go to the NFL. He raw.
Okay.
You should have seen him Friday night.
You're a family man, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
So
you have some gang history, but you're not a gangster, right?
No, okay, you're not a
like
gangster today. I understand
not like
that.
the Italians.
But what I'm trying to get across is, he's a rapper.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
got.
we street dudes.
You're street dudes.
Yeah.
And I mean, you live the life.
Yeah, what they rap about.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I would definitely, if I owed you money, I would be afraid too.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a group of people that would jump at your bid, right?
Is that not necessary? Is that
No, I'm not going. What I'm trying to say is, it's understandable to me.
Yeah.
And
There's people around you to do things necessarily,
Yeah.
whether or not you tell them.
Try to impress
Things happen, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
To impress you.
that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Did he? What I'm trying to build to here is, did he make any comments or say anything at that time trying to make things right with you?
Yeah, when he approached the car, you knew that he knew it was a problem, so did he say, like, you think that's why I said come to the hotel, or
Did
what?
he indicate anything about Zip?
Yeah.
Did he say that there was a...
He just said that he just was in the window, we were talking to me, that he backed up, and there was girls all over him. He steadily watched that car. He wasn't paying attention to none of them girls. And I almost tripped over the car, and I'm like, this motherfucker is scared.
Well, do you think if you went to the hotel, he was gonna pay y'all, or why y'all didn't go? You would have some money there. Why you go get your money?
Cause we was doing something else.
Oh.
That dude, Long Beach.
Oh, y'all was doing your own thing.
Yeah, we was doing something.
Okay, all right, okay, I understand.
Tennessee, Long Beach. We had,
But you believe Zip got paid?
that's the word on the streets.
That's where maybe you ever had a conversation with Zip about the blockage in the payment route?
I ain't seen Zip since then.
And you haven't talked
since
to him?
since I seen him on the Hot Wings. I seen him this summer. I wanted to ask him, motherfucker, where my motherfucking money at? But they wouldn't let it.
But you didn't have a conversation with him, is what you're saying?
You wasn't able. That's what it asked you clearly. You wasn't able to talk to him about your money related to that. The answer's no.
No.
Okay.
Okay. What is T Brown? I'm sorry. What is T Brown doing these days?
T Brown doing? Sell a little weed.
Okay.
So.
That's about it?
Yeah. And
Okay.
I got 2 little boys too, and some grandkids.
Okay. Is there?
You want me to have him call you?
No.
Did he ask you that?
No, and I don't want to go that far, and I don't want to get you in that far.
Okay.
What I want to do right now is get my stuff together to see if I can approach him and talk to him. In your opinion, what would be the best way for me to do that? Him?
Yeah, he a motherfucker. He broke me down like a single shot.
All right. Detective?
Oh yeah, whatever.
No, do you have any?
How he can help you?
Oh no. No.
He know how to do it. He a bad motherfucker. Oh.
Do you have any questions right now specific to Tupac that could help me? Is there anything that
Right now.
I have not asked you that I should have asked you?
Now, see, that's one of them kind of questions that is a hell of a question. But is there anything that you recall as looking at the details of what he said that maybe you need to correct, or perhaps,
elaborate on,
or something that you think? Is there anything that you think is relevant that you need to do that with?
I know something I'm gonna ask. You guys were you down there to specifically go do something to Tupac or
Oh no. Not at all.
You were here for the fight.
For the fight. We've been going to the fights.
But after Baby Lane was beat up, you went to the 662 Club to possibly get a hold of Shorty. But once that was over, you were done.
We were done.
Once that liquor got bought,
Yeah. So we were smoking weed and everything. in the park.
it's party time.
Yeah, it's party time.
Yeah.
And Lane was like, man, I'm fucked up. They beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, and then Suge and Tupac presented themselves to you, and the opportunity was too great.
For Baby Lane.
For Baby Lane.
Yeah, he couldn't pass on it. Everybody else, like you say, T. Brown hesitated. You didn't have a gun in your hand.
Yeah.
The other guy had a gun. And Orlando just went crazy.
There's a question.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts when Baby Lane started shooting?
Oh, fuck.
I get that, but I mean, any other?
It was surprising.
It was surprising.
Okay.
Then when we got home, that little BET News, every time we see that, like, God, they wasn't saying Baby Lane, was saying Keefe D nephew. Keefe D nephew.
Keefe D.
I'm like, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Oh.
Understandable.
They didn't know his name. He was like, Keefe D nephew.
Yeah. So they just kept dropping your name.
Yeah.
I saw quite a bit of it. When did you hear that Tupac was dead?
On the 7th.
No, he didn't die for
About a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. About the 14th.
Yeah, they had him on the machine, man. They had him on the machine.
What did you think at that point?
Oh, fuck.
The search warrants have already been hit, right?
No, y'all came after he died.
That's right. Okay.
After we died.
And
it was after the war broke out between our sets.
Why was Baby Lane shot and killed?
Oh, the Baby Lane shot and killed? The guy owed his for half a key and went out the back door.
It had nothing to do with Tupac.
Nothing.
You don't think, huh?
I'm telling you, it was butter.
What said?
We went to sell this dude a half a key.
He went to sell dude a half a key.
Yeah, he went to sell this dude a half a key. And the dude went out the back door.
With the half
a key. He acted like he had a customer. I don't take it in here. And he went straight to the front door to the back door. And he happened to run into his ass at that car wash.
Okay.
And they just had a straight shootout.
Yeah.
He just shot better than Baby Lane.
They two of them died.
They both ended up dead.
Oh, 2 died and Baby Lane.
Yeah, Baby Lane.
Yeah, 2 for one.
Okay.
Maybe a little while.
Yeah.
But it had nothing to do with Tupac.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody was looking for Baby Lane or anything like that. And I guess
the police.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you wasn't getting me back. Can I ask my question, Keefe?
Okay.
Just so we know. I guess there was no backlash coming from Sugar them towards y'all because of that?
We were scared to death because Suge had the police killing for him. County police in the whole city, the mayor, everybody was with the death row. So we was really, you know what I'm saying?
Stuck
and fucked off.
Yeah.
County police, they Reggie them come raid our houses, and they know they was Suge getting paid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh,
yeah. We was at a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
Big disadvantage. They come take our guns, you know what I'm saying? So we can't fight back. You know, county police.
So y'all was feeling naked, right?
Yeah, they did us bad, man.
How do you feel about Tupac being dead now?
I wish it never happened, man.
Right.
I swear my life been fucked up ever since. I ain't been able to really be rich no more.
Now, how do you feel about him being dead, though? I know your life probably changed, but how do you feel about him?
See, the point is what he's asking you is, you wish it wouldn't happen. It's a bad situation. It's unexpected. It's what he wouldn't want you to tell him, right?
Yeah, I feel. I wish it would never. I wish I never met Puff Daddy. Period. I swear to God.
Yeah.
He messed up my life, man. I was rich, up under the radar, all that, man.
That's all gone.
It's all gone.
How do you feel about Suge now?
Suge, I still be saying. He hugged me. What's up, big homie? Ooh.
Do you believe he knows you were involved? Do you believe? I'm asking for your opinion.
Listen, what he's really, first of all, you gotta ask the question, were you involved? But does he believe that you were around the people when it was killed? You know, that you were aware of what was going on?
I seen him 3 days after I got out at the Laker game. Lakers.
And he's never mentioned that to you, right?
No, he like, man, I'm good, don't stay strong. Ooh, then tell him, you know, my people was telling like a motherfucker, man. And then he asked me, do I need anything or anything like that?
Yeah.
I'm cool.
You told him no, you need to.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm asking is, do you believe he knows or he thinks it's Southside Crips who killed Tupac? Not you, but does he?
Yeah, because he had a meeting too, said he got $100,000 for our head. Me, Corey, and Kev.
All the leaders.
Yeah, he wanted $100,000.
Okay, what about for the regular soldiers?
5,000 or something. Yeah.
Oh, he actually gave.
Yeah.
So he had 5,000 on your
our
head.
Our homeboys got some cousins that live in this neighborhood that was at the.
He had 5,000 on your head.
100.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, he had what?
100,000 for me, Corey, and Kev. 5,000 for the other gang members. We knew some. One of our homeboys got a cousin from over there, and he was at the meeting when he said that shit.
Okay. Do you have any questions that could help?
Nope.
You've asked the best questions in here. Is there anything you could ask to help in this investigation? I want to close the Tupac case.
I understand, you know. Is there anything I think of? Just to go back. But you never had a conversation with Suge about what happened. That's what I
Never.
wondered. Okay.
Not directly.
Not directly. I've seen him about 4 times since that shit happened.
You talk to anybody when they heard about it? Anybody? When he before he rest in peace?
Your hood, any hood. What we like, what we're going for is collaboration. We're looking for somebody that you told the story to. It's the same story you just told us.
You never told nobody?
Never.
The first time
Ever.
it was
First
said.
time ever.
Yeah. I'm his
When
lawyer.
I
He
see
never
y'all
told
at that
me.
office, I swear to God, I ain't tell my wife, nobody.
Not even me. And I've been knowing him for
You
Nobody.
never told your wife?
Them wife, son, nobody.
Probably is.
I told him after I told
That's
him.
how he's lasted this long, is what it is.
He never told nobody.
Never told
I
nobody.
mean, you know.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. You? Nope. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to
I mean, I just say
now?
that really the reality of it is that, you know, it's been on his mind.
Sure.
I've been his lawyer for a long time. I may have suspected something, but he's never told me. And, you know, on the faith of trying to resolve it, like you want to resolve it,
Yeah.
that's why he's here.
Yeah, no, I've suspected it for many years
You
too.
know, he's here, and you know, the first time he said it, because he wanted to get it off his chest, you know.
Sure.
Already did what they wanted and everything. The first day, didn't I tell y'all? So I know what y'all want. Just, I'm gonna give y'all what y'all want and leave the fuck alone.
The last couple bills here is, have we threatened you or made you any promises in regard to this conversation we had? Have I made any threats to you?
No.
Have I promised you anything?
No.
No.
That's the question.
That's correct. What do you think should happen now?
Should happen now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask, has anybody promised you anything regarding this case?
Yeah, yeah.
No. Has anybody promised you anything regarding
The
this
murder
case?
of Tupac. Has anybody promised you anything in regard to the murder of Tupac?
Keefe.
The first day they said anything.
Keith, listen to the
Regarding
question,
this
Keith.
case.
There's been no promises on this case that you can recall. Do you recall someone saying something about this case?
Okay, that's what I was asking.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was asking.
Regarding this Tupac murder, were you ever, to get it clarity, promised anything regarding Tupac?
He's from Las Vegas. He's from the Las
Exactly.
Vegas Police Department. Nobody has told you that the Las Vegas Police Department has promised you anything.
Or did any other agency promise you anything regarding the Tupac case?
That's what I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
just
say.
say this. They said anything I talk about.
It's confidential and covered, right?
Yeah, they said you cannot be charged on.
No. Regarding the Tupac. I'm talking to you now. Did we ever promise him anything regarding the Tupac?
No, we've never had that conversation about the Tupac case.
Nothing.
About promising. The Tupac case is different than some other issues. But your conversation with him is because you weren't involved in shooting Tupac. That's the reason you're here.
Yeah.
That's correct?
Right.
You weren't involved in shooting him in any way. You didn't. Although things happened, it wasn't because you was out there trying to shoot Tupac.
I wasn't trying to shoot him.
You had some issues about Suge and some things was told to you, but it wasn't about shooting Tupac.
I wasn't about shooting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, what? And I mean, just for clarification, I think when who's the other guy in the back that had the gun? That before it went to Orlando, who had the gun?
Big Dre.
If anything, you thought he was gonna shoot who?
Huh?
You thought he was gonna shoot Suge? Is that correct?
Okay.
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 I mean, there's issues, but I don't think that.
I was watching 48 Hours.
Mm-hmm.
The San Antonio case. This dude, they killed his old man at the park. So they went. They picked him up, talked to him and shit. Said, "You ain't going to jail." Ooh. But they let him go out there. You gonna walk out? You good? You going home? 3 hours later.
How long does it take you to get home?
For me to get home?
Here.
It's gonna take about 3 hours to get home.
Don't go home, okay? Man, he know I'm bad. Don't go home, okay? You have to worry about that. But that's not the reason for this meeting. I mean, you know, Keith, it's a real serious case, and obviously there's issues, and there's issues of accountability, but the point is, you know, this is a unique set of facts. If you guys actually, which is true, wasn't shooting, Orlando had a problem with Tupac, and he grabbed a gun and shot Tupac, and y'all wasn't looking for him, you know, there's that it is what it is. That's my opinion. But if y'all was looking for Tupac, you know, and that's what your intent was, then I think that there's a different issue. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I mean, Orlando was very upset, you know, and I mean,
I get that.
You know, but you know, this is what
and it's believable because it's always been what we believed it to be.
But what amazed me is that's what I couldn't figure out. It's like it seemed like the first thing you thought when I was looking at the news is the guy just got beat up. He went and killed him, but I couldn't understand how it wasn't connected that fast.
Because he went to the hospital.
No, we connected it.
I mean, y'all knew it, but
But they raided our houses.
Yeah.
But what? It just wasn't any.
We were under the impression that there was different people in the car.
Oh, okay.
Some of the same, some of different. But I've always believed Orlando was the shooter.
Yeah.
The was in the car? Was I always in the car?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah.
Your name came up a lot.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff going on. We just.
But I mean, I'm more kind of from the street, you know, D is, you know, suburban dude. But the reality of it is that I believe, you know, in his situation, usually gang leaders, people that are top of this gang, they usually have beef. Like his beef would have been with Suge.
Right.
You know, Tupac would be, and I'm speaking for Keefe, but Keefe will tell you, it would be like something minor to him. He wouldn't even be in the same ballpark with him. So Keefe really wouldn't have a beef with Tupac. Because his thing would be like, you know, Orlando or whatever y'all little problem is, you need to straighten out on the street. But if it was more him and Suge, that would be him, Suge, or somebody in a leadership role would be somebody he would really focus on.
Go ahead.
Because it would be kind of demeaning for him to focus on that.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
We made it through. We made it through the recording, guys.
I'm dying here.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, okay, good.
All right.
Okay. State, who's your next witness?
Mike Dorsey.
Oh, we're getting Mike Dorsey, the other paid consultant for the documentary. Good times, good times. Also, huge thank you to KP. KP has been making it rain gifted memberships in the chat. So if you just got a gifted sub, say thank you to KP. It's just like going down in here. I'll have detailed notes on, and I'm going to clip out that 2009 interview as a separate clip and like zoom in on the transcript on the screen so it's easier to read. Why?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure, I'm Michael Dorsey, and it's MichaelDorsey.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jacqueline, you may proceed.
Mr. Dorsey, how would you describe your profession?
I'm a film producer and documentary producer and filmmaker.
How long have you been doing that?
About 25 years.
And do you focus on a particular type of documentary?
My expertise is probably true crime more than anything else, but I've done all different subject matters.
I'm going to direct your attention to sometime around 2011. Do you decide to make a documentary about the Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls murders?
It was late 2012. Greg Kading's murder rap book had been out for about a year. And at the time, I would always have some passion documentary project going on the side. And I just finished the most recent one, and I was looking for a new project. And I came across a couple of articles about Greg Kading's murder rap book. And they had some quotes from Keefe D's 2008 proffer in them. And it just sounded legit to me. I don't cater to conspiracy theories, but it sounded very well backed up, and it sounded like the real deal. So I just reached out to Greg Kading and asked if he was interested in making a documentary, and he said yeah, and we went from there.
So you reached out to Kading and asked him if he wanted to do the documentary, and he said yes.
Correct.
Describe your process. Well, do you have to do research to do the to do a documentary like this?
Yes, it took me over 2 years to make the film, in large part because of all the extra research that I did. I needed to interview Greg Kading for it. He was kind of the main person walking us through the story. But I also wanted to make sure that what he was telling me was legitimate and also needed to make sure that I covered the whole story, so I understand it, and it's not just him, deciding what we're going to cover. As part of that, he turned over to me digital copies of the entire LAPD case file for the Biggie Smalls and Tupac cases, and gave me unfettered access to those files so I could check basically on my own what he was telling me.
You also, well, maybe you didn't. Did you check into, Greg Kading's wasn't the first book ever written about this.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. I also read Kathy Scott's The Killing of Tupac Shakur, which was the first kind of definitive book on the murders. And then lots of articles on it, of course, because there's been tons of coverage over the years.
And as you were kind of researching all of this, this information, what is your ultimate goal in creating a documentary?
Well, there's like the kind of philosophical aspect of it, which is my goal is to get at the truth. But also my goal is to tell the public a good story, something that I think is of the public interest that they should know. And in this case, it seemed like they had solved this murder, and yet the world was carrying on like it was still unsolved and like we still didn't know what happened. And it was like, it sounds like we do know what happened. And so that was my goal, was to put that out there.
Did you have any concerns about accusing anybody of murder?
Absolutely. I had concerns for my own safety, accusing a gang member from a violent street gang of committing a murder, and then also just my own financial concerns, since Puffy was going to be implicated in it as well. Taking on someone who was at the time heading towards becoming a billionaire, and who at that time did not have the public backlash that he's faced the last few years. He still had a pretty good, clean image at the time. So I was concerned about both.
And based upon that, do you eventually make a documentary?
I do, yes.
Does anybody sue you?
I was not sued, no. I was threatened a couple of times.
Who threatened you?
Universal Music sent me a note because we used Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, his diss track against Biggie and Puffy. In the film, we did it using what's called fair use law, which means you don't have to pay for it because it's a documentary. It was just like a cursory check-in from a lawyer at Universal Music, making sure we had permission, and our law firm had cleared it for us, so that was no problem. And then supposedly Puffy's attorney, Weitzman, I can't remember his last name, but he was a high-powered A-list attorney. He sent a note to Apple TV over it because that was one of our distribution companies, and basically saying that the film was defamatory towards his client Puffy Combs, and that they had like 5 business days to pull it down. And Apple, they're indemnified, so they don't care. It's up to us. It's up to me as the producer if I want to pull it down or not, because I'm the one that's going to get sued, not them. And we said no, we're leaving it up, and that was the last we ever heard of it.
So you never wound up getting sued by Puffy?
You were never sued by Puffy, no.
Now I want to sort of fast forward past 2012. Does there come a point in time when you see something that causes you to want to get involved with Mario Diaz?
Yes. I can't remember the exact date, but it was probably early 2017 would be my guess. Earlier in 2017. I was actually in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a film screening of one of my films, and I was out at dinner, and I think someone sent me a link to this YouTube video, and it was Keefe D in a studio. It's a short video. It's just him saying he's going public. He wants the world to know he was there for Tupac's murder. He says he has cancer. He wants the truth to come out, and I couldn't believe it. I was at a restaurant. I went outside and started calling people. And I talked to, I think, Greg Kading and some others, and we just thought, Keefe has to know he can't go public with this information because it can be used against him. But it sounded like he was going to go and talk, publicly about this murder and repeat possibly what he had said in his proffer in 2008. So we went from there, and then that's when I decided, I wanted to get involved with it.
And ultimately, are you retained as a subject matter expert for the production done that's now known as Death Row Chronicles by E1 Entertainment?
Yes, I was a consultant, technical consultant, and I was an on-camera expert as well. So they interviewed me.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit and come back to that. Subsequent to your involvement in Death Row Chronicles, have you continued to sort of follow these murders, investigations, the case, everything else?
Absolutely. 2017, when he recorded the interview for Death Row Chronicles in July of 2017, we were actually in production on Unsolved at Universal, which was a scripted series based on the murder rap story. So that was happening concurrently, and then he kept going public. He kind of laid low, I think, for a year and a half or so, and then this book that he had talked about during his BET interview, all of a sudden he's promoting it and saying it's about to come out, and then we find out he's going on Vlad TV and doing another interview. So he just kept, from then on, for years then, he just kept doing more and more interviews. So I stayed engaged with it, and I also was conducting my own interviews, following up with new people. James McDonald, Mob James, who I believe testified, I conducted his first ever public interview back in 2017. We convinced him to go public and tell his story. Since then, I talked to multiple gang members, gang detectives from Compton, detectives out of the LAPD, anybody who might have information on either Biggie's case or Tupac's.
In particular, back in 2012, when you kind of reviewed the information that was available, was there any information from Trayvon Lane or Roger Williams within kind of the case file as of statements that they made about what happened that night?
In the case files, were there statements from them?
Yeah.
Not really, no, because Trayvon, they don't cooperate with the police. There was an FI card from Buntry, Alton McDonald, who's James McDonald's brother, that they had talked to him at the scene and he refused to cooperate, but they noticed that there was a bullet hole in his car. And then subsequently, I've interviewed Williams, Neckbone. I interviewed him a few months ago, and I've had private conversations with Trayvon Lane.
In particular, Buntry is deceased, and
Yes.
was deceased even
Yes.
before you became involved in the project, on any project.
Correct. He was murdered like 20-some years ago.
During the course of the interview with Mr. Roger Williams, aka Neckbone, do you provide some video that was taken of Mr. Shakur and Suge as they're leaving the Tyson?
Yes. I showed him the MGM video of Orlando Anderson getting beat down. Neckbone was one of the men who participated in that beating. And then I showed them the footage of them then fleeing the casino with Tupac in the lead with his bodyguard Frank Alexander and Suge. And there was a moment where Neckbone kind of reaches out and kind of punches Trayvon, kind of like we got him, kind of a thing. And he confirmed for me in my interview that that's what it was, that's what he was doing, and he also told Trayvon.
Let me. I was like.
It is. We'll I'll sustain and you'll rephrase.
Yeah.
So strip it.
As you see both Neckbone and Trayvon Lane running through on the video, you can see Neckbone kind of either dap or punch Trayvon.
Exactly.
And at that point, Trayvon Lane removes the black hat he's wearing.
His fedora that he had on, yes.
I was actually talking about somebody else's video. Was there some high-quality video of Tupac and Suge leaving the...
Yes, when they first leave the arena, there's some footage. I think it was actually shot by BET. A BET photographer was there and shot, and it's footage of them coming out of the arena, and Tupac is in his gold shirt, and he's all hyped up because he just watched his friend Mike Tyson knock somebody out, and he's playing to the camera, and he says something about, if you go to jail, you come out and you win, or something like that, because Tyson had also gone to prison, and Tupac had as well, so you could tell he was just super amped up.
And then last night we watched that portion of that video out of your Neckbone interview.
Right.
And then that one, Neckbone is the person speaking while that video is playing.
Yes.
All right. Judge, I have marked in my hand the clip of just Tupac and Suge at the MGM coming out of the fight. It's has the audio removed.
Okay.
It's just the video portion of that I'd offer it at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you may play it. Or, sorry, it's submitted, you may publish.
Thank you.
Did you give them
154?
154?
I didn't even took my exhibits, they disappeared.
Both Suge and Mr. Shakur are both readily identifiable from this video, correct?
Right, yes.
And this is the shirt that, the clothing that both of them are wearing as they come out of the arena.
Yes, and there's photos of them beforehand in the casino in the same outfits.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Showing you was marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 149. Have you ever seen the photograph of these men sitting on the curb sometime after the homicide occurred?
Yes, I've seen this.
And do you recognize the people that are in those photos?
I recognize them more because I've been told who they are, although Trayvon Lane is very easily recognizable because I know that that's the outfit that he was wearing that night.
Okay.
Mr. Cole, can you take down the listing of what's on there?
Oh, sorry.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So that's Trayvon Lane. We've previously heard testimony that's Idi Amin and Leonard Jefferson.
Correct.
Have you ever spoke to Kevin Woods?
I've never talked to Kevin Woods.
And do you even know who Castro is?
Yes, another member of the Outlaws.
Okay.
Yes.
Were Kevin Woods, Castro, and Idi Amin all members of the Outlaws?
No, Kevin Woods, I believe, is one of the Pyrus, also known as KW.
So just Castro and Idi Amin are...
As far as, yes.
Okay. You got a little bit ahead of me, but during your research into this case, you had access to the Biggie Smalls file. Alton McDonald is actually known as Buntree, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned this. There was a record of the fact that he was field interviewed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in the night of the homicide on Flamingo.
Yes.
And at that time, he was driving a black '96 Toyota Supra.
Yes.
And it had a bullet hole in it.
Yes.
Did it say where the bullet hole was?
No, it just said vehicle took bullet impact.
And that he was uncooperative.
And that he didn't want to cooperate, of course, yes.
Now, you've also interviewed Reggie Williams, is that correct? Or Reggie Wright Jr.?
Reggie Wright Jr., yes. I interviewed him for a murder rap, over a decade ago when we were making that movie.
I'll leave that alone. I just want to get a few other pictures into evidence with you. So during the course of the 2008 proffer, there's a mention of greenbacks.
Yes.
And sometimes it sounds like greenbacks.
Yes.
Were you able to eventually identify that location?
Yes, it's very obvious. It's a New York deli. It's been there since the 20s. It's very famous. It's on Sunset. It matched the description. And also the way Keefe described the upstairs and downstairs and where the liquor area was, it was clear that he was talking about Greenblatt's.
Showing you has been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 152. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the front of Greenblatt's on Sunset Boulevard.
There's some blue writing on there. You recognize that as well?
Yes, those are subtitles that I added.
That's a screenshot off of your interview, I think, with Neckbone, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of a person by the name of Eric Zip Martin, also known as Equan Williams, maybe Eric Von Zip Martin? He went by a bunch of names.
Yes.
Who was he?
Zip has a long story. He's kind of a Harlem legend, a hustler from Harlem. He was a drug dealer, trafficker. He, I believe, also was trafficked in women. Was a pimp. He was an older generation, or kind of in between Puffy's generation and Puffy's father. Puffy's father was also involved in the street business there in New York and was murdered when Puffy was very young. And Zip Martin was kind of like he was a mentor to Puffy when it came to like the street life and wanting to kind of have that gangster persona. And supposedly he may have also been dating Puffy's mother at some point.
Oh.
Was he the godfather to anybody associated with this particular case?
Yeah, he was supposedly godfather to Biggie's son, Chris, CJ.
And is that the son with Faith Evans?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
When Biggie died, was there a memorial that gave certain credit to Zip?
Yes, actually on his second album that came out a few weeks after he died, Life After Death, in the back there's a thank you, a list of all the people to thank, and in there's Uncle Zip, and then in parentheses it says the spiritual advisor.
You also, I'll put this in, 151, showing you as marked as state's proposed exhibit number 151. You recognize that?
Yes.
And who are those two individuals?
That is Sean Puffy Combs on the left and Zip Martin on the right, and this was supposedly at a New Year's Eve party in 94 or 95.
Move to admit 151.
Any objection? You may.
All right, so while they go to sidebar there. So this guy linked with Greg Kading, asked him if he wants to do a documentary. Greg Kading gives him the LAPD case file. They work both on the rap murder movie and then are together paid consultants for Death Row Chronicles, which is eventually picked up by BET. So, did Keefe D do a documentary before...
Pursuant to the conversation of the bench, no objection, it'll be admitted.
Before Kading was already providing his statements to filmmakers? That's a big detail.
I think we got to do both. I'm not sure I did 152 yet, so... 152. That's one of the shots that you had of Greenblatt's?
Yes.
And then 151. That's Mr. Martin.
Yes, on the right.
And who's the guy on the left?
The left is Sean Puffy Combs.
Now, Mr. Diaz testified about sort of the production of the Death Row Chronicles. And initially, were you contacted by Cliff Mogg as well?
I reached out first to Las Vegas Homicide, and then Cliff Mogg reached out to me after that.
Okay. He had contact with you, and just so since this is one we put up in our opening, showing you state's proposed exhibit number 61, you recognize that guy?
That is Zip Martin.
Move to admit 61.
No objection, Mayor.
So admitted.
And do you essentially conduct an interview with Detective Bond?
Yes, he came out to Los Angeles and interviewed me in my home with his sergeant.
Was there a request for all of the underlying supporting raw data / footage associated with the two interviews you were involved in 2017?
For Death Row Chronicles?
Yes.
Yes. It wasn't so much a request, but I told him, I figured you could just subpoena the raw footage and get it. I didn't know yet that, there's laws and that it's kind of up to the entertainment companies if they want to turn over footage or not. They can't be compelled to. So that's what I thought would happen. I thought I'll let him know about this, and then it's his to do with what he wants.
Sometime after the indictment of this case, did you learn that we were unable to require the raw footage of that.
Yes, and I was even included on some of the email threads at my request because I was also reaching out to Paramount. Paramount Pictures attorney got involved. Paramount owns BET. And I think someone at E1 got involved, and they were initially saying no, and since I work in the business, I was trying to work it out with them, how they could get that footage over. And then ultimately, they did give permission for it to be shared.
Did you have footage, or I shouldn't say footage, did you have your own raw data at that point that was also authorized to be disclosed?
I did.
Explain to us how the setup was.
Sure. So, my reason for being hired onto Death Row Chronicles was a technical consultant, but mainly it was tied to Keefe's interview. I helped Mario Diaz write the questions, and then on both days of the interviews, they had me in an office there at E1's studios, or their office building, down the hall from where the production studio was, where Keefe was being interviewed. And they gave me a headset so I could listen live to the interview as Mario was conducting it. And then I was texting follow-up questions to Mario while he was in the studio as things came up.
Were you recording your audio feed?
Yes, I took the headphones off and I made my own recording with my phone.
At some point, do you learn that the only thing that's we could acquire from E1 Entertainment was an actual transcript of the tapes themselves, but not the tapes?
Correct. Yes.
And then, did you provide us the audio to your that you had done during these two interviews?
Yes. Once you subpoenaed me, I sent over my audio.
And was there? Are you aware of either gaps in your audio or additional audio that wouldn't have been in the transcripts?
Yes, there's sections where I was rolling, and I'm sure they were rolling also, but they're only going to transcribe. The reason of making a transcript for a production is the pertinent parts of the interview that they're actually going to edit into the show. So it's so that when the producers go to figure out how they're going to edit the show together, they have a transcript and they can tell the editors use this segment here, use this segment here, use this part. There's a lot of chit-chat stuff that I had that they might have also had that was not transcribed because it was just chatter. It's never going to be used in the show. There are also some sections where I probably was rolling when they might have already cut. And lastly, there's a few moments where in the first interview, one of my audio recordings, the file was corrupted, so I lost about the last 4 minutes of it. And then during some of the interviews, I didn't always know when they would be done with the break, when they had come back and were already rolling again. So there's a few times when I missed maybe the first few minutes of a new segment.
Let's start with the transcripts. State's proposed exhibit number 113 and 114. First of all, you recognize the front page as being the original transcripts that were generated off the tapes.
Yes.
And then, did you become aware that we took your audio, transcribed the additional audio, and then anything that was not on your audio, we highlighted in yellow to identify you didn't have it, but it shows in the transcript?
Correct, yes.
And so these should be as complete a record as we have between your audio and those videotapes for the two interviews that occurred in July of 2017.
Yes, correct.
Judge, I move to admit both 113 and 114.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep.
While they do that, you guys, if you've been hanging out here long enough, you know we've been following the Fat Joe cases and the Tyrone Blackburn saga with the attorney Tyrone Blackburn. And the judge just filed an order noting that Tyrone Blackburn still has not filed his motion to withdraw. And now she's ordered him that he must do so. Oh man. Attorney Tyrone Blackburn going to be in more hot water. He just was kind of forced to withdraw in another case, Francois v. Bed Bath and Body Works. It was like a candle burning explosion case. And that judge in that case was like, well, I'll accept your motion orally, like not even going to wait for you to file it. So has not been a fun time for attorney Tyrone Blackburn. So I'll share that update over on X and maybe do a video on it this weekend if there's more to it than just that. But that has been a hot mess, the Fat Joe cases. Those are civil cases, defamation, involving a former hype man who then countersued Fat Joe and a whole bunch of companies alleging a civil RICO after Fat Joe sued him and his still present attorney, Tyrone Blackburn. So, oh, did I say Bed Bath & Body Works? My bad. Bath & Body Works. Maybe they could join forces. They both sell candles. But gosh. I'm like not surprised to see he's messing up a case again. But I'm still surprised at the same time. So. Okay, let me hide my banner. I like dress shoes that are like, oh, now it's off screen. But like that two-tonal, like it was kind of like a gradient tone from like a lighter, warm, ambery color. I like shoes like that. I think they're nice.
All right, pursuant to our discussion at the bench, the transcripts will be admitted over objection. And that will be as 114 and 15? 114 and 115?
113 and 114.
113 and 114. Thank you.
Mr. Dorsey, I want to give an example to the jury about what we're talking about here. And let me put my glasses on. We are in 113. So if we go to 113, and we roll down to about page 28. Oop, there it is. It's page 28. Time cutoff is about 30 minutes and 16 seconds in. The yellow part is the part that's not on your audio tape, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was transcribed from the original videos that we don't have.
Right.
And everything else that's unhighlighted, we should hear on the audio.
You should hear, yes.
Okay. And that would be the same for both of these?
Yes.
In addition, I've had marked both the July 17th, 2017 as 121, and the July 18th of 2017 as 122. I'd offer those as well.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And well, we got about 40 minutes, Judge, so I would start 121.
Okay.
Started. Compton was when I was I moved here when I was like 3, and it was literally white, all white. It was the first black family on the street. We moved from Watts.
Oh, right. But you still grew up in LA.
I don't think he's lying yet.
And how did it change during the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
In the 60s, it was mostly all white. About 69, 70, 71, they started moving out. More black families was coming in.
And then when did it get dangerous? When did it start getting dangerous?
When did it start to get dangerous?
Yeah.
Oh, about 72, 73.
What happened?
The gangs started coming in. Like, the first Crips were the Grandies and the Blue Hills right there, on Alondra right there, Grandy Crips.
So you were part of that history, the initial sort of, gang.
Yeah, I was there when it first, when it first started.
That noise, and I'm stopping this at 1 minute and 45 seconds, it looks like.
Yes.
Was that your phone making
That is my
noise?
phone making that noise, yes. And there's going to be a few times here where you're going to hear me loudly texting, and you're not going to be able to hear the audio very well because I was probably texting a message to Mario in that moment. So sometimes it cuts out in this first interview.
I was about to like pause to say to you guys, like, I know the voices got quiet, but the texting noise is loud, so I don't want to turn up the volume in case suddenly it, I don't want to kill our eardrums. So, and don't worry, this guy will be back Monday, so he's staying for the weekend. So if there's a problem with this recording, they have time to work it out. A lot of green in the courtroom today. KP, what are you doing? KP dropped another 5 gifted. Shout out to KP in the chat. He was over here sniping. He was woo-woo-wooing. Dropped a whole bunch, then dropped a 10. He's dropped like 37,000 gifted memberships today. Super, super thank you. So much love. Thank you, thank you. Celebrating Friday. That is awesome. Yeah, YP says sneaky KP. Sneaking in those 1x1s. Turning the chat green. And yes, for always is asking if Sheriff Chuck is still having power issues. He is, unfortunately. He said he was tuning in from the bushes, which is not his favorite way to tune in. Unforced coming in, dropping 10 too. Let's get some W's for Unforced. Oh, is it like Unforesee? Like, should I say it that way? Unforesee, S, Unforces. I need the phonetic version. Do you guys remember that commercial with Muzzy? That, like, did the French language teaching? That, like, commercial lives rent-free in my head, even though it's, like, 30 years later. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thanks for hanging out with us. Unseen Forces, there we go. We just skipped the E in that one. All right, so I can kind of read this. He's talking about how he gets into the game, he's playing basketball, and he says that that's changing my life right there, made me more advanced because I was hanging around the older guys and stuff like that. Later on that changed, right? Yeah, later on that changed. Who were your friends later on? Who'd you hang with? Who'd I hang with? Yeah, like, what did you do to make money?
Hang
Now he's talking about how he became affiliated with the Southside Crips. Now remember, it's Diaz doing the interview, but Dorsey testified that he helped prepare these questions for Diaz to ask.
On the Thursday, that Southside started. I happened to be at the school when it started. All my big homies, brothers, and they was there. I was shooting dice. My dad rolled by, and he seen me. Papa, what the hell are you doing? I said, I'm shooting dice. Shit.
All right, hold on. It did that refresh. It does every time we're at the end of the day. All right, so there we go. This is where he says he was shooting dice. And if the volume's good, I'm going to stop narrating because it just got louder.
On the Thursday, that Southside started.
Rona, let me rewind. That was weird.
I was shooting dice at first. High school gambling.
So tell us about Southside Crips. How'd you end up affiliated?
Well, on the Thursday, that Southside started. I happened to be at the school when it started. All my big homies, brothers, and they was there. I was shooting dice. My dad rolled by, and he seen me. He said, Papa, what the hell are you doing? I said, I'm shooting dice. He said, shooting dice? I'm like, yeah. I said, get your ass in this car. Come on with me. So I really got a whipping, but trying to be his old son. So I was about 9 years old when it first started.
That early?
Yeah.
How'd you work your way up?
How'd I work my way up?
Yeah.
Shit. I don't feel comfortable saying it.
No. You don't have to go into detail. You can just say, look.
You don't want to talk too much about his gang affiliation, what he did to get his way up.
Okay, so ask that question again.
Yeah, how'd you work your way up to that organization?
What, to be the boss?
Yeah.
Well, money, really. You know what I'm saying? Money gave me the power and stuff like that. The dope gang, really. The dope gang. The coach, one of the coaches at Compton College, I was 17 years old. Got to start with that.
So you were respected.
Yeah.
Respected guys.
Yeah. Because when I was in high school, I was in this program called Upward Bound at UCLA.
Huh. Upward Bound program.
Shit, I was kind of a smart student and stuff like that. And on the weekend,
like an advanced
I
program.
come home, and all my homies, they was kind of rolling. You know what I'm saying? And I was up there eating them noodles and toodles, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of, I should have stayed there going to UCLA, but I stopped, got in the gang, started selling drugs.
Could have gone to college, gotten to gangs instead.
Stop that for now. Yeah, so can we find out each other? Yeah. Well, just continue, but we can. Yeah, can you keep an eye on that? I'm not paying attention yet. Let's see.
like 9 years old, 10 years old, 10, playing park water football.
That's
Yeah, I was a running back on the team, and he was the center. Like the ball. His dad and his uncle was our coach. So after we were winning games, we would go over their houses, go swimming, have hot dogs, chips, and everything. And I was like the star running back, running out, winning all the touchdowns.
Yep.
Number 20. Yeah.
And she was what?
Huh?
What was she?
She was the center.
Who's the center?
Yeah, hike the ball.
Right.
Yeah.
What was your, were you guys tight? Or just knew each other sort of like, because you were in
Back then?
Yeah, back then.
The coaches was real strict. You know, they didn't care. You know, you bring your parents up there, kind of, you know, well, house them, they gonna whoop the parents' ass. You know, the coaches was real strict, so his daddy used to say I was doing a lot of exercises, running a lot of laps, push-ups, 6 inches, beat the stomach and shit. We used to be mad at that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? His dad is punishing our ass. So, shit. At practice, I used to try to take it out on his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Hit his ass even harder, you know what I'm saying? He was a little younger than us, you know, maybe a year or two. But I used to punish his ass every chance I get, because your daddy fucked it over us. 6 inches, all the exercises, hard work and shit, bull rings. So really, Coach Son used to catch it back then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
He ended up going to
UNLV.
UNLV, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
We had lost contact back during that area when he went to UNLV. We never lost contact.
You didn't continue playing?
Got in drug game. Yeah. My mom, they got sick when I was 15, 16 years old. She suffered with cancer. So I really lost my backbone. You know, when she lost, that really broke my heart. When I really needed her. I really kind of needed my mom's back then. At that point in time in my life, she could push me to be a better person. He's a good man. Very good man.
So when did you get, when did you connect with Shogun? Like Death Row days?
I can't tell you all this, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's okay.
Because he's usually still in the street, homie.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so forget about that. Now, talk to me about Death Row. When he started Death Row, were you connected?
Yeah. I was rolling, yeah.
Business?
Yeah. I was big time, man. Real big time. I was bigger than him and Paul.
How was that like?
I've heard that before, at the beginning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're like, when they started hanging out with Puffy in like 93, 94, they're
Can't say
like,
what I want to say because my
you
wife
go to
was
a concert with them, would Puff pay for your room, and be like, I didn't even fucking pay for my room. We had more money than they did. They were just a little startup company, music label.
Right.
Like we were rolling. Like, what are you talking about? I don't need to pay my hotel room. The other way around, if anything.
Yeah. It's a hell of a life, man. You know, being the king like that, the boss, all different areas, you know, different states. It's home, man. I was having fun, man.
You see a lot of money come to your hands?
Yeah, really. Like 3-4 million every month. All
They made 3? How did
That's what he's saying.
earn his reputation as a technical? That's what everyone thinks about. You know differently. You know
well, you guys think of yourself,
That's
yo.
what I'm saying.
You know.
Who's the real shit?
He went to college. He just like the rappers. You know, they want to be gangsters, but they're not.
It's a great line.
You know what I'm saying? College guy, a rapper.
That's a great line. Great
They're not no gangsters. They rap about what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Talking
Real
about
gangsters do. what I'm saying? Because it's like Tupac, Biggie, you guys ain't no gangsters, you know. They just rap that. They don't represent that. Suge had the industry scared. He didn't have the street scared. I knew him since he was a kid.
Great
line. I knew he wasn't like that. You guys thought he was like that. I never thought he was.
Suge had the industry scared. He never had the street
He's
scared.
a college kid.
Yeah. That's a great line.
A college kid, you know a gangster. You ready to get $1 million to be associated with blood? Come on, man. You wasn't in the streets, dude. Knock it off.
I want to get the real story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What? This is what this film is about.
Just like the guy knocked him out at the barber shop, the barber. Come on, man. Yeah. I've been that. Yeah. Since we played football together, you find out a person's heart, especially in a football game. Football, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So tell me more about him. Do you think he was just a, the home sugar bear? Was he really softy at heart?
No, his dad's name is Suge. And he just took on his dad's name. So he just called him Big Suge when we was playing football.
That was his dad's name.
Yeah, his dad's name is Suge.
But I mean, what was his personality? Was he?
His name was
like,
Sugar Bear.
You
That's
say
what his
he was
mom
a
called
gangster,
him.
but was he like
And then it got shortened to Suge.
softy at heart? Like, was he like a soft guy?
Oh, he's a good kid. Went to college. That's what good kids do, go to college. Yeah.
Did he have business smarts?
Evidently he did. He took a record company from the ground up and made it $100 million, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been trying to be no gangster, because you're not no gangster. He should have just stuck with the business, you know what I'm saying? Like Puff did, stuck with the business, you know? The business side. Jay-Z stuck with the business. But you want to run around here hitting on people, you know what I'm saying? Think you a gangster. Then you got some crooked cops running around with you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So that was his problem. He was trying to be a gangster, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
That got him into trouble.
Really, you can't be out there faking. You know what I'm saying? You really can't be out there faking at all, you know, because you will get exposed. You know, the streets will eat you up, especially if you're weak.
I got you. So, real quick, just to talk about Death Row again. So, when did you first hear about Death Row? Like when they were doing really well, were you excited? Were you around that whole scene? You know, Dre and Snoop, all that stuff, or were you not so close to that?
The horn honking.
I was handling my business, man. I wasn't worried about no, you know what I'm saying? Them dudes rapping about
Can that
what
dude
I
right
do.
there give me a Coke?
You know what I'm
That
saying?
dude that's getting our lunch
They not
orders,
really
is there a
do
way to
like that.
page
They
that
rap
guy?
about
Or...
what gangsters do. I'm not
What's
no
that dude's
gang
name? You don't know
member,
who that guy
I'm not
is?
no gang member.
Okay. If I see him walk by,
It's a difference.
When we were talking in my office, you told me that you delivered the money for the startup money for sure.
That can get me hurt on me, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's read this because it seems like it's going to be quiet for a bit. So as soon as Davis says, or as soon as Diaz asked about the startup money for Suge, we were talking, you told me you delivered the money, the startup money for Suge, then the volume gets quiet. Keefe D says, that could get me hurt. You know what I'm saying? I only want to go there with you on that one, right? I think this is mistranslated. It might be like, I don't really want to go there with you on that one. Diaz says, okay. Davis says, for real though, because them dudes are still out there. Diaz says, I got you. And Davis says, and I respect it, you know what I'm saying. Diaz says, right. Let's see if the volume comes back.
For the startup money for
that's gonna, that can get me hurt on me, you know what I'm saying?
Did you listen to their music?
Yeah, it was cool. I liked it. All Eyes on Me, The Chronic, Dr. Dre. Them was from my side of town. Him and Easy and Ren, they from my side of town.
Did you, you're a fan of Tupac?
ran pretty well from
Yeah, that was cool.
NWA.
I did.
There's stories that your brother Kevin was typing easy.
Yeah, yeah.
Tell me about that.
They was two youngsters trying to make it in the street, doing their thing, making money and stuff. Yeah. And I went to the pen. I went to the pen in 1985. And cause I used to be in his house. He used to be making all that racket. I'm like, man, that sounds like some fucking bullshit. Turn that shit off. You know what I'm saying? Shit, but he stuck with it. And I was walking around the track in Tracy all the time. I'm listening to the cruising down the street in my 6'4". It was him. I didn't even know. One of my partners came up and was like, I'm like, man, what the dude, Eric, right doing? He like, man, you heard that record? Easy, that's Eric. I'm like, man, you bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Because they only had 2 TV stations back then in the prison.
Awesome.
So, you know. But we was listening to the shit on the radio the whole time, and I didn't know that was easy. I was like, damn, when I got out, he blew up like a motherfucker. Yeah.
And Kevin wasn't into music?
Huh?
Kevin wasn't into music?
Kevin went to prison.
Yeah. Oh, he was there with you?
No, he went to prison after me. He went to prison when he blew up kind of, and this shit that came off. Yeah.
How many times did you go in?
How many times I went in?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I did a shooting, and I had a drug case. I went to Tracy, Corcoran, and then I went to the feds. I went about 4 times, This last little bit, they raided my house, came in. So, the guy didn't know who the fuck I was at first. He like, raided my house, looking for my daughter's boyfriend. So I'm like, damn, he like, what you got in here? So I got a pistol and some money. Like, okay, don't worry, I'm glad you declared it. So the motherfucker got I had that on my drawers, my slingshot t-shirt, while he had me in handcuffs. So he went in the room and got my pants, and he found out who the fuck I was. Called me back in there, he like, man, I know who you are. I'm like, he said, man, you Keffe D. You the leader of this gang. I'm like, man, I ain't been out there in about 5 years. He like, oh, fuck that, I'm taking you to jail. I said, man, you ain't a man of your word, dude. You said you're gonna, declare my shit. No. I have to take you in, so I just did a little bit in law school for that, for a little gun case. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
That was in 2015.
Okay. Stuff with Pool and the whole lawful deal that happened way before.
Is that yeah?
All right, let's just move on. Yeah, let's switch it. So this is what I was talking about. He has to stop and change a color. You're good? You need water?
I'm good. Yeah.
More mint?
All right, so I think the audio is muted for them.
Feel all right? Like, yeah. You shouldn't.
I can't tell if they're just bullshitting right now or if they're filming.
Yeah.
They didn't give you a box.
No, he caught it. He showed it right back together.
Yeah.
He told me before I went to the surgery that I was going to have a colostomy bag.
Yeah, so it's the location. If it's near the rectum, you get.
Yeah.
It's above.
Yeah.
But it's pain in the ass.
Yes, it is.
I told you, I've got 2 people close to me who dealt with that.
I'm a hospital now.
Your mom?
That's what scared the shit out of me.
Oh, so you have a hereditary thing.
Man.
Right. Well, I mean, I got mine checked. It's supposed to be at 50. I got mine checked at 40.
Yeah, yeah. I've been going every year now.
You do it every year?
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
it every 5. Alright, let's continue. You guys cool? Hey, so, there's a bunch of Southsiders in 90s music videos. You guys are a bunch of music videos.
That's great.
Do you remember which ones you were in? Like,
was that Mellow?
Yeah.
All the Easy. One of my brothers is a famous actor in every Easy video. He come get it every time Easy used to get a video. Pick up my older brother every time. Every single time, every single Easy video.
so was that fun? Is that something you guys did all the time?
Keefe D, I didn't want to get exposed like that because of the type of business.
Like your nephews, like.
I was in one the Mellow video, just that Mellow. That's the only one I ever got in. But other than that, I didn't want to be exposed like that. Try to stay undercover, under the thing.
Is it true that you guys provided lowriders from some of the video directors?
Yeah.
How's that work?
We had only the hydraulic place in Compton called Compton Hydraulics. So people used to call up there and ask go ride the cars. Like, what's his dude named Batman? Little dude, Fish Snow's boy, what's his name? Batman? Batman. The little dude, what's his name? Marcus Houston. He was my car before. And he was in a little group. What was that little group called? Well, there was 3 little boys in before B2K. Those Marcus Houston was in. Yeah, they had a little group. They used my cars. But they used to call up to the shop, different actors and different people used to call up to the shop, get all the low riders.
And then there's that famous, like, Usher.
Yeah, that's my 64, yeah. He was a little kid, about 14 years old. Usher. Usher was a little kid, about 14 years old, and they needed to use him and Puff needed to use my car. Let him use it and shit. He was dancing all on the hood and shit. Like, damn, I can't believe when I see the video what the fuck you were doing. You don't do lowriders like that. I guess the East Coast don't know. They don't know about that type of shit. Yeah.
I saw some footage of
So
you
that
on
was my
Usher
baby,
somewhere.
like my wife, was
Okay, doing that video?
I think it
You know
sounds
what I'm
like
saying?
it, yeah.
My lowrider,
Look it up.
yeah.
So they fucked it up and what happened?
I had to go get the whole car repainted. The candy paint, candy brown, so they had to $4,000 paint job. They had to paint the whole car because it came mix and match to the spots and stuff.
So we paid for it.
Oh. Yeah.
They gave you-
And little Usher was telling his mom, "Man, you buy this car." Can't buy my girl, you know what I'm saying? Not today.
So what happened? How did you, how did we get to this point? Like, what? How did you opened up to the police about what happened in Vegas? I want you to be comfortable talking. Like, at some point they cut off the. Why did you tell them what happened?
I was up against it. Definitely.
Are you comfortable talking about what they had on you?
Is that?
Are you comfortable talking about what they had on you?
As far as the drugs?
Yeah. As far as like, yeah, proof.
They was, you know, the FBI don't come unless they have you. They don't come unless they have you. They sent a guy from D.C. to get me. Formed a task force. But I figured I was targeted behind all shit friends, you know, they polices and shit. So they was like kind of, you know, we was fighting on real war. You know what I'm saying? The mayor, he was even with we was sitting at a restaurant, sitting at IHOP, Tampa Boulevard and Alameda here. This motherfucker come in here, you know, acting like he are, like he a street motherfucker. Tripping mayor, you better do your mayor, you know what I'm saying? Coming in there mad on he knew who the fuck we were, you know what I'm saying? He just want to show his boys, you know. How they count the police as a show his boys. The Wrights, Reggie, junior and senior. Yeah.
So, before that happened, before any of that happened, you know, the Tupac murder was in '96. Did you ever feel like it was going to catch up with you?
What's that?
Did you ever feel like it was going to catch up with you? You know, like that people would come and talk to you about it?
Man, they had this, the FBI was on it from day one. It was on it from day one.
Tell me about the first time they talked to you about it. Was it '97?
What's that?
Tell me about the first time they talked to you about it.
Shit. They didn't talk to me till I went to the feds. 98. They never can catch up, caught up with me. Every time they raided my houses, I would never.
And at that time, you didn't tell them anything. You just told them.
Barking up the wrong tree. I was just, you know. But they got all the bottom feeders. You know what they do? They get all the bottom feeders. And all of them motherfuckers just sold me out. They kind of hurted me, So all I did was help them dudes out. Had they back, no matter what. You know, that's what the money, the pockets were right. Families were right. So they sold me out. You know how the feds do. Get all the bottom feeders. Leave them up to the big men. Like you go down snowball down the hill. Everything get caught on, you know? Shit.
Just said Mario.
Yeah, they're a motherfucker.
Just said Mario, the first note.
You talked to the cops in '98. You said they're barking up the wrong tree. You thought you were done.
No. When I was in the feds, they came up there every month, making my life miserable as hell.
And then, but at least you got, you know, what, 12 years until they caught up with you, 2010 or whatever?
I was a little smart, I guess. But the dude said he was going to get me. I promise you. That motherfucker was so cold, his eyes was piercing. This fair dude named Holiday, that dude made my life a miserable hell. Living hell on, bro. Ever since that night, it seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime unit. Ever since that night, that dude been making my life miserable hell. You know, I did 5.5. Motherfucker came up there at least 10 times. Told the warden, yo, what you got up here? He's a serial killer. Like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Killing rappers.
What was your relationship with Puffy? Like, how did it, like, evolve? Like, you guys were
cool, and then you hung out a lot together?
When you come to California, we used to meet up and have fun. I was a baller, I was beautiful. In fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit, have fun, man.
Did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. What's that?
I said, did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about being scared and like, you know, all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit?
You talk about that later on in our relationship.
That's right.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, when did we get to that spot, that place where you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up Green Lake in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking played it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keefe. Got on the phone. What's up, dog? Like, man, I'm giving a concert out there. You want to tour on the West Coast. Yes, we was, think it's cool to come out there. I just said, why it wouldn't be cool? He's like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? You're like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. It was like cold work and shit. I guess I was kind of scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was some jam.
Oh, concert.
He had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Boogie on the stage. Suge was right there. When I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you know that? Same way I know you. So after that, then after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
God, he's telling all the same details you just did 10 years ago.
Aikman and all the balls would go all around that level for the Dallas Cowboys. Ready for Troy Aikman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we can get you in trouble or not, boy. The balls were all around the yeah. Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect. Halloween.
Halloween night was cool there too.
And he just give you passes for everyone, like everyone would go concerts.
I just go get the tickets to the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time.
You get to hang out with Biggie, obviously, right?
Yeah, Biggie was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, you know, Suge on a real serious level?
He was back there.
That laugh.
Oh, we already established that.
Yeah.
You know, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, or doing something more than that.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me, all right?
Okay.
I'll be able to thought that out.
Okay. So let's take a break. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Yeah. And you got to give me to my wife. She did take me back. You know, I might have not been here.
What do you mean? You want me to?
I said I might have not been here.
Oh, of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course. After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna smoke.
Is that cool?
Sure, that's probably a really good breaking point.
Where are we at time-wise, just so we can put that on record?
35 minutes, 17.7 seconds.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the day. We're going to have you guys back at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury, everyone.
All right, let's make sure there's no housekeeping. It looks like there's still at least 2/3 of that recording to go. I don't know if they're going to play all of his version of the recording.
For the record, the jury has exited. Mr. Dorsey, you're coming back at 9:30 on Monday. Over the weekend, do not talk to anybody about the case. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
He's still on direct, so myself and Mr. Paul should be allowed to talk. I mean, street talks, Mr. Shank as well, but he's not on cross. So I think it's appropriate that we still talk to him.
That's the standard definition.
Well, I get that that's the standard, but it's usually between direct and cross, if the witness is not allowed to be, or after the cross has started.
I disagree.
It's just testimony.
You
What?
can talk to him about scheduling.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just call him.
Perfect. Which one? Were 149 and 152 admitted?
We'll let them finish, but
Or both. The 149 is not in.
149 was not in. 152 is?
What is 152?
I don't think 152 is either.
Sorry, I just don't know.
Mr. Dorsey, no more excuse.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, no, that is 152.
Okay.
is this the end? Because I want to gripe about that. That was weird. I think this is the end. Okay, what was that? What was that, you guys? Like, I didn't even need to say it because you guys are like, what? Wait, what? Dude, for real. When has that ever been the case that when a witness is on the stand, the party, whatever calling party, either of the parties, are able to speak with the witness while they're still under oath, still in the middle of their testimony? It doesn't matter what phase of the testimony they're in. But this prosecutor just stood there and argued with the judge because the judge was like, what? It's a standard instruction. She almost seemed confused at the proposition at first. And when he clarified, she said she disagreed, and he tried to explain further. And she's like, no. Like, you can only speak to him about scheduling. What was that? And like, for a second, I was like, is this like some weird Nevada thing I didn't know of, until the judge was like, but like, what? What are we doing? What are we doing? Hey, Yolanda, good to have you here. Welcome aboard. All right, so it seems like they're going to have a full day on Monday. I think we've only had 2 full days so far in this trial, because we had 2 half days the last 2 days. We're ending early today. On Monday, this should be a sort of full day. It seems like a half-hour late start, but that's whatever. So 9:30 Pacific, and then that'll be 12:30 noon Eastern time. So let's buckle up. That means we'll be going till 8:30, right? Yeah, like 8:30ish on a Monday if you're in the East Coast time zone. So I'm still shocked that he just tried that with the prosecutor. I feel like I need to like tag a lawyer and be like, am I hearing things? Am I imagining things? Or are we just us lay people over here watching on YouTube? Are we getting things mixed up? Are we the ones wrong? Or did the prosecutor just try to gaslight the judge and us? So, but who knows? Either way, he was instructed that he can only speak with the witness about scheduling. Remember, this witness is going to come back after this recording is done playing, and he's staying in Vegas for the weekend. I'm actually curious if the defense is going to ask You know, did you get any type of stipend to stay here for the weekend? Or what? So we will have more of Dorsey and this recording on Monday. I will also be updating this over the weekend. I'm going to make this more organized. I'm going to break up the table of contents and try to put like witnesses grouped together, exhibits grouped together, because it looks horrible right now. But this is where I'm putting all of my notes, trial clips. I've linked some exhibits, but not many. So over the weekend, you'll see more media kind of like injected throughout. And the purpose of this is not to put together all information that's ever been discussed ever anywhere about this case. It's to be a living document for what's going on within the four corners of the case. So if there's information out there that hasn't even been referenced in court, this might not be the place to find it. But if it's been referenced in court, I'm hoping to get everything in here and be as comprehensive as possible. That way, if you want to look up like, hey, what day was, Lee might be a bad name because we have two witnesses with the last name Lee. But for example, when was, let's put a space here so it's not getting Lee in the middle. Where's testimony from Agent Wade Lee or from Devontae Dirt Rock Lee? You could search and try to find almost anything and link to the clip so you can jump and play it. So that's going to be built out more and more this weekend. Hope that helps you guys out and makes it easier when we're like a week further away from now if we need to look back at something. That's all there for us. I also want to give a shout out here. FFS been a member for 2 years. 2 years. So thank you so much for supporting the channel for 2 years and for being good company for 2 years. Also, I had to click for a second that next month was September already because FFS is pointing out, you know, by September 7th, we'll be 30 years from the shooting, like an even 30 years. And that's kind of crazy to think about. And then still no justice yet is wild. And I mean, maybe justice will come down with this case. I don't know if this will be the bow that ties the box together and is the final closure. I just don't know. But maybe it'll be something. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Thank you again so much for being here for 2 years. 2 years. And also shout out KP, Unseen Forces, with these gifts, Kristen earlier. You know, these gifts, they make it possible. They make it possible for me to spend the time putting these resources together. Tabiz TV, friend of the channel, who I hope you start doing more content again soon, has done great coverage of Mickey Steins, all that crazy stuff going on in Letcher County with the story where the sheriff shoots the judge in chambers. Did some coverage, and I hope you keep up with it. I can't wait for updates on Kawhi Leonard and, you know, this like kind of pay for play scheme with the sponsorship deals. Tabiz did some coverage of that. Mark Sanchez, another thing that Tabiz has covered. So we miss you out here. We miss your content. Your stuff is so great and easy to listen to. Thank you for stopping by and showing some love over here. Also, you guys are like just so generous today. Thank you so much. A tip came in on the tip jar just from Tipper. So thank you, Tipper, with the kind words. It says, I love you and always here to support you, with the hearts, the green hearts, and the purple hearts. So big, big thank you. That is so sweet. And then My says, thank you because you never ask for anything. You rock. I never want to ask for anything. It is so appreciated that you guys do support, never support if you can't or don't want to. And just come in the chat and have a good time, because that's really, I honestly think if I were to do short video essays and recaps, I think YouTube likes that more. But I enjoy the chat feature because it's you guys. I get to see what you guys are thinking. I get to watch if you guys change your mind because something happens in court. I get to watch you guys have discussions with each other. You guys ask me questions. You guys help me all the time when I miss a detail or like completely miss something that was said in court. Usually the number one thing is, what time did they say they're starting tomorrow? I almost never catch it. So like, I never ask for anything, but I appreciate you guys showing up because it is something that brings a lot of enjoyment to my life to be able to talk about cases, trials. You know, this channel is not just about this case. I mean, I watch a ton of cases, and sometimes I'm interested in a case for like weird reasons because I heard about a weird ruling before the case started, and it doesn't have anything to do with who's actually on trial or for what. So I always love that you guys take interest in that stuff as well, and I'm not just watching by myself. So super, super awesome. With that being said, you guys, it is Friday. It is Friday. Should we raid somebody else's channel and say hey? Road Dog's asking for a quick recap. We had 2 witnesses today. We had to finish the 2009, like the second half of the 2009 Las Vegas Metro, well, not the second half, I guess it was the whole thing. They broke it up between lunch. The 2009 Las Vegas Metro PD interview. And the current witness on the stand it's actually kind of hard to explain. We have a documentary director / he gave himself many hats, come in and describe how the Death Row Chronicles production for BET came about. And I think you've got to listen to that one. It's pretty important. In short, what stood out to me is they get that information for those documentaries not from Keefe D, they get it from Greg Kading. And then Keefe D, he's not exactly sure, but he believes Tara, the same person that connected with Greg Kading, that eventually Duane Davis gets brought on board. And that would suggest that Duane Davis was brought on after the team that was working to start putting the stuff together already had his 2008 proffer statements. Fast forward to the witness on the stand now, Mike Dorsey, who worked with Greg Kading on the movie version of Murder Rap. He confirmed that Greg Kading gave him the entire LAPD case file. So, on one hand, you're getting what the state, I'm sure, is going to argue. He's saying these same things. Duane Davis is repeating these same details. It's consistent, and thus it's truthful when he's confessing to his participation, his knowledge, his role, his involvement. But on the flip side, I think the defense has a very strong argument to say he said what he said in 2008 under pressure because he was facing 25 years to life in prison for federal drug charges, and then everything that followed after was just him reciting and even sometimes trying to remember what he said in that 2008 proffer, right? So we could go, I'm sure that's how the sides are going to argue the same exact interview statements. State's going to argue it one way, defense is going to argue it another. And ultimately, this entire case comes down to the jury having to decide, do you believe Keefe D? When do you think he's telling the truth? And when do you not think he's telling the truth? And has the state proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he was a principal to the first-degree murder charge here, charged for the death of Tupac Shakur? And again, there is also that enhancement tacked on, saying that it was in the interest of gang activity. But that's supposed to be bifurcated, so I'm pretty sure they're going to have to come back with a verdict on just like the naked standalone first-degree murder. And then they'll do a special verdict where they decide, do we think that this was, if guilty of first-degree murder, do we think this was done? Do we think the requirements for the enhancement were met? So yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun. I think it's kind of fun to see, like, both sides have to argue, yeah, we know the defendant's a liar, but here's when he's telling the truth. It's just a whole mix-up. So, hope that was a decent enough recap without going too far into the weeds. And then, yes, court did end for the day. So, this is just us wrapping up. And I was going to find, let's see who is live. And we can go raid them. We can go say hey. Run in the chat like woo 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 woo. Right, and on the back end, I can't just redirect to everybody. I have to be allowed to redirect. I see Pam is live. Pam Entertainment TV. She's live. She's covering this trial. She popped in the chat the other day. So go say hey to Pam. Subscribe. She covers a ton of other cases. Loves to do a lot of the overlap between pop culture, entertainment, and legal news. So if you like things like messy lawsuits with celebrities, Pam is your girl. Say hey to her, and you guys all have an incredible weekend. See you guys on Monday, maybe in between if I do a random video. See you guys, and thank you so much for a good stream.